kept in their house for the relatives and friends to come and visit the deceased person and their family and share their condolence to them. And also following which it's expected that most of the crematoriums, especially children, are done inside the hospital premises if the parents have decided not to take the body back home, because one particular family had three family members together, one mother and two children of the same family, and the hospital had taken up the procedure as well.
Absolutely, Sharda, stay with us as we continue to track those developments there. So, Akanksha, as we can see that, the blame game continues, even if the death toll has risen now. One more person has succumbed to his injuries, and the death toll is rising. Meanwhile, the political blame game is continuing.
Absolutely. Keeping blame game aside, we're learning that a warning was given to the actor-turned-politician last week only, but that was ignored by him. Let's give you more details. In total, 40 people have lost their life, 9 children, in fact, killed in the Stampede during the rally of Vijay, who's the actor-turned-politician. We're learning that he was given a clear warning by the Madras High Court last month. The court had questioned who will take responsibility in case of such incidents. This was a question that was asked by the Madras High Court judge, and in fact going on to observe that it is the responsibility of the political leaders to ensure the safety of people. Children, elderly should not be encouraged to attend overcrowded rallies. Court further said that leaders must protect women, elderly and differently abled citizens. And this was observation, in fact, Aishwarya, was given because this is not the first time that such an incident has happened. In the last 1 month, there was one person, remember, who was pushed by the bodybuilders of Vijay from the cavalcade. Then there was another incident in which one person died as well. So after that, now High Court had asked him who will take responsibility for such incidents.
Absolutely. So this heartbreaking incident really has reignited concerns over public safety as far as political events are concerned, especially in the light of the warning recently by the Madras High Court.
Absolutely. Let me go across to political analyst YG Madhuvanti. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Not the first time that such an incident has taken place as far as Vijay's rally are concerned. In the last 1 month, we have seen several such incidents. But in this case, 40 people have lost their life. We're learning that Madras High Court had issued a warning to the actor-turned-politician. He was in fact asked who will take the responsibility if such an incident happens. And a week later, an incident has already happened. What's your reaction to this?
I've been saying this from last night. I was on your channel last night as well, and I've been saying the same thing again and again and again. From his first meeting, as in his first ever political meeting until now, there has been absolutely no safety or security for the people who come there to watch, to witness the meeting. See, we have to understand he's a huge star, and people are going to come in large numbers with families to watch them. You can tell them 100 times not to bring their children, not to come with elderly. There was a pregnant woman who came there yesterday to watch him because he's got that fan following. So all the more the TVK organizers, as in his party organizers, should have been even more careful as to how they took care of this entire rally, and the state government should have provided enough support. Neither of this has happened. Now, as of yesterday, every single mechanism in the state government has swooped down to Karur to sort out the problem. But this could have been prevented. Now, are we going to be able to bring back 40 lives? No. Lives of those children who died, lives of that 2-year-old infant who died. I mean, and the fact that I'm even saying it is making me, making my heart shudder. This is unbelievable. And this is the first time such a big mess has happened in a political rally. Now, why this has happened, who is behind this, all these blame games are going to happen over the next few weeks. Everybody is going to point fingers at each other. All that is going to happen. But my question until this minute, where is Mr. Vijay?
Absolutely.
Why has he not been available even at the spot? How do you just run away and go back to your house? And I hear that there is tight, beefed up security outside his house in Chennai today. Why wasn't all this there when the rally happened? How is it that you say 10,000 to the police, but more than 20,000 people land up? And that is going to happen because Vijay is a huge star. You can't expect 10,000 to become 5,000. It is only going to increase. Now, whether the state government supported the rally, whether enough police were deployed, whether the power was cut or not, all this has to be investigated. And whoever has made a mistake has to be brought to task. I'm not saying no. But let's give it to whether it is the chief minister or the deputy chief minister or the leader of the opposition or the leaders of BJP. Everybody is there on the ground in Karur. Where is Vijay? Where are the members of TVK? Why is not even a single volunteer of TVK found there at this point in time? Are you telling me that Vijay can't issue a video statement? You're giving out statements on Twitter. You are not able to issue a statement. Even a video is not possible right now. Then how do you expect people to trust you and vote for you? If you couldn't manage this rally and you couldn't, I'm saying mishaps happen, ma'am. 40 people died even at the Kumbh Mela. But instantly the chief minister of that state was on ground making sure that no more mishaps happen and analyzing the situation and handling the calamity. Yes or no? Where is Vijay?
Absolutely.
This is my only question.
Right. Madhuvanti, you stay with us because these are very, very important and significant questions that not only Vijay and his party needs to answer, but the other parties is also need to answer, because we are talking about a collective political accountability that needs to be answered.
Absolutely. And in fact, a complete laxity on behalf of the administration and the political leader there. In fact, we have more videos of the tragedy that are now surfacing even as the death toll continues to mount. 40 people have lost their life. Now, look at this video that we will be showing you on the screen. A panicked father can be seen running, holding his child's hand. And that was the situation on the ground. In fact, yesterday when the incident happened, fans were there just to take a selfie, just to meet the leader there. But what happened there is quite tragic. And when all this was happening, Aishwarya, on the other hand, the political leader, because of whom the rally took place, he fled from that spot. He went all the way back to Chennai. And there in the hospital, people were crying. 40 people have lost their lives.
Absolutely. This is a big question that everybody really needs to answer. Let's go across to Sharda, colleague who's joining us from Tamil Nadu. Sharda, any updates on actor Vijay's whereabouts? Because we understand that the security around his house has definitely been increased. But any more statements coming in from him on does he really want to? How does he plan to reach out to the victims and the families of those who have suffered due to the rally that he was organizing?
Aishwarya, Vijay actually took 3 hours, literally 3 hours, to put out his first post on Twitter saying that he's disheartened to see the number of death toll that rose up to 39 in Karur, especially after his political rally. And it was a 3-line message saying that he was very saddened by the demise of the people, and also shared his condolence, and also said give wishes to the people who are in the ICU, and also said that they would recover very soon. Later today, after having a meeting with his party members, is when he wrote in a detailed letter explaining that he was in grief and couldn't express it yesterday, and that's the reason he had snubbed the media, and also added that a compensation of 20 lakhs would be given to the people who were deceased, to the family members of the deceased, and 2 lakh per person who are injured in this political rally. Now, as of now, Vijay's securities has been beefed up around his house. However, the actor has not yet revealed whether he would be returning to Karur to meet the victims or the families of the deceased yet. There is a plan that actor Vijay might cancel his next weekend plan of campaign and return here to meet the families of the people who were hurt by him in the political rally.
Absolutely. That's my colleague Sharda, who's been tracking all the details for us. And as far as TVK Chief Vijay is concerned, he's in Chennai right now. In fact, the security around his house has also been heightened. He's given 2 statements, but only on social media. No video statement. He's not come back to the place where this incident has happened. So all eyes will be on when he actually comes there and meets with the family members. Let me once again bring in Madhuvanti. Thank you so much for staying with us. I want to ask you, as far as the administration is concerned, yes, there was a laxity on their part, but TVK Chief Vijay cannot be given a clean sheet in this case, because we're learning that an application was given to the administration seeking permission for this event, saying that only 10,000 people would be coming there. So nobody had idea that there would be 50,000 people, there would be people, there would be crowd asking for water, there would be so many people on that narrow stretch of road. So there's a laxity on part of both Vijay as well as administration, but we are seeing a blame game that is going on now.
Absolutely. In fact, we saw the Karur DGP give out a press meet as of last night, and he very clearly says that they had asked for permission only between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. for this particular spot. But on Twitter, it was already announced that Vijay is going to be there by 12 o'clock. Now, fans started coming from 11 a.m. and we're waiting until 7:40 in the night to see Vijay. There was no food or proper water provided. So people started fainting. This is natural. This is bound to happen. And you saw the crowd. They had said 10,000. The police had been deployed accordingly, is what he says. Now, I am not standing in support of the ruling government, because I know that the ruling government is having issues with anybody's rally other than their own rallies. This is happening. The leader of opposition, Edappadi K. Palaniswamy sir, has also said, even for my rallies, I don't get the kind of protection and police protection that is required. Having said that, what should have TVK done? If you have taken permission only between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m., why put it out on Twitter that Vijay is going to be there at 12 o'clock? 6.5 hours, you make people wait without food, without water. And then once you come there, you throw bottles of water at them, on random throwing of bottles of water. And then there is an ambulance that has to move. He is asking what's going on. He is clueless around him as to what's happening. And then he is whisked away. And then the whole thing unfurls. And you figure out as of today that 40 people are dead. You see the images on your screen right now. You see the way those sheds have broken. You see what has happened. It's such a narrow road. First and foremost, how was permission even given for even 10,000 people to come on that road? And the police seems to say, no, they asked for another place which was even smaller, so we gave this place. I mean, if you're not clear about how you're going to conduct your rally, why are you conducting it? This is not the first time politicians conduct rally in this country. Have we heard of such mishaps, ma'am? You tell me. The Prime Minister goes on rallies, the Home Minister goes on rallies, the Chief Ministers go on rallies. Have we heard of such chaotic mishaps? Why is it that every time something to do with TVK happens, there has been a breach of protocol, there has been a law and order issue? This is a question I am asking to both TVK and to DMK. Why is it that there is a breach of protocol? And why is it that lives are lost? Because Vijay's first meeting, a life of his own party official was lost, his first ever meeting. Then you see an entire pole fell on a car. Then you find that they were misbehaving with a member of national press, the TVK people. Then last week at Nagapattinam, you had people with shoes and standing on temple walls and standing from electric beams and trying to lean over to take photographs and see Vijay. And today, you know what has happened. Why is it that a TVK rally always attracts this kind of hooliganism? Why is nobody addressing this point, ma'am?
Absolutely. And people of Tamil Nadu do not deserve this, ma'am. 40 people have lost their life. No responsibility, no accountability whatsoever. Thanks so much, YG Madhuvanti, for speaking to Republic TV.
Absolutely, and questions continue on now what really happened at the rally there in Karur. And AIA DMK General Secretary E.D. Palaniswamy has also questioned the government over the lack of security arrangements at the Karur rally. Let's take a look.
During the Stampede, which is Valley in Karur, succumbed to their injuries while the others fought for their lives. Actor turned politician Vijay was seen slipping away from the crowd and fleeing off to the Trichy airport while avoiding cameras and then later in Chennai. Vijay turned tail and ran while 39 people died due to a stampede at his poorly managed rally in Karur district in Tamil Nadu. When Republic confronted a TVK spokesperson about Vijay's whereabouts, they first claimed that he was still at the rally before quickly backtracking on their statement.
Where is Vijay Ranjanaji?
He is there, sir. He is in the rally.
He's in the
I saw
rally.
him. After that, he is missing.
Sir, he is not.
All politicians are here. BJP, DMK, ADMK,
he is a leader who can stand bold and strong with the people's support. Okay, he is not a person. He is not a leader to go and abscond anywhere. You can find our leader anywhere, and we are ready to answer anytime. Right?
Ma'am, I'm asking you, you're so casually saying people wait all the time during a rally.
No.
Madam,
That
can
is
you
not.
see
I am
somebody
not.
crying at
I am
the
not
background?
answering casually, but little more politely. I am answering you little more politely. I am not handling it casually.
Breaking news, Vijay was caught by reporters near Trichy airport. He has left without answering, ma'am. What are you saying is there right there? What are you saying is right there? Reporters have seen him near the Trichy airport.
Just for attending TVK's gathering, 31 Tamil lives have been lost. Just for seeing Vijay. Just to hear him, just to see him.
It is not necessary, sir. When the time comes, he will definitely
telling
meet
this
people.
for the last 20 days.
It is on camera. It is on camera apparently.
As Vijay's supporters struggled for air in a crowd, over 2 lakh people in a narrow road, dehydrated because of the stark lack of arrangements made for such a huge crowd. TVK chief Vijay posted about the condolences from the comfort of his plane, rather than being there for those who supported him and was suffering due to mismanagement. Vijay's actions show immense disrespect for those who brought him to the stage he used to enter politics. While Vijay posted his condolences on social media in safe surroundings, people who were part of the rally spent their hours in pain, both physical and mental.
And meanwhile, even as the ruling DMK party has defended itself, AIADMK and Bharatiya Janata Party have questioned why there was no security arrangement, proper security arrangement there at the spot where the incident took place. Have a look.
EVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு இந்த கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த டிவிகே அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தால் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
All right, our reporters continue to be on the ground tracking all those developments. Sharada is there at the government hospital there, and earlier she also spoke to Tamil Sai Soundara Rajan, who reached the Karur government hospital there. Let's listen in to what she had to say.
We are very distressed to see the place, how it was arranged, and how the government has taken steps to protect the crowd. They would have expected such crowd. So it's very disheartening, but at present we are in grief seeing the patients, and the postmortem is also delayed. I have requested a little more officers can be deputed. People are in distress. They wanted to see the body. One mother fainted, and actually I helped her to get some IV fluid. So they should more arrangements for this. Really seeing all this, I am really distressed.
Ma'am, also this...
Doctors, they should depute more. Even postmortem doctors, they should depute more. officers, all are outside, not knowing when the body will be coming. At least they should have mentioned this body will get this time. All the people outside are agitated. They are 7 hours they are waiting. So already they are in distress. So postmortem and all, they have to quicken it. So in this era, scientific era, so many things can be done. But why they are acting like this, I don't know. Because very careless attitude.
But both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister continues to stay. They brought doctors around from the district, Salem, Nagakkal, Dindakal and everywhere, Namakkal back here. And he said they've deployed more doctors. And last night they said there are sufficient medications done here.
No, that itself, because it's a Karur is almost a big city. Even to manage these type of cases, if so many doctors to be deputed, and what is the basic infrastructure available in this headquarters? So it is very disheartening. It's almost a medical college. So it's very difficult, I am very, very disheartening. And immediately they should make even see the people outside the mortuary. Why they have to wait so long?
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you how molester Baba accused of molesting 17 female students has been arrested from Agra. Remember, he was on the run from the last 50 days. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy. Every day.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में GST बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस GST बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और
Thank you so much, viewers, for continuing to stay with us. We are tracking all the developments in the aftermath of the stampede that occurred during TVK Chief's Vijay's rally in Karur yesterday. The death toll has risen to 40.
Absolutely, 40 people have lost their life. We'll get you more updates on that. Let's start with the headlines first. 40 killed, including 9 children in Stampede. The police says that Vijay's party did not follow protocols. TVK moves Madras High Court seeking inquiry into the stampede. Vijay provided police protection. DMK levels huge allegation, says ambulance vehicle were blocked and attacked. AIA DMK blames the DMK government for not providing adequate security. Injured victim moves Madras High Court seeks a ban on TVK chief Vijay's political campaign. Accused of molesting 15 female students, molester Baba Swami Chinmayanand has been arrested from Agra, brought to the national capital. Restrictions continue in Leh Ladakh. No relaxation in curfew. LG Kavinder Gupta held a high-level security meet just a while back. And Prime Minister pays tribute to Zubin Garg during the Mann Ki Baat address today, says his music will continue to enchant generations to come.
And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Ladakh, where Lieutenant Governor there has convened a high security meeting in Leh, and Kavindra Gupta, the Lieutenant Governor there, stressed upon vigilance, coordination and public safety. The meeting was attended by top officials of the Ladakh Police, the ITBP and CRPF. So a high-level security meeting chaired by Lieutenant Governor Kavindra Gupta just a short while back. These are the visuals that we are getting. And remember, this coming in after the violence that took place there. And curfew is still on.
Absolutely. On 24th of September, violence took place there. And now the focus of the administration is to control the law and order situation there in Ladakh. And we'll try and connect with our reporter there on the ground to get more information as to what was the outcome of the security meeting that was held by the Lieutenant Governor Kavindra Gupta in Ladakh. But those are the visuals on your screen. 5 days after violent clashes took place in Ladakh, 4 people lost their life. Now we're learning that the security meet took place place. As we told you, the focus remains on controlling the law and order situation. The curfew is in place. We are learning that restrictions are there. We're learning that internet has also been snapped there. And yesterday, for 2 hours, the curfew was relaxed so that people could come out and buy essentials. But more or less, in fact, Ladakh is currently on the edge, and this has happened 5 days after the violence took place there just a while back. Lieutenant Governor Kavinder Gupta held a key security review meeting in Ladakh.
Absolutely. Gursimran, our colleague, is now joining us for more updates. Gursimran, all right, we'll try to connect back with our reporter Gursimran there. But one of the key issues that was going to be decided was whether the curfew will continue. And yesterday there were, 2 hours, relaxation was given. So one of the issues that had to be discussed was whether more relaxation in curfew should be given.
Absolutely. In fact, we have more breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. A massive search operation by BSF in Ramgarh sector of Samba district following suspicious drone activity from across the border late last night. And those are the visuals coming in from Samba, which is quite closer to the international border. We're learning that late last night there was some sort of drone activity that was witnessed near Samba, and that is when in fact, our army personnel got into action. Let me go across to my colleague Gursimran, who's been tracking this story very closely. Gursimran, we are learning that there was a suspicious drone activity near Samba sector. Give us more details about this.
See, it was late last night when the suspected drone movement was noticed by the border security force, and early this morning at around 5:30, they launched a massive search operation in the Ramgarh area, which is close to the Indo-Pakistan international border, roughly within a kilometer's distance. A massive search operation has been launched, and as we speak, the searches are still underway. We are told that the Jammu and Kashmir police is also part of the search operations that have been launched, because see, there lies a possibility. Earlier last week, there was also a sighting of the drone in the Araspura sector, though the drone could not be traced by the security forces. So lies a possibility that Pakistan is pushing either the narcotics drones into the Indian side so as to drop the narcotics or weapons into the Indian territory. And as we speak, massive searches are underway that have started early this morning at around 5:30.
Right, Gursimran, and speaking about, the issue in Leh right now, there was a meeting that was, held. Any update on what was really decided? What were the outcomes of that meeting that was chaired by the Lieutenant Governor?
So this morning at around 10, LG Kavinder Gupta held a meeting, and this meeting was attended by the DGP of the Ladakh, Dr. S.T. Jamwal, Chief Secretary Dr. Pawan Kotwal, along with the ADG of the CRPF, Rajesh Yadav, and the senior officials from the ITBP as well, including the IG of the ITBP Ladakh Frontier, and in which it was decided that today there will be no relaxations in the curfew, reason being that the last rites of those 2 of the 4 people who got killed in the violence that took place on 24th, so that will take place today. And to avoid any of the law and order issue, it was decided that today there will be no curfew relaxation that will be given, and there is all likelihood that tomorrow also it will remain same. Reason being that rest of the 2, those who lost their life, they will be cremated tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Gursimran, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. And over that, we're shifting our focus to UP 2 days after the clashes took place in Bareilly. We have a breaking news coming in. Amid police crackdown on rioters in Bareilly in Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that time has come when under Samajwadi Party and the Congress government, crime was at its peak and they were not held liable. Some people live in India but chant the slogan of Ghazwa-e Hind and aim to destroy the country. Chief Minister further said, and I quote, "Whosoever dreams of Ghazwa-e Hind will meet the fate of Changur Baba." Remember Changur Baba, who is under the ED scanner, who was arrested by the UP ATS and also ED as far as the financial irregularities are concerned. And that is a warning, a big warning that has been given by the UP Chief Minister. Listen in to what he said.
इस प्रकार की अराजकता को कतई स्वीकार नहीं करेगी, कतई स्वीकार नहीं करेगी। और जिसने भी कानून को हाथ में लेने का प्रयास किया, जो भी राह चलते हुए राहगीर पर हमला करेगा, जो भी बेटी की सुरक्षा पे सेंध लगाने का कार्य करेगा और जो भी व्यापारिक प्रतिष्ठानों में आगजनी करने का दुस्साहस करेगा, जो भी पर्व और त्योहारों में उपद्रव करेगा, उसको हम पहले से इस बारे में कह देंगे कि उसको बिना मांगे जहन्नुम में जाने का टिकट हम काट करके दिला देंगे। जो लोग आज भी ये मानते हैं कि अराजकता उनका जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है, उनको अपनी गलतफहमी दूर कर देनी होगी। वो अपनी गलतफहमी दूर कर ले। वह समय गया जब समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार हुआ करती थी, कांग्रेस की सरकारें हुआ करती थी, ये लोग दंगा करवाते थे, आगजनी करवाते थे, बेटी की सुरक्षा में सेंध लगाते थे, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठानों पर आग लगाते थे और सरकार इनका आवभगत करती थी। वह समय अब चला गया है। अब ये डबल इंजन की सरकार है। अगर बेटी की सुरक्षा पे हाथ डालने का प्रयास किया, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठान में आग लगाने का प्रयास किया, उत्साह और उमंग के उत्सव में कहीं पर अगर अराजकता पैदा करने का और उपद्रव पैदा करने का कुत्सित प्रयास किया तो मान करके चलिए कि ये रास्ता उनका सीधे नरक में जाने का होगा, सीधे नरक में।
All right, let's shift focus. News from Chhattisgarh. There's a big, there was 3 Naxalites who've been gunned down in encounter with the security forces. So big success there for the security forces. 3 Naxalites killed in encounter with the security personnel in Chhattisgarh's Kanker district on Sunday. This gun battle broke out in the forest of Ravas along the border of Kanker and Ghaziabad district, where a joint team of the security personnel was out on an anti-Naxal operation in the morning. And the personnel belonging to the district reserve guard, that is the DRG, a unit of the state police from Kanker and Ghaziabad, were involved in this operation. Remember, this coming in as Home Minister Amit Shah has vowed to end Naxalism by March next year.
Absolutely big crackdown on the Red Terror there. And now shifting our focus at the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said that UN is in a state of crisis. Listen in.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar from the people of Bharat. Central to the erosion of the UN's credibility has been resistance to reform. Most members strongly desire change, but the process is being made an obstacle to the outcome. It is imperative that we see through this cynicism and purposefully address the reform agenda. The historical injustice done to Africa should be redressed. Both permanent and non-permanent membership of the Council must be expanded. A reformed Council must be truly representative, and India stands ready to assume greater responsibilities.
And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. The Delhi Baba, who is accused of molesting female students in a national capital, he has been arrested by the Delhi police over molestation allegations, and the accused molester Baba Swami Chaitanyanand was confronted by Republic TV while he was being taken for medical examination. Remember, he was arrested early this morning. He was on a run, but he has now been arrested, and Republic TV confronted him while he was being taken for medical examination.
Absolutely. In fact, he was on the run from the last 50 days, and multiple states were being and police have found across to multiple states to track him down. Late last night, we're learning that he was arrested from Agra, then brought to the national capital, and those are the visuals on your screen when he was brought to the Vasant Kund police station earlier today. Now, in just some time, we are learning that he will be taken to the court, and the custody will be sought for a few days. And now he's under the scanner. In fact, he's accused of molesting as many as 17 girls, sending them abusive, lewd messages, and now he has been arrested and confronted by Republic TV. Listen in.
मॉलेस्टेशन के आरोप लगे यहाँ पे, क्या कहेंगे स्वामी पार्थ क्या कहेंगे आप? मॉलेस्टेशन लग जाएंगे यहाँ पे. So hey, you see, Swami Parth did not respond to the question we asked. So right now, the Delhi police has taken Swami Parth from the very police station, Vasant police station to Safdarjung Hospital, and there his medical examination will be done. मॉलेस्टेशन के आरोप लगे यहाँ पे, क्या कहेंगे स्वामी पार्थ क्या कहेंगे आप? मॉलेस्टेशन लग जाएंगे यहाँ पे. So hey, you see, Swami Parth did not respond to the question we asked. So right now, the Delhi police has taken Swami Parth from the very police station, Vasant police station to Safdarjung Hospital, and there his medical examination will be done.
Breaking news coming in from the national capital. A bomb threat has been issued via emails yet again. Now, bomb threat emails were sent to Delhi airport, several schools, several institutions. And according to Delhi police, the investigation has found nothing so far. That is, it is a hoax, but it is the string of getting threats via emails, bomb threats continuing in the national capital. Again, emails have been sent to Delhi airport, several schools, several institutions.
And now shifting our focus, at the 80th session of UN General Assembly, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar called out Pakistan for being the epicenter of the global terrorism. He said, and I quote, India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizer and perpetrators to justice. Listen in.
While asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. For decades now, major international terrorist attacks are traced back to that one country. UN's designated lists of terrorists are replete with its nationals. The most recent example of cross-border barbarism was the murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April this year. India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Because terrorism is a shared threat, Madam President, it is essential that there is much deeper international cooperation. When nations openly declare terrorism a state policy, when terror hubs operate on an industrial scale, when terrorists are publicly glorified, then such actions must be unequivocally condemned. The financing of terrorism must be choked, even as prominent terrorists are sanctioned. Relentless pressure must be applied on the entire terrorism ecosystem. Those who condone nations that sponsor terror will find that it comes back to bite them.
And viewers, Assamese singer Zubeen Garg recently died in a tragic swimming incident in Singapore. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today paid a tribute to him and called him a celebrated singer whose legacy will go on. Take a look.
We need justice for Zubeen Garg. Justice for Zubeen.
Justice for Zubeen.
Zubeen Garg died in Singapore on September 19 while swimming. He joined a yacht trip with 18 people before his planned concert. Garg initially wore a life jacket but removed it as it was too large. He struggled to swim after taking off the jacket and became unwell. Rescuers pulled him from the water and performed CPR immediately. He was rushed to Singapore General Hospital but was declared dead. The official cause of death was drowning, confirmed by authorities. Ever since the demise of Zubeen, fans have argued about theories and circumstances, like whether was he without a vest, did somebody conspire?
You see, there is I myself is a big fan of Zubeen, and I personally feel that he should be above controversy, the way, because the post-mortem report cannot be better than Singapore in Guwahati, because they are technically much better place than Guwahati. So I personally did not wanted to encourage a cutting of his body. You know how post-mortem is done. But still, as a chief minister, I cannot go by my own emotion. I have to take decision on the basis of mitigating circumstances. So as there is demand, and I have seen one or two leading people has also raising this demand, so we have decided to accept the demand, and morning it will take 2 hours. We will go through the process. And his family also consented. His wife, I discussed with his wife through Pavitra, and the family has also said that okay, let it be done. We have no problem.
Our beloved heartthrob, Zubeen Garg, is no more with us. For the past 5 years, he has been to ICU for 5 times. So basically, he was not in the pink of his health. Still, the organizers took him to Singapore, and then the Assam Association of Singapore took him on a yacht ride, and where we lost him. It is a clear case of negligence, of apathy towards a ill man who needs his pills, but there was no care for him. We need justice. We need justice for Zubeen Garg.
I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Hemantada, for performing our jams, our heartthrob Zubeen's final rites, which you did honestly, selflessly, and respectfully. Also taking necessary steps in timely manners to investigate the incident that happened in Singapore. Being Zubeen's friend, and on behalf of the people of Assam, I would like to appeal for an unbiased investigation with no stones left unturned and send it to fast-track court. The people of Assam have confidence and complete trust on you. Justice for Zubeen.
Zubeen Garg was not just a phenomenal singer for the people of Assam. He was a voice which stood for the common man. He understood the pain and the trouble and the tribulations of the common man. So that is why it is very important for us, the commoners, to know what actually happened to Zubeen. And we want justice. We want justice.
আমি এখিনিতে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী জনালৈ আবেদন কৰিব খুজিছো যে এই তদন্ত যাতে আৰু ক্ষিপ্ৰ গতিত কৰে আৰু এই তদন্তৰ ফলাফল যাতে নিৰপেক্ষ, নিভাঁজ আৰু নিখুঁত হয়। Justice for Zubeen. ধন্যবাদ।
First of all, we would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Mr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, for performing our friend Zubeen's final rites, which you did honestly, selflessly, and respectfully. Also taking necessary steps in a timely manner to investigate the incident that happened in Singapore. Being one of his friends and his well-wishers, we both would like to appeal for a quick unbiased investigation with no stones unturned and sent to the fast track court. Justice for Zubin.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you how TVK has moved Madras High Court seeking inquiry into the Stampede. And also on the other side, the blame game has started over the Stampede. AIA-DMK has blamed DMK government for not providing security at the site where the Stampede took place. We'll get you more details about this as well on the other side. Stay with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो, शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो, या जहां नए रंग पुराने दोस्तों जैसे लगते हैं। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी MSMEs से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे MSMEs थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We'll have been breaking up Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. I have Rakshita with me, my colleague. And Rakshita, the death toll has risen in the Vijay rally Stampede. It's 40 now. And what is very tragic is that there were women and children who have died.
Absolutely. The investigation is underway, and we will be trying to understand what are the legal implications also of this case, viewers, as the case is in the Madras High Court. We will give you all the lowdown, all the latest updates. First, the headlines. "40 killed, including 9 children in the stampede in Karur." SP says Vijay's party did not follow protocols. TVK moves Madras High Court seeking inquiry into Karur stampede. Vijay provided police protection. DMK levels huge allegations, says ambulance vehicles were blocked and attacked. AIA DMK blames DMK government for not providing adequate security. Injured victim moves Madras High Court seeks a ban on TVK chief Vijay's political campaign.
आरोप लगे यहाँ पे स्वामी पार्थ क्या कहेंगे आप? मनसरे लग जाएंगे यहाँ पे. So hey, you see, Swami Parth did not respond to the question we asked.
Accused of molesting 15 female students, molester Baba Swami Chinmayananda arrested from Agra, brought to Delhi.
Restrictions continue in Leh. No relaxations in the curfew. Lieutenant Governor Kavinder Gupta holds a high-level security meeting.
Prime Minister pays tribute to Zubeen Garg during his Mann Ki Baat address, says his music will continue to enchant generations to come. And viewers, 40 people including 9 children were killed in a stampede during the rally of Vijay. The actor turned politician had a clear warning from the Madras High Court last month. Now, the court had questioned who will take responsibility in the case of untoward incidents and observed that it is the responsibility of political leaders to ensure safety of people, Rakshita.
Right, and this is, viewers, something that has a lot of legal implications. We'll try and get you that timeline that the DMK is alleging there was mismanagement. At the same time, the Madras High Court's observations have also been ignored. That's the big question. In fact, you can see those observations on your screens right now. 40 people have now been killed, including 9 children, viewers. Now, remember, the court had questioned, Madras High Court had questioned that who will take responsibility in case of the untoward incidents? And it is responsibility of political leaders to ensure the safety of people, that children, the elderly should not be encouraged to attend the overcrowded rallies. All right, my colleague Sharda is joining us on the broadcast from outside the Karur hospital. The death toll is ticking since last night. It's reached 40 now. And the question is, that these observations, it's not that these situations have happened for the first time in the country, of course, and we've seen that there was a case already in Madras High Court. The observations were also made, and now what we understand that they were not being followed. They were clearly ignored for their own personal, selfish political goals.
Right, Rakshita, because Madras High Court just 2 days before the Vijay's rally had given a statement saying that the number of people should be limited, but did not give an exact limit of how many people should be coming. And knowing the past of Vijay's rally, they expected around 15,000 people at the maximum, and the TVK party members had only given a number of 10,000. However, almost 50,000 people had come to see Vijay, because throughout the day, waiting from morning to night, almost 25,000 people were on that particular road where the stampede had happened, and all following Vijay's campaign vehicle from Namakkal and the Karur High Road. Almost 50,000 people were spotted at night when Vijay was campaigning there. And also, one important reason for the stampede is said to be when the Vijay reached the place 10 hours later than the scheduled time. Where he was asked to be there by 12 noon for his campaign. That was the time permission that he was given by the High Court when he had asked for the permission to campaign in the city. And however, the actor took time to leave from Chennai, and following which he went to Namakkal and then he came to Karur, which almost surpassed 10 hours of the stipulated time. And with the people waiting for almost 10 hours in the same place with no food and no water, had caused them to feel very giddy, and they all fainted, following which the stampede had happened. And especially when Vijay was speaking, he himself spotted two fainting, and he also asked the policemen to help them who have fainted and even call an ambulance for them, following which the number of people who fainted increased. And as soon as Vijay got a notice that the crowd is getting out of control and the police are not able to manage it, the actor immediately ended his speech and left. And following 5 minutes of his departure from there is when the stampede incident had happened, and almost 100 people were injured last night, and the death toll went up to 39 last night, and one person who was in a critical condition in the ICU since morning also lost his life today afternoon.
Sharada, we are also tracking the latest coming in. So we are reporting about the blame game. We have been reporting about Vijay not even turning up to meet the injured. But the security has also been tightened at Vijay's home. Why exactly is that?
Well, yesterday Vijay immediately left Karur and went to Trichy, and to his private plane he reached Chennai overnight. And as soon as he reached Chennai, there was only a 3-line tweet by him saying that he is disheartened and saddened by the situation that happened in Karur. While many were angry at the actors, saying that it was because of him the entire stampede situation had happened and he should not continue his political campaign, Vijay, for his safety and security reasons, made sure to reach Chennai, and he said that it was because of his political advices told him that it is safer for him to be in Chennai, and the security has been beefed up there. It is expected that Vijay will come back to Karur in a few days to meet the deceased family members, the family members of the deceased, and also the victims who were injured in the stampede. Because after a meeting today that he convened from his residence through virtual, he announced 20 lakh compensation for people who are deceased and a 2 lakh compensation for everybody who was injured in this particular stampede, Rakshita.
Right, Sharada, just stay on with us. We also have what the DMK is alleging, and these are serious allegations, viewers. We'll just take you through this timeline that indicates towards a delay that has caused this crowd to swell and what really happened. Now, 9 a.m., Vijay leaves from Chennai, and after that, around 12 p.m., he reaches Namakkal, while he was supposed to be at Karur. And later on, after 7 p.m., 7:10, he arrives. Republic is bringing you this entire timeline, viewers. He was supposed to be at Karur at 12 p.m. 6 p.m., he reached Karur. 7 p.m., his campaign starts. And campaign was scheduled to be done by 4 p.m. But he starts the campaign 3 hours later. 7:40, he is seen instructing the police to help out the people because there was absolute chaos. There was pushing and tugging that was going on. People were fainting. 7:45, over 10 fainted in total. This was just nearby Vijay's political van. And we saw that there were bottles that were thrown from the bus stop. That already is a proof itself that he was well aware of what's happening. And what he does is that he leaves that place around 7:50 p.m. And till 8 p.m., 100 people are hospitalized, and after half an hour, 20 deaths confirmed. 9 p.m., after an hour, death toll keeps rising. It rises to 30. Final death toll 39 at 10 p.m. But Vijay was nowhere to be seen. He was at the airport and he goes back to his home in Chennai and only posts one few lines on X.
Right. And, Rakshita, the death toll has now also, it's becoming a little bigger. It was 39 at 10 p.m. yesterday. Now it's 40. It's extremely unfortunate what is happening right now, because the blame game, talking about the blame game, that the DMK is blaming the TVK, the TVK is blaming the DMK back, and the BJP and the AIDMK are squarely putting the blame on the Tamil Nadu government, saying there was mismanagement. So blame game does not bring back the lives which are lost, Sharatha. If you could just help our viewers understand the political war of words that we are seeing now.
Well, both the DMK and the TVK have been on a political war of words, and now adding to it is the AIDMK and BJP. Yesterday, TVK supporters stated that the place asked for the campaign was different and the rally was on the national highway where there was a ground present, but it was the DMK who pushed them into the main roads inside the town where the markets are also placed, making the place to be the roads to be very narrow, and which caused the number of people to be cramped in that space. And the DMK continued to state that if TVK leader Vijay knew that the number of people that was coming to meet him are high, why did he not follow the protocols? And the DMK continues to blame actor Vijay for this particular incident. And now adding to that is the AIDMK and BJP saying that it's a complete mismanagement of the DMK, because pointing out when Chief Minister M.K. Stalin goes for DMK functions where he also goes for political rallies, at least 1,000 policemen are deployed for his safety, and also the conditions are maintained in such a way that the people do not get overcrowded or people do not push each other. But however, when it comes to other political rallies, the police deployed for it are less than half the number for what DMK leader has been given. And ADMK and BJP points out, telling that the DMK on purpose had given only lesser number of police to actor Vijay, and that was seen in the last two political rallies in Trichy and Perambalur last week when Vijay was there, following which now in Karur, the ratio shows 10:1. The number of people were almost 50,000 and the number of police were just 500 according to the numbers that are given by the DGP today morning.
Right, Sharda. In fact, there are a lot of videos also of the tragedy that are surfacing. We will play them out also. Just stay on with us, Sharda. We will be showing those videos that are coming in. There you have one of them from the hospital. Death toll continues to rise, and you have the visuals coming in from the hospital. You can see that the relatives are inconsolable, and he's holding his child. You can see he's holding his child, and he is inconsolable. The ministers coming and meeting. Sharda, well, these are heart-wrenching scenes that are emerging from the hospital. You are also reporting from there. If you just could take us through the sentiment of the people. These are the same people who had turned up in a huge number in this kind of a weather to just catch a glimpse of Vijay, who's lovingly called Talapati there. He's a big superstar, he's a huge following, and he flexed that very well, showing those drone shots on his YouTube channel, on his party's channel. Now he's nowhere to be seen, and they are left to fend for themselves. What's really happening? Did you speak to any of them, or any of the victims or their families? What are they saying?
Vijay has a huge stardom, Rakshita, especially in the state of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Vijay has literally a multi-million following, we can call that as. And while stepping into the politics, Vijay continued to take up that fan base along with him. So wherever he goes, there's a large number of flocking just to see the actor in a close proximity. And starting from the age of 3, a 3-year-old kid who was also one of the deceased child in the Karur tragedy. We are about 60, at the age of 60, there are people who come still visit the political rally just to see Vijay to see him in person. That's the stardom that he carries, but that does not justify what happened last night, Rakshita, because literally 40 people have lost their life in the Karur Stampede tragedy, and Vijay is nowhere seen to be found with them. And especially the scenario in the hospital is very disheartening to see, because everybody here, the family, are waiting to take the bodies of their loved one back home for the final ritual. Like from anybody that we speak to who were crying at the moment, and we're not able to get them on the camera because they were emotionally weak at the moment and was not ready to speak. What we heard is that they were people who came for work last evening, who had told that they are going to the rally meeting, while their family members denied, telling that the rally meeting will be too crowded and not to go, and return just back from work to home. There were few fathers who were working and continued to, without listening to their wife, continued to go to these rallies and then ended up coming back lifeless. And also there are kids who were very eager to see Vijay for the first time, and there are 9 children who were fans of actor Vijay who have now lost their life, and of the 40, 17 were women and 14 were men.
Yes, Sharada, I will be coming back to you. Keep reporting live for us. I really want to go ahead and play out what EPS, AIADMK General Secretary EPS had to say here. In the morning, he questioned the government over lack of security arrangements in the Karur rally. Let's listen in.
EVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு இந்த கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி TVK கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த TVK அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தான் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
Time for a short break, viewers, but we will get you the latest coming in from the Delhi ashram horror case. Molester Baba taken by the police today after he reaches Delhi for medical examination. Also, curfew continues in Leh. LG Kavindra Gupta holds a high-level meeting.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे।
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो मैन्युफैक्चर करें वो दुनिया में आन बान शान के साथ
Please welcome Sarthak Ahuja.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I think what a wonderful session today, and the kind of speakers we've had are just fabulous, because the amount of data I consumed today as part of being in this room about the inflection point and what really India is going to go through over the next decade or two is just so inspiring. So inspiring. But it brings me to a question. It's easy to stand here and say that the government should do this, and maybe we're part of this journey. This journey, this inflection point, this cusp, was expected to begin in 2022. Maybe we were having the same conversations 2 years ago. We were having the same conversation last year, and we continue to have the same conversation today. The cusp we're all waiting for. Does it mean it's not there? Possibly not. How soon is it going to arrive? Maybe we're already going through it as we speak right now. But there comes a question of taking individual responsibility of what you and I are really doing to deserve being part of the cusp at that moment and to ride that wave and to be part of that inflection point, right? What is it that you are doing today? What is it that I am doing today? And when I think of it in a nuclear basis, on the basis of an individual, I often look at the question from the perspective of a small business, which is, what is the rate of growth that you as a business should grow at so that you're growing well? Because at the end of the day, every MSME, every entrepreneur is looking at the dream of India's numbers, but at the end of the day, I want to see at what is the growth that impacts me immediately in the short term, and of course, I'm riding it for the long term, right? And when I look at that, I ask myself the question, what is the right growth rate that today all entrepreneurs in India should really be focusing on? And there is a formula that I look at, and I think it gives me my answer, which is if India today is growing at 6% per annum GDP, you would ideally today want to be in a business where your industry is growing at 1.5 to 2 times India's GDP growth rate, to be actually making the right bet on starting a business where the tailwinds are, correct? Which means I'm assuming the industry you operate in possibly is going to grow at 9 to 12% per annum, 1.5 to 2 times the growth rate of India. Then you as a small player who is looking at this average growth rate of this industry are starting at a small base, which means your growth rate should definitely be higher than the industry's growth rate, and very safe to assume at least 2 times the industry's growth rate, which tells us that practically every small business today has to look at growing between 18 to 24% per annum. And if your business is not growing at, give or take, 20% per annum, there is possibly a problem. Now, the easiest thing to say is to really go on public forums and say the government isn't doing enough. And yeah, all of this is narrative, but how is my life getting impacted? But I say, okay, let's take some personal ownership today. If we have to grow at 20%, and you could be a solopreneur, like a solo entrepreneur, or maybe someone with a business of 1,000 people working for you. As a CEO of that business, if you have to look at what really do you have to optimize for to be able to get 20% per annum growth, you'll see a CEO's responsibility is primarily twofold. You have to take personal responsibility for the sales of your business, because sales solves more than 50% of the problems in business. You've got sales, you've got the money coming in, you can hire people, you can get AI tools, you can take new technology, you can do everything with sales, right? That's one. And the second, even more important, that most of us tend to forget, is actually the function of development, where new growth comes from. And when we speak of development, I would say there is new product development, there is new market development, and of course, there is R&D and learning and development. This is where I would think an individual owner, an individual business owner, should probably focus their energies if they want to ride this point of inflection and ride the wave of India's growth story for the next 2 decades. But how do you really do it? How do you do it? I was looking at some data on how is it that China did it and found some very interesting insights, which is if you look at data for 2023, India had 90,000 patents in 2023. And by comparison, China had 1.7 million patents the same year, the very same year. I'm afraid to even calculate the multiple by which they've beaten us in the number of patents. And then I look at another data point, which is, let's look at what percentage of our GDP really goes towards research and development and learning and development. And when we plot countries on this one data point, and this data set actually shows us that India as a whole spends close to 0.6% of its GDP on research and development and learning and development. We're not even in the top 25%. We're not part of the top 50% countries which are spending on R&D. And I wanted to look at, is there a responsibility I can take upon myself? Is there some bit of accountability I can take and maybe make a little bit of a difference? I said maybe the growth rate in our R&D spend is now increasing as our GDP is growing. And then when I look at how the R&D spends in different economies are growing at what rate, just look at this data. China's spend on R&D is growing at almost 14% per annum. 14% per annum. Despite getting 1.7 million patents in a year. India is not even part of this chart yet. This, of course, is India's data, where we look at how our absolute R&D expenditure is definitely growing year on year. But the percentage to the GDP continues to fall. It used to be at its high, close to 0.8% of India's GDP a few years ago, and right now stands at closer to 0.6%. Is there a problem? And you think it's a question that I'm posing to this room today? Well, possibly not. Because this has also been discussed in the parliament as recent as last month. And this is a press release that we see which says the reason India's R&D spend is so low is because only about 35 or 36% of the total R&D in India is done by private players and private enterprises. Whereas when you look at data for other countries, the ownership for that R&D is taken up where 70% of the R&D spend comes from private enterprise, which actually tells us that if we pull up the data to say India does not spend on R&D and blame the government for it, we first need to look inwards and probably take that responsibility ourselves, right? And when I ask you, okay, what should be the percentage spend of your annual sales as a business owner on R&D activities, we don't even have benchmarks in India yet. Because when we look at the most innovative companies around the world, this is the list as per innovative rankings. Look at this. Google spends about 15%, Amazon 13%, Microsoft 14%, Tesla 12%. Right at the top of innovation rankings is actually Apple, spending 5%, and despite its size, I mean, we all know what's happened to their share price after they announced the iPhone 17, and what really is being spoken about in innovation circles about maybe Apple having lost its charm or its golden touch, correct? And a lot of you would say that 14-15% is a very high percentage of my sales amount to be investing in R&D because my margins don't allow me that much spend, correct? Very fair, very fair. But I would say when we look at manufacturing entities, trading entities, anywhere close to 2-3% is still fair because if countries such as Israel, can spend upwards of 6% of their GDP on R&D as a small enterprise. All I ask is 2%. Now comes a question, which is, I am a service provider. You know, imagine my annual revenue is 100 rupees. From 100 rupees, I'm asked to spend 2 rupees on just learning and development, research and development. As a service provider, as a freelancer, as a solo entrepreneur, that a great majority of India's entrepreneurs are, that 2% will barely make a dent. It won't make a dent. So I need to probably change my lens to look at, it's not a percentage of my revenue. Maybe that's a metric I should leave to the manufacturers. But for me as an individual entrepreneur, I should look at what percentage of my time am I dedicating and devoting to learning and development activities. 2% of the day would be barely anything. But can I get to 15% of my day? When I think about it in the context of percentage of the total time available, I possibly can. And I remember that as a knowledge professional, back in 2021, till that time in our organization, we would do training programs on the third Saturday of every single month. Third Saturday, I would have my entire team in the conference room. Morning till evening, myself, other experts, my partners would train them. Beta, learn. These are the updates on taxation. This is what is happening in business. By lunchtime, there was literally barely anything going inside their heads. You can imagine. We've all been there. And I thought this wasn't really the right way to do learning and development. We need to change that. So I thought, okay, maybe 5% of my day, every day, should just go towards it. And the best way to train my team, which could also be at a client site or working remotely, is possibly to make a video, 8 to 10 minutes long, put it up on a portal, and share it on the office WhatsApp group to say, this is your learning of the day that everyone in the team has to watch. Every day. 10 minutes. Passive consumption. The team could also watch it while having lunch. No problems. And this is how this entire journey started back in 2021. What you see here is again one of the early training videos on ESOPs. How do you implement ESOPs in a business? You can see from the timestamp that it was about a 7-minute long video where I explain the concept. I'm just speaking to the camera. I'm essentially speaking to my team. And the entire explanation is actually copy-pasted and put in the description for someone to read and refer to. This video would be posted on Instagram and then cross-posted on YouTube. Why? Because if any of my team wanted to search for when I taught them about ESOPs, they could not do that search on Instagram. The only place they could search keywords was YouTube, so it went with the entire description on YouTube. And of course, while I was at it, I just copy-pasted the description onto LinkedIn and made it a LinkedIn post. Fair, easy. Easy stuff that all of us can do, right? But then came this one challenge where after the 90th day, I was like, okay, I've covered TDS, I've covered GST, I've covered valuations, I've covered ESOPs, co-founders, shareholders. No more topics left. None. 90 days, and I guarantee you, you could be in real estate, you could be in manufacturing, you could be in robotics, tangibly studying engineering every day. And I want to give this challenge to practically every entrepreneur of India today. Just sit down and write 90 topics that you can teach to your team, maybe your peers, maybe the public at large, no matter what expert you are. When I started doing this, I was in this profession for almost 12 years. Over a decade, of experience in the field and not even 100 insights. If you really want to measure how much knowledge you and I have sitting in this room, or maybe people listening to this on TV, 100 insights. I challenge you. Do this today. Try and write down all the topics you can talk about. And if you can't get to the number of 100, that's how fragile our knowledge is. And I'm talking about 2021, then when AI did not even exist, right? I mean, if we were to look at it from the lens of AI, we're all practically unemployable right away. Right away. And India's biggest export is the services of its knowledge professionals. Correct? Okay. So that evening, I started reading. I remember 11 in the night, and I'd not put out a video. And I was like, okay, I didn't put out anything today. And maybe I'm going to be facing the judgment of my entire team saying, aaj sir ke paas kuch batane ko tha nahi. So I thought, I can't let that happen. I opened up one of my old finance books looking for a topic. What is it that I can talk about? And I'm reading till 2 a.m. I finally find something and I wake up my wife saying, listen, you need to hold up this phone for me. I have to put out this video. One day she's like, okay, this guy's gone crazy. This can definitely not last. Interestingly, she played along. She did it the first night, then the second. The third night, she was like, listen, you need to stop this. I need to go off to sleep at 11 p.m. You can't be up till 2 a.m. with the lights on, reading. So I thought, okay, how do I put her to sleep? I bought an iPad because the lights can be off and I can still continue to read. At that time, started a journey where I was practically reading every night for 3 hours from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., trying to find that one topic that the following morning at 9 a.m. I would get to my desk, make a video, only so that my team could learn something. And fortunately at the same time, I stumbled upon this book called Building a Second Brain, which essentially says that humans tend to forget 90% of the things. And I'm probably still underestimating. 99% of the things that we consume, we will forget. Our brains are not designed to keep that knowledge. So no matter how much you study, it's not going to stick. And this book talks about a topic where every person needs to build a second brain that is outside of themselves, which is whatever you learn, you capture the insight, you organize it, you distill it, you express it, and you store it into your second brain so that you can take it out and use it whenever required. Don't depend on your memory. So I thought, okay, 2 WhatsApp groups. The first, where I put content ideas. Anything interesting that someone said that I would want to research and learn about, I just put it right there and I let it be. When I find some time later during the day, I'm just intrigued. I have 2 hours to study. I'll open it up, start reading. Whatever I find, I put in the other WhatsApp group, which has all the organized information. For example, 2021 was also when I was really curious about the business of WWE. Did you know it's a listed entity in the US? Listed entity? Wildly profitable. So I read up about it, how they own the intellectual property, how every time Dwayne Johnson uses the term The Rock for himself, he needs to pay a royalty to WWE. Man, that was fascinating. I just put it out as a post and it rests. It continues to rest in the WhatsApp group today, where if someone brings up WWE in conversation, I can quickly search for WWE, go through that message and be more interesting in the conversation, correct? Okay. As luck would have it, as more and more such information started getting collected, a publisher called me. He's like, you keep writing every day about how businesses are valued, how to raise capital. can I just write a book for you, organize all of this into a book? And I said, sure, I mean, why not? The first book on startup fundraising came about in 2021. No, 2022. The following year, I'd written 500 more topics. And then he said, listen, there's so much more to what you've put out. Can we put out another book? And I said, sure. Then came out another book called Founder's Office. The third one comes out this September as we speak. But then this has been a journey of learning and development for the past 4 years. And I can tell you, with all the education I've practically had over the past 20 years of formal education, doing my undergrad in finance, my CA, my CS, my CMA, going to ISB, and I have so much gratitude towards all these institutions because they've given so much. But I would not shy away from saying that the amount of learning I've had in the past 4 years is far more than what I had 20 years before that. And I really wish I had started this back when I was doing my education. My learning from my institutions would have just absolutely blown up. I would have been a different person. And this is why I speak about it. The first thing we need to do, take individual ownership, is for our own L&D and R&D. And I don't ask you to put a single rupee. I just ask you to put 1 hour every day in R&D for your business. Now, we speak about the other aspect, which is a CEO should focus on development and sales. And whenever you speak with consultants and gurus about how do you really increase sales, there is a formula. You increase the number of visitors to your web store, maybe the amount of footfall you get at your offline store. Then you look at a conversion rate, and then you try to increase the average order value, or maybe the repeat rate and the frequency of buying. But what we don't realize is there is one aspect that actually impacts conversion the most, which is really trust. But how do you measure trust? Is there a way for you to figure out how can I measure the trust and see if the score is going up? Because, I mean, we need to get on 20% per annum growth, right? And ride this inflection point. So I was like, okay, as a CEO myself of this business, my trust is essentially the reputation I carry into the room. So I started digging deeper into figuring out how is reputation measured. Interestingly, there have been studies around this. And I want you to see this. This is data that shows how much value of the market cap of any business in a geography is directly correlated and dependent on the CEO's reputation. Look at some numbers. In the US, 38% the market value of the business is dependent on what investors think of the CEO, his skills, his vision, his abilities. Correct? But a very interesting insight here, that when you look at economies of Turkey, Indonesia, India, almost 60% the value of the company is derived from the CEO's reputation. The correlation with the CEO's reputation with respect to your market cap is much higher in these economies compared to Western economies. And if I had to probably think of a reason, I would think that maybe these economies are inherently low trust economies. When I have low trust on a business, I will buy from the guy I like. Maybe, just my inference. So I dug down further, wanting to figure out how can a CEO improve this. And here are certain factors that actually determine the score or the rating of a CEO's reputation. The CEO has a clear vision for the company, inspires and motivates others, is honest and ethical, is a good communicator internally, has a global business outlook. I was like, okay, makes sense, but how does a CEO convey all of this? In fact, when you look outside of the business, the external market judges your reputation based on how many events are you going out to and speaking at. Are you really seen as an industry expert where you are being invited by sessions such as this to speak about what's really happening and what is your view? And if that is really the case, the equation that measures trust started coming to me. And interestingly, was put together by this gentleman called Charles Green a few decades ago, which said trust is measured as credibility, reliability, authenticity, all divided by the perception of self-interest. So if the other person thinks that you're doing this for your own interest, trust goes down. The moment they believe you're doing this for the larger good of the society, of the country, of the consumers, of the employees, the trust goes up. Very interesting. So what do you really do? Credibility is purely basis your knowledge, your experience, your credentials, your qualifications. Reliability in companies, you will notice, is all a function of how predictable is the CEO's behavior. We've all seen companies where everyone's gauging, should I break this news to the CEO today? Don't think he's in the right mood. Terrible cultures, terrible. The CEO has to be predictable for things to work in an organization. So, okay, predictability. Authenticity is when a CEO can own up to their mistakes, narrate personal stories to say, yes, I've been through this and I understand. And I know how I can be human and I can make mistakes. And perception of self-interest is broken when you talk about constantly about doing good to the society at large, working towards nation building, ensuring that employees are paid even when COVID-19 happens, or making the best product for the customer that no other competitor is making. And the only way that you would see people can really drive all of this narrative today is when you see these leaders write about it on LinkedIn, on Twitter, maybe even on Instagram, I would hope. I would hope. And this is essentially a framework with 9 different functions that a CEO can optimize trust on through content on social media. You can take care of the perception that your investors could possibly hold about your company. Or if you want to acquire the right kind of talent, you could write about and speak about and distribute stories about how great people are at your workplace and how well you take care of them. The right narrative could also work in ensuring that the government doesn't come out with a bill that kills your industry overnight. We've seen that. Because it's the right kind of lobbying. And you as a CEO must just focus on 3 of these 9 things, and that's all. That's all. And the beauty, I promise, towards achieving that 20% growth in business is essentially 2 things. Learning and development and building trust in the market, both of which can be built on the back of data, which is so widely available in India today, much more than anywhere else in the world, and just one device in your pocket, which is your smartphone. That's it. That's it. And I would hope people stop looking at content for entertainment. When we guys take responsibility for the country, and with we guys, I don't mean myself, but all of you, we're also responsible for the media diet that everyone consumes. Do we want the youth to be consuming more entertaining dance reels? Yes, maybe. But maybe it's an onus on us to take care of not just our own L&D and R&D, but maybe theirs as well. So if there is anything that you know in this world, even if it's just less than 100 insights, I would urge you, put it down on paper, put it on camera, and publish it. Because it won't just change society at large, it will change you and your business. Thank you.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी MSME से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे MSMEs थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो।
40 people killed, including 9 children in Stampede. The police says that Vijay's party decided not to follow any protocols. TVK moves Madras High Court seeking inquiry into the Stampede. Vijay provided police protection. DMK levels huge allegations, says ambulance vehicles were blocked and attacked. AIA-DMK blames the DMK government for not providing proper security. Injured victim moves Madras High Court seeks a ban on TVK chief Vijay's political campaign.
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के आरोप लगे यहाँ पे क्या कहेंगे स्वामी पार्थ क्या कहेंगे आप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लग जाएंगे यहाँ पे So hey, you see, Swami Parth did not respond to the question.
Accused of molesting 15 female students, molester Baba Swami Chinmay Anand has been arrested from Agra and UP, brought to the national capital now. Restrictions continue in Ladakh, no relaxation in curfew. LG Kavinder Gupta held a high-level security meeting just a while back. And Prime Minister pays tribute to Zubin Garg during his Mann Ki Baat address, says his music will continue to enthrone generations to come. Let's start with a breaking update coming in. As far as the Stampede in Tamil Nadu is concerned, 40 people have lost their life. We're learning that Tamil Nadu police has briefed media over the Stampede at Vijay's rally. Police has said that they had told TVK to change location for the rally. He further stated that due to crowd, ambulances could not move at all in that area. Police also said that many people were hospitalized even in the earlier location where he held the rally. So this is a big charge that has come in from the police administration there. They've said that they had told TVK to change the location for the rally and said that due to the crowd, ambulance could not be moved, and this is what the Tamil Nadu top cop have told media after a stampede, a deadly stampede took place at Vijay's rally. 40 people have lost their lives. Let me go across to my colleague Sharda, who's been tracking all the details. Sharda, we're learning that the police has pinned the blame on TVK chief. They said that they had told the party to change the location. But the question is that why did police they should not have allowed this rally to take place? Could they have not cancelled the entire event?
Well, the ADGP Davidson speaking to us actually mentioned that out of 3 options that they were given, the TVK members initially asked for a place near the lighthouse, but they didn't allow it because there was a river nearby, and with the dense crowd, there are many possibilities of people falling into the river, and that was cancelled out. And second was around Tana, where again it was a place where a lot of traffic during the peak hours would come, and they denied that also. And the third place was decided after the AIADMK campaigned there just 2 days back, and the TVK members of this particular district had also visited there and have agreed to have doing their rally there, and that's the only after that did the ADGP agree for the permission. And initially when the permission was given, the TVK members did see the location and then only agree.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shraddha, for all the details. Stay on with us. We have another breaking update coming in. Retired High Court Judge Justice Aruna Jagdeesan has arrived at the spot to probe into the Stampede incident, is what we are learning. Remember, she has been given the responsibility to find out what really happened. We're learning that the probe has intensified. Retired High Court Judge has arrived in Tiruchirappalli right now, and those are the visuals on your screen. The probe will be conducted to find out what really happened. Was it the administration that could not handle the crowd, or in fact was it TVK chief that would be held responsible? Only the probe will tell. And those are the visuals on your screen of the former High Court judge that has been appointed to look into what really went wrong, leading to 40 people losing their life in Tamil Nadu. Let me once again go across to my colleague Sharda, who's been tracking all the details. Sharda, we're getting in visuals of the former High Court judge there at the spot. In fact, she will be conducting the probe as to what really went wrong. Give us more information.
Well, the commission was formed by the government last night, and it was announced by M.K. Stalin saying that the former Judge Aruna will be taking up this the one-person commission and to find out what exactly happened. But after the announcement of M.K. Stalin, the AIADMK and BJP has also now sought for a Supreme Court sitting bench to look into the case, and also the TVK party, the lawyer has also approached the Madras High Court seeking a probe into exactly what happened in Karur last night. So there are three different versions that we are expecting on this, because one by the government, which was appointed by the M.K. Stalin government, which is Aruna, and also the sitting court bench might look into the case as the number of death toll is now increased to 40. The case is becoming very serious, and the BJP and the AIADMK is constantly asking for the High Court bench and the Supreme Court bench to immediately look into the case. And a new probe filed by the TVK is expected that the High Court would soon be listening to their petition as well, and a new judge would also be appointed for the same case.
Absolutely. Sardar, keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. As the supporters suffered in hospital fighting for their lives, instead of being with them, politician Vijay took the opportunity to leave Karur, where the incident took place, and jet off all the way 400 kilometers to Chennai. Let's have a look at what unfolded in the last 24 hours.
As people crushed during the stampede at Vijay's rally in Karur succumbed to their injuries while the others fought for their lives. Actor turned politician Vijay was seen slipping away from the crowd and fleeing off to the Trichy airport while avoiding cameras, and then later in Chennai. Vijay turned tail and ran while 39 people died due to a stampede at his poorly managed rally in Karur district in Tamil Nadu. When Republic confronted a TVK spokesperson about Vijay's whereabouts, they first claimed that he was still at the rally before quickly backtracking on their statement.
Where is Vijay, Ranjanaji?
He is there, sir. He is in the rally.
He's in
I
the
saw
rally.
him after that he is missing. Sir, he is not
All politicians are here. BJP, DMK, AIADMK,
he is a leader who can stand bold and strong with the people's support. Okay, he is not a person, he is not a leader to go and abscond anywhere. You can find our leader anywhere, and we are ready to answer anytime, right?
Ma'am, I'm asking you, you're so casually saying people wait all the time during a rally.
No. That is not. I am not answering casually, but little more politely. I am answering you little more politely. I am not handling it casually.
Breaking news: Vijay was caught by reporters near Trichy airport. He has left without answering, ma'am. What are you saying is there right there? What are you saying is right there? Reporters have seen him near the Trichy airport.
For attending TVK's gathering, 31 Tamil lives have been lost. Just for seeing Vijay, just to hear him, just to see him.
It is not necessary, sir. When the time comes, he will definitely meet people.
For the last 20 days.
It is on camera. It is on camera, apparently.
As Vijay's supporters struggled for air in a crowd, over 2 lakh people in a narrow road, dehydrated because of the stark lack of arrangements made for such a huge crowd. TVK chief Vijay posted about the condolences from the comfort of his plane rather than being there for those who supported him and was suffering due to mismanagement. Vijay's actions show immense disrespect for those who brought him to the stage he used to enter politics. While Vijay posted his condolences on social media in safe surroundings, people who were part of the rally spent their hours in pain, both physical and mental.
And now the politics and blame game has started over the entire incident. Imagine 40 people have lost their life. DMK is saying that TVK chief Vijay is responsible on this. But on the other side, BJP is saying that this was an intelligence failure. There was no proper security arrangement there at the spot. Listen in to what the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders are saying on this.
We are very distressed to see the place, how it was arranged, and how the government has taken steps to protect the crowd. They would have expected such crowd. So it's very disheartening, but at present we are in grief, seeing the patients, and the post-mortem is also delayed. I have requested a little more officers can be deputed. People are in distress. They wanted to see the body. One mother fainted, and actually I helped her to get some IV fluid. So they should more arrangements for this. Really seeing all this, I'm really distressed.
Ma'am, also this...
Doctors, they should depute more. Even post-mortem doctors, they should depute more. Officers, all are outside, not knowing when the body will be coming. At least they should have mentioned this body will get this time. All the people outside are agitated. They are 7 hours, they are waiting. So already they are in distress. So post-mortem and all, they have to quicken it. So in this era, scientific era, so many things can be done. But why they are acting like this, I don't know. Because very careless attitude.
But both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister continues to say they brought doctors around from the district, Salem, Nagakal, Dindakal and everywhere, Namakal, back here, and he said they've deployed more doctors, and last night they said there are sufficient medications done here.
No, that itself, because it's a Karur is almost a big city. Even to manage these type of cases, if so many doctors to be deputed, and what is the basic infrastructure available in this headquarters? So it is very disheartening. It's almost a medical college. So it's very difficult, I am very, very disheartening. And immediately they should make even see the people outside the mortuary. Why they have to wait so long?
And we have another breaking news coming in. The Tamil Nadu Electricity Board has explained at the press conference that there was a power cut there at the spot when the rally was taken place for 30 minutes before the actor Vijay came to the location. As there were people climbing onto the trees and transformers and citing their safety, and in fact, because of their safety and with the help of the police after bringing them down, we switched on the electricity. And this is what the Electricity Department has said. ADGP has revealed that TVK flouted the rules given to them, which included them doing a road show and meeting people in the district at multiple locations. But the biggest admission has been that of a power cut for 30 minutes is what we're learning. As soon as we're learning that TVK Chief Vijay arrived there at the spot, there was a power cut for 30 minutes. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Sharda, who's been tracking all the details. Sharda, we're learning that there was a power cut for 30 minutes. Do you think, and what are the people, eyewitnesses there on the spot saying, was it after this electricity cut, power cut, that the stampede took place?
Yes, exactly. It was only after the power cut people tried to go near Vijay's vehicle, but the Electricity Board has now cleared the information saying that the power was cut even 30 minutes before Vijay reached the spot, and it was because people tried to climb on the trees and the boards, electricity boards that were kept on the road, and to make sure that nobody gets hurt or get electrocuted, and that's the reason there was a power cut. And with the help of the police, when they brought them down from the transformers and trees, they made sure that the electricity was switched back on before Vijay came in to the exact location. But also another side, what we are hearing from the witnesses, because there was no proper power and there was no enough light, is when the people flocked towards the bus to see the actor Vijay. So there are both sides to it, and the ADGP has now made it clear that only a clear investigation can give us what the truth is, and he's also not revealing what exactly happened, because he continues to state that the commission board is just now starting the investigation and he cannot reveal the information that they have already collected.
Absolutely. Sharda, stay on with us. In fact, police has put the blame on TVK Chief. They have said that he did not follow the norms. He flouted the norms there. Let's listen into what the police has said.
Permit them to conduct this event at a place called Lighthouse Roundana. This was not accepted by the police because it was considered to be a high-risk place, considering a large petrol station on the left side and the river Amravati bridge on the right side. So the officers decided it's not advisable to give permission there. So they asked for one more place called the Ulavar Chandai. So that was also examined, and they told them that also the kind of capacity that you're going to bring is not going to accommodate in that place. So keeping there as an option, they suggested a place, we suggested a place called Velayathapuram, this one. Because this was conducted in the recent past by one of the political parties with about 12 to 15,000 people who were gathered there, and it went off very peacefully. So that was suggested to them. So they also went and saw the place, they finally agreed. They gave it in writing saying that we may be permitted to conduct the event in this place.
You gave permission?
Yes, some of the conditions have been violated, yes.
Like what?
Yeah.
What are the cases?
No, that investigation will tell you, okay, right? Yeah.
Is there a case registered against sir?
The case has been registered. The investigation will find out who are all involved in this, okay? Right, thank you.
All right, we have another breaking news coming in. The TVK advocate wing president has said that TVK, led by actor C. Joseph Vijay, has approached the Madras High Court seeking Central Bureau of Investigation or Special Investigation Team probe into the tragic stampede that claimed nearly 40 lives. And this is, in fact, a statement that has come in from TVK's advocates wing president. And he has said that TVK made a mention before Justice M. Dandapani, urging the court to take suo motu cognizance of the incident and ensure impartial investigation into the case. So they are seeking for CBI or SIT probe into this entire matter. Remember, the responsibility for the investigation has been handed over to the former judge, and she will be reaching the spot in just some time. But TVK, they're seeking impartial probe. They're seeking CBI or SIT investigation into this, and they've moved the Madras High Court regarding that. We're learning that a plea has been filed. A plea stressed that only independent agency could uncover the lapses that led to the large-scale loss of life during the party's public meeting. So this is what exactly the advocates of TVK has said. They said that there should be a CBI investigation or SIT investigation into this case. There should be a partial investigation, and that is why they have moved the Madras High Court. We'll keep you updated on that. Now let's get you the top international stories of the day in 1 minute. The border security forces initiated a massive search operation in Ramgarh sector of Samba district after a Pakistani drone was sighted hovering over the village on the morning of September 28th. With Bihar elections coming closer, the BJP unit of the state has announced election campaign committee for the election process, which will comprise of 45 members. PM Modi today announced that the government of India is working to get the Chhath Mahaparv added to UNESCO cultural heritage list during the 126th edition of his monthly radio program Mann Ki Baat. He also added that it will help people all over the world to learn about the festival's importance and its beauty. And now shifting our focus to the national capital. Remember that self-styled godman who was arrested by the Delhi police earlier today. He is accused of molesting as many as 17 women in the ashram in the national capital. We're learning that the hearing in Patiala High Court has started. He was produced by the police there, and we're learning that police has sought 5 days of remand of molester Baba, and the hearing is underway in Delhi molestation case. We'll try and connect with our reporter there on the ground to learn what the police has said while seeking the remand of molester Baba. But this is as far as his arrest is concerned. Remember, he was on the run for the last 50 days, but last night he was arrested from Agra. He was changing his location. And let me go across to my colleague Akhil, who just a while back also tried to confront the molester Baba, but he remained quiet. Akhil, we're learning that the hearing has started in Patiala House Court, and the police has sought his custody for 5 days. What has police told the court regarding this?
Well, if you see what we have seen, that at around 3 p.m. the hearing began in this Partha Swamy case, and the Delhi police has basically asked for 5 days of police custody for further interrogation of the very accused. Because if you see what has happened at early this morning at around 3:30 am, Delhi police has arrested the accused from Agra, and the accused has been basically changing his location for the last 50 days. Because if you see, the complaint was filed in this regard in the month of August, first week of August. Since then, the accused has been basically changing his location, and the information that we have got from the Delhi police sources that he has changed 13 different hotels in the last 50 days. And right now, the Delhi police has arrested successfully the very accused in this case, in which what we have seen that 16 women have given their testimony in that regard, and it's very likely that Delhi police is going to make the accused sit in front of them to basically counter the points and arguments made by the accused. So in that regard, the court, the Patiala House Court, has basically reserved its order, and it's very likely that around 4:45 p.m. the court is going to give that order.
Absolutely. All eyes will be on that order by the Patiala House Court. Another 20 minutes to go for that. Stay on with us. In fact, let's listen in to the confrontation that my colleague Akhil did with the molester Baba. He does the question. Listen in.
16 लड़कियों ने आप पे एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं। क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पार्था स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं क्या? पार्था स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? 16 लड़कियों ने आप पे आरोप लगाए हैं। क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? 16 लड़कियों ने आप पे एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं। क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पार्था स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं क्या? पार्था स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? 16 लड़कियों ने आप पे आरोप लगाए हैं।
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the situation in Ladakh. We're learning that restrictions continue there. No relaxation in curfew till now in the last 5 days. And also on the other side, Prime Minister has paid tribute to Zubin Garg during the Mann Ki Baat address. He has said that his music will continue to enchant generations to come. We'll give you more details on that on the other side. Stay with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो, शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो, या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन्ड फॉर सुकून।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा। और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे। हम
Welcome to the Republic Business Leadership Conclave, viewers. And we have a very special guest joining us here. Virtually, we have Professor Abhay Vinayak Purohit joining us. He is the president of the Council of Architecture. It's an honor to have you, sir, here on Republic TV's Leadership Summit. And this session topic, viewers, is the architects of modern Bharat. So I'll start straight away asking you, Professor Purohit, how can India architectural education become more globally competitive?
That's a very nice question. Presently, we have about 400 schools of architecture in India, and basically, Council of Architecture controls its education in terms of the syllabus and other things, and we keep on actually updating the entire system through lots of workshops, seminars, and the things. And we are also in a tie-up with the foreign sort of the educational systems. We are keenly observing that, and our standard is fairly good. But at the same point of time, there are the challenges which are there. They are in terms of basically the technology inputs which are going to come, and the modern world which is going to look at the sustainability in a different fashion altogether. That's another issue which will be happening around. So we are absolutely gearing it up. The institutions are trying to cope up with the changes and the aspirations which the nation has. So we are trying to club all these things together.
And also, sir, while being globally competitive also, how do you think that, one can balance the modern technology with something that is traditional, balancing the modern with the traditional, and also something that is very importantly climate friendly?
Yeah, see, primarily what is happening is that we have seen the changes happening around, and we know that like there was this computer revolution which came, and then we were talking about the IT revolution, and now we are talking about the artificial intelligence as it is happening around, and this naturally is going to change the entire system in a very, very different fashion. On one side, technology is one part which needs to be seen. On the other part of it, as such, we are talking about also we have to become much more responsible in terms of addressing the concerns which are related to the climate change, which are related to the sustainability. And on the third side of it, as such, we have to look at, because India has a very, very rich architectural heritage. So we are one of the very, very old civilizations, and it has its own well-developed architectural style and the systems. And when we are talking about our progress, the progress could not be devoid of our past. That when we have that kind of a rich heritage, which is a part of it. So these are the three major sort of the issues which need to be sort of integrated with the modern learning system, specifically in case of architecture. Interestingly, architecture also basically is a mirror of the civilization.
Yes.
So we need that kind of a sort of a setup which needs to be put up.
Absolutely, sir. But how challenging it could be, given the fact that when you bring in something new as well, or you bring in some changes also, when you break from the tradition as well, or anything, that is required to do, but there could be roadblocks, in terms of the policies. There could be policy challenges, or what could be the biggest regulatory challenges as far as any architect is concerned?
See, but there are two areas which we have to look at. Presently, architectural services, as you call it, are not basically restricted to architects. So that is one of the really challenging situation from the point of view of the professional architects. So it is as if, saying that those who are not doctors are practicing medicine. I mean, the matter is like that. But then, yes, when Architects Act came into existence at that point of time, hardly few architects were there in India, and serving that kind of a large population was not possible. But today we have geared up. We have about 1,90,000 architects who are already registered with Council of Architecture. And every year we are having a strength of producing about 20,000 to 25,000 architects. This is changing the scenario. That means that we are now capable of reaching the last person in the population. So we are capable of catering. And so there is a need to relook at the services and its protection. But that is only one part of it. Another part which keeps on happening around is that we have to also gear them up, everybody, those who are practicing architecture as well as those who are the students, as you rightly pointed out, that the technology has to be integrated with the practice. So we have a digital manufacturing which is happening around, we have the AI models which are introduced, we have the virtual reality which is a part of it. Also that design also has not now confined it to architecture, is not only confined it to architecture. Because these are the creative minds which are capable of expanding themselves into various other creative activities. And so we have the multidisciplinary practices which are emerging, which are successful. So that is one. Another is like we need to be sort of capable of providing the equal sort of the services as the best of the world is providing. So we have to compete with the multinational companies. And thereby there are the need to change actually the rules and regulations also according to that. Of course, that Ministry of Commerce is also looking at it very keenly. Minister of Education is also very, very interested to incorporate the things together. And I believe that the things would change in the days to come. Amendment to Architects Act would come. National education policy and its configuration with architectural education also would be happening.
When it comes to India, which sustainable design practice do you think makes the maximum impact?
We have good natural resources, and so we are capable of actually producing bamboo as a material in a very, very good quantum. Bamboo is quite sustainable material, but we need to also experiment with that as such and incorporate it into a practice. Another part which keeps on happening around is that we also have a mud as a good quantum available, and so we are capable of also converting that into as a building material with a maybe mud compressed blocks. We have the technologies which are possible. So that is possible for us to integrate basically our mud and our bamboo as a building material and bring it together. Along with that, we have ample of the sunlight across, and so that means that the integration of the solar systems could be very well possible. And then, but one of the major concerns happens to be, though we have good rains, retaining the water becomes a very, very serious matter, and that thereby there has to have the systems whereupon every house, every township, every neighborhood should be capable of harvesting its own rainwater. And these are the practices which, need to be integrated with the entire system. Along with that, of course, that we have to focus on how are we capable of recycling our waters and how are we capable of actually converting our sludge into maybe the cakes which are capable and the technology is available. So whereupon we are capable of digesting everything within. So it starts becoming a self-sustaining sort of exercise. Plastic also happens to be another thing. So are we capable of using a plastic or minimizing the use of plastic is one. And another part is that are we capable of also integrating plastic as a reinforcement material in certain cases to increase the strength so that we can reduce the burden of the plastics from the world. So these are the broader areas under which we have to basically look at.
And of course, a very interesting and very important role that architects play, generally when it comes to construction, of course, but when it comes to housing and it comes to even school infrastructure and many more such important buildings, how do you think architecture is growing as far as its role is concerned? How is its role evolving, sir? And how more of value addition can be done?
See, we have to look at architecture as a sort of a very, very important service, and it's inevitable for certain reasons. A majority of people believe that it is an aesthetical quality, but it is not only the aesthetical quality. So it is an aesthetical quality combined with a sort of a structural stability which will be coming in. And third thing is that optimization of the spaces that starts happening around. Also, architects are capable of basically providing the integration of the services in a better fashion. So if we are talking about, let us say, public buildings, we are talking about hospitals, we are talking about schools, we are talking about maybe even for that matter, big commercial complexes and so on and so forth. Few things which are very, very important is that nowadays we are talking about universal accessibility. Now, it should be, building should be inclusive. Everybody and anybody, even with the sort of the special abilities, etc., also should be capable of moving. Now, you need your buildings, public buildings specifically, which actually are accessible in a lot of ways. One is capable of walking, one of ramps are provided with as such, lifts are there, whereupon wheelchairs could be accommodated. A blind person also should be capable of moving with the ease. All these scenarios has to be taken care of by the architect, along with the integration of the services. Another part which starts happening around is that the buildings itself should become sustainable, meaning that by that, the material which is going to actually cause harm to the nature needs to be avoided. And so a whole lot of a new vocabulary of a material and a technology is evolving, and this needs to be incorporated into the design. Third thing which we have to look at when we talk about housing, and specifically we talk about mass housing, then it also has to be seen that it also has an opportunity for those who are occupying it. Specifically, the lower middle class and the lower income group classes, whereupon possibly everybody from the family becomes the earning member. And if that is what it is, the house itself is not only functioning as a house. So on one side, the size of the house is small, and it also has to function in terms of also a workplace. So lot of activities will start happening around, and the design should be versatile to accommodate such kind of the scenarios.
You already mentioned about artificial intelligence. So how really, if you could just shed some light or give us some examples of how really digital technology like AI or even 3D tools are in fact evolving architecture or bringing in changes when it comes to architecture in the country.
It's very, very interesting. So what has started happening, I keep on saying this, that it used to be a linear learning. Now it is becoming a learning of a matrix. So it is not like you are moving only in a straight direction, but you have to also see left, you have to see your right, and there are all the areas which are available. What has happened is that artificial intelligence is basically providing a lot of aspirations. And along with that, expectations are very high. So previously what used to be there is that I would be putting up the drawings as such and trying to explain that to my client. Now it is possible for me to actually take my client to that space whereupon the client is capable of feeling it. So this is very, very different kind of experience. So when you say virtual reality, whereupon a client prior to erection of the building itself, because every client is not capable of reading the drawings possibly, but he is capable of feeling the space. And when you are creating the virtual spaces which client is capable of experiencing, it's a whole lot of a difference it is going to make. This is number one. Another thing which keep on happening around is that there are a lot of things which were dependent on, the expertise, so-called. And there were the chances of the errors happening around, but now with the artificial intelligence and the tools which are associated with it, I am capable of completely analyzing my building prior to its actually execution. Now this gives me a chance to optimize on the resources. This gives me a chance to optimize on the energy consumptions. This gives me a chance to actually have the palette of the materials and the technology which actually would be capable of giving the sustainability to a building. Now this is the sort of the greatest advantage whereupon a building could come virtually into existence without spending a single naya paisa on that, and you are capable of doing all sort of the simulations on the building so that it becomes a very, very perfect sort of a thing to occupy. The testing could be done actually, the virtual strength of the building could be ascertained, life cycle of the building actually could also be ascertained, and so on and so forth. This is a tremendous advantage. Technology is capable of providing me with the perfection.
Right.
Human brain is capable of providing with the creativity. So this is the amalgamation of two good things to happen. And my majority of the things are taken care of by technology. Once the design is made, then actually it is capable of getting converted into lots of its other applications, which normally I was spending a lot of time, office was spending a lot of time. Now that becomes optimized, and hence we are capable of actually reducing the design cycle itself. And the perfection would increase, which is going to create a very, very quality environment. And also we are capable of saving on a lot of resources.
Right, sir. And since our theme is the architects of modern Bharat, how can the architects preserve our culture, preserve our heritage while keeping the modern day needs in mind?
We are a growing economy, and will be coming to possibly those whatever number again 1, 2, 3, but we are there. We are the youngest sort of the population with the highest number out there, reasonably educated, and thereby we are aspiring to serve the world also as well. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are going to be the part of that system whereupon, and as per our culture as such, we serve the elders. So the young India would be serving the elder world. So this is going to happen. But along with that as such, we also need to actually gear up for that quality of the work. Now, so there are two ways, distinct ways of looking at it. Number one is that when we talk about what is going to happen in India, then we have to understand that we have a rich tradition, we have a rich culture, and also that to the extent that every gully and every nukkad, every small town also has a very, very rich heritage, which actually has become a default part of our sort of a life. But this is something which we can actually now showcase to the world. Now this is one part of it. As it happens in the Western world, a very small thing to be actually celebrated to such a degree, and we have so much to celebrate as such, and they are silent about it. This is no more going to be that way around. It has to be that every place needs the celebration. Our heritage needs the celebration. But when we say it needs the celebration, it means that we are not talking about, see, those structures are there, those structures are fantastic structures, and we are not going to compete with those structures. That is for sure. But at the same point of time, we are going to draw our clues from it. We are going to create possibly maybe even one of the, I was discussing with you policymakers, I said that let us celebrate it with having the tourist networks crowd. Let's design those networks. Let us design that kind of infrastructure which would be capable of, inviting the others to come and look at our culture. This is one part. Another part is that we are saying Vikasit Bharat. And anything which has to do with the development, or you say that the culture is enriched culture, could not be without architecture. Architecture is a testimony of the civilization and its progress. Meaning thereby that if our aspirations are there, whereupon we are going to achieve it, then it has to be also supported with the sort of the infrastructure, sort of the architecture which is very, very unique, which has its own flavors, and those flavors will be, from our traditions and our past. We should be capable of amalgamating that in a beautiful fashion with the modern technology, modern world, but at the same point of time, the values which need to be projected has to be essentially Indian in nature. And that is something which is a challenge. So on one side, we have to conserve our past. On the other side, we have to take the clues from our tradition and the heritage, and we should be also at the same point of time very, very with a modern outlook. The country which is not rejecting the modernity, but it is not also living its past. That is very, very important. And that is what we have to achieve as the architects.
Absolutely, sir. So finally, before I let you go, what is your vision for modern Bharat in architecture for the next 10 years?
I would like to see that every small town also should be served by the architects. I want to see that the development is a very, very well coordinated development.
Right.
So that we are not leaving the things to the chance. I would like to see that the climate change is happening around, but at the same point of time, we should have the systems. I'm talking about architecture basically. The systems which are basically designed in such a fashion that the life loss is not going to be there. So that protection needs to be there. So maybe if we are talking about those regions which are prone to maybe earthquakes, prone to maybe flooding, etc., then essentially there has to have the rules and the regulations which are saying that no. So I want to design the buildings which actually will be for the safety of the mankind, for the human beings. So the safety should come. So that essentially means that the palette of the technology and the material which has to be used in that part has to be life-saving one.
Right.
So this is one part. Another thing which has to happen is that, as I said, that we have to gear up to serve the world. And that essentially means that the technological interface with with all the branches of education is yes, but with architecture specifically has to be there. And it means that one of the challenges which we have is to actually put up the technology into all the institutions across, so that learning happens. We also have to maybe possibly train our architects once again, so that they are capable of also adopting the new techniques and the new requirements and new aspirations. And all the buildings which are going to come need to look at basically saying that there has to be the safety of the kids. It has to be the smart building, because elderly people also should be capable of getting the sort of the help which has to be provided with. Those who are ill as such should be capable of getting the medical help as fast as possible. And so that means that smartness has to be inculcated into the entire system. We also have to produce our own energy in our buildings, maybe or at a community level. And so the architecture should be capable of responding to that. Water conservation and other scenarios also need to be looked at. All this needs to be integrated. Possibly the building should become more and more green. They should also vertically, even if they are growing as such, also that we should be talking about the verticality of the greenery, which is happening around. The technology is available. We have to look at it in a very careful fashion. And of course, I believe that for India, our space programs are such that we also as architects have to start thinking in terms of are we going to be capable of doing something on maybe Mars? And believe me, it requires a very different kind of expertise. And again, it boils down to material and technology and a lot of things. So there has to have a multidisciplinary approach,
right,
in terms of integrating the human habitat, the built spaces, and it is no more a job of say that okay, I go and I just construct. No, possible, but now you have to be very careful. You have to assess your buildings prior to its execution as to whether it is capable of satisfying our national needs or not.
Right. Well, that's, of course, very interesting and very much inspiring. Professor Purohit, it's a pleasure having you here. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Leadership Summit. Thank you so much, sir.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो, शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो, या जहां नए रंग पुराने दोस्तों जैसे लगते हैं। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में GST बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस GST बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। GST कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakhtar Mishra with you this Sunday. And the molester Baba has been brought to Delhi after he was arrested in Agra. And soon the cases against him will be heard, viewers. We will be keeping a track as Republic TV has also confronted the Baba on camera. We'll get to all that, but first, the headlines at 5. TVKT Vijay seeks CBI or SIT probe into Karur Stampede, moves the Madras High Court. Tamil Nadu top cop says they had asked TVK to change the venue for the rally. TVK has flouted many rules, he alleges. Injured victim moves the Madras High Court, seeks a ban on TVKT Vijay's political campaign. DMK levels huge allegations, says the ambulance vehicles were blocked and attacked. AIA DMK blames the DMK government for not providing adequate security. Accused of molesting 15 female students, molester Baba Swami Chinmayanand produced in court. Police seek 5-day remand. Restrictions continue in Leh, no relaxations in curfew. Lieutenant Governor Govinder Gupta holds a high-level security meet. We start with breaking news coming in, viewers, in connection with Sonam Wangchuk. Now, Sonam Wangchuk's wife has trashed the Pakistan link charge. She in fact blames security forces for the September 4 violence. Now, jailed activist Sonam Wangchuk's wife Gitanjali Angmo has denied the allegations, trashed the allegations of an alleged Pak link to Sonam Wangchuk and the financial irregularities charge against him, terming the charge that Wangchuk incited the violence in Leh as misplaced. She claims that he has been protesting in the most Gandhian way possible, and the situation escalated on the 24th of September due to the actions of the CRPF. Arawat, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast from Leh. Now, Arawat, Sonam Wangchuk's wife has now broken silence, and she, in fact, goes on to say that it is the CRPF, that it is the security forces who, in fact, had caused the violence, that they stoked the violence.
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. We have seen that this statement came out from the wife of Sonam Wangchuk. Yesterday, we have seen that the DGP Ladakh has told that there is the Pakistan links in related to the violence in the Ladakh, in which we have seen more than 90 persons were injured and 4 civilians were killed in that violence. And then after, we have seen that the calamity activist Sonam Wangchuk was arrested by the Ladakh police, having the charge of national security. And then after, we have seen that this statement came out, in which we have seen that the wife of Sonam Wangchuk is saying that the Pakistan link and the financial irregularities against him are false. And we have already seen yesterday that the Ladakh police has told that there are the Pakistan links, as we have already seen as earlier, before his arrest, we have seen the action on Sonam Wangchu, in which we have seen that the Sonam Wangchu's FCRA was revoked by the MHA, and then after we have seen that the Sonam Wangchu was arrested. But somehow, if we'll talk about the ground situation, still here, if we'll talk about on the ground in the Ladakh, the curfew are still on ground, but situation remains peaceful. At the same time, we have seen that the statement from the wife of Sonam Wangchu came out, and in which she has trashed the park lines and charges and blamed the security forces for the violence on the 24th September. We have already seen that the violence which took place here in the Ladakh, but as of now the situation remains under control. But the statement from the Gitanjali came out, Rakshita. Yes.
Right, Rawat. Thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Viewers, we'll keep a close eye on the developments. Viewers, now we shift our focus to the big story from Tamil Nadu. Now, the DMK has leveled a huge allegation, big allegation against the TVK. Now, DMK says that the ambulances were blocked and the ambulance drivers during the stampede were attacked. DMK, in fact, also slammed the TVK over the time management. DMK alleges that party members announced that Vijay would arrive at 12 noon. However, he only arrived around 7:10 p.m. In fact, Republic TV has the entire timeline of the Karur tragedy, viewers. Let's take a look. This starts from 9 p.m. viewers. If we just take 9 a.m. So Vijay left from Chennai for Karur at 9 a.m. and he reaches Namakkal by 12 p.m. while he was supposed to be in Karur. 6 p.m. he reaches Karur instead. 7 p.m. he starts the campaign, but his campaign was supposed to be starting at 4 p.m. but he reaches 3 hours late, and then 40 minutes later he is seen asking the police, pleading with the police to help out the people, and in 5 minutes over 10 people have fainted near his van, and 7:50 is when he quickly stops. He just stops his speech midway and he leaves quickly. He's also spotted at the airport and he ducks all questions, he evades all questions, and he just goes straight home back to Chennai. 8 p.m. over 100 people hospitalized after the stampede, and death toll has been rising since 8:30 p.m. viewers. Today it stands at least 40 people, it includes women and children, and this is what the timeline looked like. And this is, of course, raising many questions. My colleague Sharda joins us live in the broadcast from Sharda. Now, there is a blame game that is continuing. We have on one side TVK, Vijay moving the court, saying that there is some conspiracy, there is some plot, there is something behind this. And meanwhile, DMK says that it was completely a mismanaged rally, and there's an entire timeline that we have also found out about. Sharda, we'll just try and connect with you. I think we have lost the connection, audio connection with you. But viewers, there you have those scenes from, those horrific scenes from that rally. You can see that there were 100,000 lakhs of people and that crowd was swelling. Now, this timeline indicates that he was supposed to start this campaign much earlier, but he was supposed to leave before the sunset. But he starts at around after 7 p.m. So you can understand what the mismanagement was. And we will get you more updates. And in fact, we are playing out more videos so that you can understand what really panned out on ground. And these are the heart-wrenching scenes from the hospital where this man who is carrying his baby, who has possibly lost his life, that young child, a toddler, a baby who has lost his life, and he is crying inconsolably, carrying his son's dead body. Sharda joins us live in the broadcast for more. Sharda, on one hand we have the TVK pointing that there might be a conspiracy, demanding a CBI probe. There are, of course, a lot of lapses that have been found out in this entire rally, right from the scheduling and the actual time that this rally began, and the arrangements, the crowd management, rather, the mismanagement.
Well, as Vijay came 10 hours delayed for what he was supposed to come at 12 noon, and it was only by 7 p.m. he reached Karur. There was first confusion there, but however, even at the time, the TVK leaders did not inform the people of Vijay's the schedule that he would be late, and that itself caused a lot of trouble for the people, because almost for 10 hours they had been standing in the same place, clueless when and where the actor would come. That led to the trouble, and following which there was a power cut for half an hour as people tried to get on the transformers and trees, and the Tamil Nadu Electricity Board had shut down the electricity for the safety purpose. And also speaking to us, ADGP cleared the air, saying that it was 30 minutes before Vijay arrived at the location, and there was no issue after that. But however, TVK supporters claim that it was just because of the power cut, many people thronged towards his van, and which caused the stampede. Also, Rakshita, there's a blame game from yesterday between the DMK and TVK, constantly telling that it is the TVK's leader's mistake to have been come delayed in time and he did not follow punctuality, whereas TVK says that the DMK, having the government in hand, did not give them the location that they preferred and wanted, knowing that there will be the number of crowd, and also the police saying...
Stay on with us. Annamalai is speaking. Shada, please request you to please translate what he's saying.
மாவட்டத்தினுடைய ஆட்சியர் காவல்துறை கண்காணிப்பாளர் இடத்தை சரியாக தேர்வு செய்யல. அடுத்து தமிழகத்தினுடைய பொறுப்பு டிஜிபி ஒரு பேட்டி கொடுக்கிறார். 500 பேர்.
Well, Annamalai is now saying that the ADGP who had selected the place did not select the location for the people correctly. He also said that there were 500 police deployed by the ADGP, but Annamalai constantly says that 500 was not spotted at that location, and many people came forward to tell that it was not enough police deployed at that moment. He also said, saying that the ideas given to them was at least 20,000 to 25,000. If they know that the crowd is coming, will they appoint only 500, keeping in mind that the TVK had given only 10,000 as the number? But if the crowd increases, will the police not do the work, is the question that is being asked by the BJP former leader now. He is also saying that there was a mismanagement as they deployed a very less number of police at the location, because 500 was not enough to manage 25,000 members who had come to see Vijay. He also points out that the police had to think about the High Court orders that was given just 3 days before Vijay's campaign, saying that if they would have seen all the conditions given by the High Court, they would have not chosen the location, and also saying that if they had the place, they should have deployed proper ambulance at the location. 2 ambulances for 25,000 people was not sufficient, which also marks one of the mismanagement of the DMK government.
Basic minimum suspension level.
His request is that the SP of Karur and the ADGP of Karur, who were taken in this case, who had made sure that the location was right, should be immediately suspended, is the request kept by BJP leader Annamalai now. He also points out when the ADGP had requested that the location was requested by the TVK and agreed after they saw the place, he's telling that's not the reason. They studied IPS and had come to the position, but had also have to think about just because someone asked for the location, you didn't give them. He is also saying that what happened in Karur would be an example for other district collectors, police officials and administrators to make sure that this incident doesn't repeat anywhere else in the state of Tamil Nadu again.
திமுக தன்னுடைய 4 ஆண்டு காலம் ஆட்சி காலத்துல எதையும் சரிவர கவனிக்கல. அப்படி இருக்கும் பொழுது முதலமைச்சர் அந்த பதவியில் என்ன பண்றாரு?
He's pointing out that this is not the first time that the DMK has mismanaged a situation. He's constantly saying that in the past 4 years there have been multiple times that the DMK has failed when it comes to the police protection and the home ministry that is run by the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin.
இன்னைக்கு இந்த கூட்டத்தை ரொம்ப ஸ்டடி பண்ணணுங்க. நீங்க வந்து ஒன் மேன் ஜட்ஜை நாங்கள் போட்டிருக்கோம், ரிட்டையர்ட் ஜட்ஜை போட்டிருக்கோம். உடனடியாக சிபிஐ என்கொயரி வேண்டும். இன்னைக்கு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள்
While the DMK says that they have put a one-man commission to this, Annamalai says why can't a CBI inquiry be done, and why is DMK always against the CBI, and why is any time the CBI inquiry comes into Tamil Nadu that the DMK government get flustered and stop the CBI inquiry.
இந்த crowd trigger பண்ணாங்களா? Ambulance எப்ப வந்துச்சு? லாட்டரி சார்ஜ்.
Okay, so that is K. Annamalai, the former Tamil Nadu BJP president and former IPS also pointing out to the lapses. We are getting in reaction from AIADMK General Secretary E. Palaniswamy, who has questioned the DMK government over lack of security arrangements as well. Listen in.
EVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு இந்த கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த டிவிகே அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தால் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu ADGP has revealed that TVK flouted the rules given to them, which included them doing a road show and meeting people in the district at multiple locations, viewers. And in fact, even the Madras High Court observations have been ignored. That's what we are also discovering right now, because earlier as well, there have been problems, there have been controversies in his rallies. Here's what the ADGP has to say.
Permit them to conduct this event at a place called Lighthouse Roundana. This was not accepted by the police because it was considered to be a high-risk place, considering a large petrol station on the left side and the river Amravati bridge on the right side. So the officers decided it's not advisable to give permission there. So they asked for one more place called the Ulavar Chandai. So that was also examined, and they told them that also the kind of capacity that you're going to bring is not going to accommodate in that place. So keeping that as an option, we suggested a place called Velayadabra, this one. Because this was conducted in the recent past by one of the political parties with about 12 to 15,000 people who were gathered there, and it went off very peacefully. So that was suggested to them. So they also went and saw the place, they finally agreed. They gave it in writing saying that we may be permitted to conduct the event in this place.
You gave permission?
Yes, some of the conditions have been violated, yes.
Like
yeah.
What are the cases?
No, that investigation will tell you, okay, right? Yeah.
Is there a case
registered against sir?
The case has been registered. The investigation will find out who are all involved in this, okay? Right, thank you.
Right from the protocol to the arrangements from the DMK government, everything is under the lens right now. Who is really accountable for these 40 innocent lives being lost, viewers? That is the question we continue to raise. And also, of course, who will be taking the blame for it? Who will be punished for this? That's the biggest question. Meanwhile, viewers, let's take a quick look at the stories from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Border Security Force initiated a massive search operation in Ramgarh sector of Samba district after a Pakistani drone was sighted hovering over the Karalian village on the morning of 28 September. With Bihar elections coming closer, the BJP unit of state has announced election campaign committee for the election process, which will comprise of 45 members. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that the government of India is working to get the Chhath Mahaparva added to UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List during the 126th edition of his monthly radio program, Man Ki Baat, adding that it will help people all over the world to learn about festivals' importance and beauty. Breaking news coming in, viewers. 5-day police custody has been granted in the Swami Chaitanyananda case. Now, that's the big breaking news we have right now. Molester Baba is now in police custody. 5-day police custody for the molester Baba. as he is produced in court today after being arrested from Agra, brought to New Delhi today, and the court has granted police custody, 5-day police custody to Swami Chaitanyananda. And my colleague Akhil will be getting you more updates. These are the latest visuals coming in on your screens. Republic TV also confronted the Swami Chaitanyananda. Also, we have Akhil joining us on the phone line. Akhil, a 5-day police custody now granted.
That's right, Rakshita. The breaking development that is coming from the Patiala House Court is that 5-day police custody has been granted to accused Swami Chaitananda. If you see earlier what we have seen, that the Delhi police has given claim in that regard that they want more time to interrogate the accused, because earlier if you see, Delhi police has seized 3 mobile phones, 1 iPad and several other materials and gadgets from the very possession of the accused. And after that, what we have got to know that initially Delhi police has demanded 5 days of police custody, and if you see, the court has given its verdict on that front, and 5-day police custody has been granted to the accused right now.
For short break, viewers, we will be continuing to get you more updates on the molestation case from Delhi, viewers, as 5-day police custody has been now granted.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो, शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो, या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा, और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमई थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो मैन्युफैक्चर करें, वो दुनिया में आन बान शान के साथ देश के सारे पैरामीटर को पार करने वाला हो। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स की क्वालिटी दुनिया में भारत की पहचान बढ़ाए, भारत का गौरव बढ़ाए। हमें इस लक्ष्य को लेकर काम करना है। साथियों, देश की स्वतंत्रता को जैसे स्वदेशी के मंत्र से ताकत मिली, वैसे ही देश की समृद्धि को भी है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को
What would be the primary identity of an individual in any state? Would the primary identity be by religion or by language?
The state in India never dominated the society, ever.
It couldn't.
The society is what kept the country one. Now, the state had a quarrel with the society always, and that conflict was at its peak in the last century. That conflict has abated now. Even the Supreme Court has recognized Hindutva as the legitimate philosophy of India. So far as federalism is concerned, federalism gives local people an opportunity to participate in politics. So long as the society is broadly Hindu civilization, this federalism is not going to affect us because the politicians can never remain united.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में GST बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस GST बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week I picked 3. First, how a social media app has become the go-to platform for Gen Z, from toppling governments to assassinating political opponents. We saw it in Nepal and in the United States. The use of Discord connecting the Oli government's fall and the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Second, taking the story of the tech zeitgeist further, how an AI cabinet minister, not a minister for AI, but a minister made of AI, artificial intelligence, is making waves in the tiny southeast European nation of Albania. And finally, as the United Nations marks its 80th year of founding, has the world body outlived its utility? We ask some tough questions. Let's get going. The next prime minister isn't chosen in parliament, but in a chat room. Sounds dystopian, right? Except it already happened in our neighborhood in Nepal. And the platform that made it possible wasn't Facebook or X. It was called Discord, an app, the mention of which I completely missed during the Nepal protests, in fact. It hit the headlines more prominently in the aftermath of the assassination of American right-wing activist Charlie Kirk. Curiosity made me backpedal, and it reached Kathmandu. The youth typically associate Discord with online gaming. But as it turns out, it's much more than that. Those of my generation, when we think of social media and politics, platforms like Twitter or X, Facebook, or even Instagram probably come to mind. I thought Discord was a new kid on the block. But the American app goes back to 2015 and seems like a rage with Gen Z. And as the two examples prove, it's a political disruptor, a double-edged sword that can empower citizens or even enable chaos. Discord started as a voice over the internet protocol or a VoIP app for gamers. Its appeal lies in its flexibility. You can create a private server, chat via text or voice, and even morph your identity. Unlike WhatsApp, for example, which ties you to a phone number, Discord allows a degree of anonymity. For Gen Z, this is probably liberating. It's a digital hangout place that has turned political. Let's begin with Nepal first. The Oli government was caught like a hare in a car's headlights as the Gen Z protesters hit the streets. In 36 hours flat, the wily and veteran of Nepali politics was gone, as his government, with every minister beaten up. But that's old story now. What happened next was extraordinary. Instead of waiting for traditional political processes, these digital Che Guevaras turned to Discord to decide who should lead the interim government. Yes, you read that right. An online poll on a gaming app helped pick a prime minister. The group behind the move, Hami Nepal, has just about 160,000 odd members. But when you compare that to Nepal's electorate of over 2 crores or 20 million, it's hardly representative. Even within that group, only about 10,000 people participated in the debate. And when Discord servers jammed, they had to switch to a YouTube live stream, which maxed out at 6,000 viewers. The process was as chaotic as it was innovative. The online poll zeroed down on 5 names. Those were then called individually on the phone during the live discussion to confirm their willingness to be prime minister. One candidate, Balen or Balendra Shah, the mayor of Kathmandu, did not even pick up. Another, Sagar Dhakal, said yes, but couldn't make it to Kathmandu for the oath because of a curfew. Ultimately, the winner was Sushila Karki, Nepal's first woman chief justice, who agreed to take the role only if she was the unanimous choice. Ironically, while Gen Z was driving this digital revolution, their chosen leader was from the boomer generation born in the 1950s. And here's the kicker. The runner-up was a YouTuber known as Random Nepali, whose real name is Rastra Bimochan Timalasena, an associate professor of law in Kathmandu. Imagine almost having a prime minister whose claim to fame is a YouTube channel. It was as random as that. Was this democratic, or is this new democracy? Traditional principles perfected over centuries, universal adult suffrage, secret ballots, first past the post, were nowhere in sight. Unlikely that there were safeguards against digital ballot stuffing, spamming, or algorithmic manipulation. Maybe the process was transparent in its own way. As one 25-year-old law graduate, Regina Besnet, told Al Jazeera, many of us did not know what it meant to dissolve parliament or form an interim government, but we were asking questions, getting answers from experts, and trying to figure out together. For my generation, this would be unsettling. While it's a wake-up call for Nepal's entrenched political elites who have long thrived on backroom deals and opaque power sharing, the deal between KP Sharma Oli, for example, and his arch-rival Prachanda was a classic case of the old guard not letting next generation come to power. The backlash was in the making for a while. But the violence, the arson, the vandalism, the lawlessness raises uncomfortable questions. Should governance be decided in chat rooms? Can a few thousand voices on a private server claim to speak for millions? While in Nepal, Discord was being hailed as a democratic lifeline, it was making headlines for a very different reason in the United States. In Utah, conservative activist and a personal friend of President Donald Trump, Charlie Kirk, was fatally shot during a university event on September 10. The assassin, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, a Gen Zer, had left behind a chilling trail of messages on Discord. These messages detail everything from hiding a rifle to switching clothes to avoid detection. For the Silicon Valley-based app, this has turned into a reputational nightmare, particularly because of close scrutiny at the very top of the Trump administration. Commentators have accused Discord of making it easier for the likes of Robinson to remain hidden from law enforcement. Beacon of disruptive democracy in Nepal, harbinger of political violence in America. What do these two stories tell us? That Discord, and by extension social media, is no longer just a playground for memes and gaming. It's a political instrument, one that can empower communities and destabilize societies at the same time. In Nepal, it gave voice to a generation tired of corruption and gerontocracy. In Utah, it became a silent accomplice in a deadly act. Does this duality underscore a larger shift of politics no longer perhaps confined to parliaments, rallies, or TV debates? Is it also happening parallelly in digital spaces designed for entirely different purposes? If yes, are our laws, institutions, and norms equipped to handle a world where the next prime minister or the next political assassin might emerge from a chat room? Social media as a disruptor of democracy is not inherently good or bad. It's a tool, and like any tool, it turns into a disaster when the tool meets the toolkit. Both Nepal and Utah underscore the perils of unmoderated spaces at the very least. Both are reminders that democracy in the 21st century will not just be fought in the streets or legislatures, but in servers, streams, and DMs. While we are on technology, let's have the next one also on it.
Diela, Ministrja e Shtetit për Inteligjencë Artificiale, do të ushtrojë një ndikim vendimtar për përshpejtimin e këtij procesi. Ajo do të mbështetet nga një akselerator me emrin AI4, Albanian Innovation 4, i cili do të ketë lirinë e plotë të operojë me një rol të ri brenda administratës, plot fuqi në veprim, shëmbje të pengesave burokratike, adoptim me detyrim përcaktim të inteligjencës artificiale në çdo hap dhe në çdo fush.
Meet Diela, the world's first AI minister. On September 11, Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama signed a decree that gave him the power to appoint an AI-generated minister. And Diela was born, not in a hospital, but in a server. Her name means sunshine in Albanian, and her job is to oversee all public procurement processes. Diela isn't just a chatbot answering FAQs. She is integrated into Albania's e-governance platform, which already handles most citizen services online. She even has a visual avatar, a young woman in traditional Albanian attire. Little human touch still helps connect after all.
Unë nuk jam këtu për t'i zëvendësuar njerëzit, por për t'i ndihmuar ata. Vërtet nuk kam shtetësi, po nuk kam as ambicie personale apo interese. Unë kam vetëm të dhëna, dije dhe algoritme të përkushtuara në shërbim të qytetarëve, panshmërisht, me transparencë dhe pa u lodhur kurrë.
But why appoint an AI minister? Albania has long struggled with corruption, especially in public procurement. The European Union has repeatedly flagged this in its rule of law reports. Rama, now in his fourth term, was either bored or ahead of the curve. He is aiming for the EU membership by 2030 and perhaps wanted to send a strong message. No more shady deals. By moving tender decisions out of the ministries and into the hands of Diela, Rama promises a system that's 100% incorruptible and 100% transparent, of course, according to him. But can an algorithm really clean up a system that humans have gamed for decades? Albania may be the first to appoint an AI cabinet minister, but it is not the first to flirt with AI in public roles. China has had AI news anchors for years. Xinhua's robotic presenters can read the news 24/7 without bathroom breaks or salary hikes. Closer home, multiple news platforms have experimented with AI news anchors, including at state level, with Odisha TV having Lisa. These avatars are a sign of how AI is creeping into spaces once reserved for humans. Supporters might argue that AI can bring efficiency, transparency, and objectivity to governance. No nepotism, no fatigue, no chai sutta breaks. DLR can evaluate tenders based on data, not favors. But not everyone is impressed. Opposition leaders in the Albanian parliament called the decision Rama's buffoonery. Social media in Tirana had a field day. One Facebook user quipped, "Even DLR will be corrupted in Albania." Another wrote, "Stealing will continue and DLR will get blamed." I have earlier done an episode on how ideology overrides algorithms. There's a clear political viewpoint that AI models have depending on their developer. Grok is libertarian, ChatGPT turns left. AI also reflects the geopolitical divide. Chinese AI won't mention Tiananmen Square. There is increasingly a demand to have an Indic large language model. Cynicism aside, AI is only as clean as the data and algorithms behind it. If humans control the inputs, can we ever eliminate bias? As in the case of search, so in the case of tenders perhaps. What about us? Keep aside headline hunting gimmickry for a while, and India is no stranger to use of AI in governance. From Prime Minister's drone Didis to facial recognition in policing to AI-driven crop advisories for farmers, the Modi government has been experimenting with tech solutions. Initiatives like India AI are seeing a massive push from the government to make India a full-stack AI hub, which means from making of those chipsets to the AI chips to the fab to the large language model, the entire life cycle of an AI-powered product should get built in India very soon. States like Telangana are using AI for traffic management, while Niti Aayog has piloted AI in healthcare diagnostics. But there are limits and attitude impediments, with some valid concerns perhaps. In July, the Kerala High Court issued an order prohibiting use of AI in writing of judgments. It banned the use of AI tools like ChatGPT for drafting judicial orders and judgments, because justice isn't about logic. It's about context, empathy, and accountability, qualities AI does not possess yet. But maybe in future. I have already done an episode on sentient AI, AI that thinks by itself, for itself, rather than depending on prompts from its human masters, as is the case in the present. As I bring this to you, I can't help but wonder, if DLR can run a ministry, what stops an AI avatar from doing my job? Research, analysis, summarizing events as a journalist. AI can do all that in seconds. Sure, it might lack the personal touch, the intuition, the ability to read between the lines, the body language. But for those for whom speed matters more than depth and substance, AI is kosher. In the episode on jobs in danger due to the evolution of AI, I had listed journalists and editors as possibilities. But cabinet ministers is still to sink in. Maybe DLR is just political theater of the Albanian Prime Minister to impress Brussels. But, like we have seen closer home, the direct benefits transfers, eliminating corruption and cuts in government transfers to the tune of over 50 lakh crore rupees in the last 6-7 years. DLR might go beyond being a dressed-up voice assistant. Like the AI anchor does not need a loo break, the AI minister won't need a lal batti car. Why not, if there can be guardrails for both? Moving on to the third and final segment.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making the speech without a teleprompter because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
This was US President Donald Trump slamming the United Nations from its podium. He had reasons to be angry. You cannot make the president of the most powerful nation in the world almost have a fall on the escalator. That too with First Lady Melania by his side. On top of it, you cannot play around with the teleprompter. There sure had to be consequences, sabotage or no sabotage. In fact, it was simmering even before Trump arrived at the UN. Just hours earlier, the US Department of State had fired a rhetorical salvo, questioning the effectiveness of the United Nations itself. It was a calculated move, setting the tone for what was to come. Trump went hammer and tongs at the failures of the United Nations. Listen to this.
7 months I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle, and then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter.
This is one area where India would find itself on 100% right side of the White House. Our other struggles with the address notwithstanding. The United Nations, despite its lofty ideals and global reach, has often struggled to deliver on its core promise, peace. The UN, for most times, has been ineffective in peacemaking. Remember, there's a heaven and earth difference between peacemaking, which is about either proactively stopping a war from happening or end it if hostilities have broken. Peacekeeping is just about maintaining the front lines between troops or insurgents once peace has been made already and guns have fallen silent. The Trump-hating American media were quick to pounce on his claims of having stopped 7 wars, including the one between India and Pakistan, a claim the US president has made multiple times in the past 3 months. From CNN to Associated Press, everyone got fact-checking his assertion that he had stopped wars. They pointed out with some glee that none of the 7 ongoing conflicts had ended under his watch. Let us give credit where it is due. Trump has been well-meaning in terms of wanting to end wars. Whether he has had the agency to do so and has been listened to by the warring parties is another matter. Our own case being the classic example. But what of the UN? Is it not their mandate, born out of the biggest war ever in the history of humankind, to have stopped the Russia-Ukraine war instead? Did we hear UN leadership question the Pahalgam terror attack as strongly as it should have? According to its own website, the last successful peacekeeping operation was in Côte d'Ivoire in 2017. But for every Côte d'Ivoire, there's a Rwanda. For every Sierra Leone success, there's a Somalia failure, where the UN was exposed as a toothless tiger. The failures are not just anecdotal, they are structural. The Security Council, with its 5 permanent members wielding veto power, can be deadlocked by a single dissenting nation. We have seen how the designation of Maulana Masood Azhar had to wait for a couple of years because China wanted to protect its Pakistani interests. The will of the Security Council, and within the Security Council, the veto of one nation, means that the majority can be overridden by the interests of a few. The last successful prevention of war, a rare UN success story, goes back to 1995. Yes, 3 decades. As Yugoslavia disintegrated and violence engulfed Bosnia and Croatia, many feared Macedonia would be next. But war never came. At Macedonia's request, the UN deployed about 1,000 peacekeepers under the UN Preventive Deployment Force. The first mission launched not to stop a war, but to prevent one. And it worked. But that's been the exception. The only I could find for you in my research. You can actually mathematically plot UN's increasing irrelevance. Look at this graphic. In 2015, the UN operated 16 peacekeeping missions with 120,000 soldiers and a budget of $7.6 billion. By 2020, the missions came down to 13 with a $6.5 billion budget and 95,000 soldiers. Today, that number is dropped to 11 missions, 68,000 soldiers, and just $5.6 billion of budget. The decline is stark, and it reflects waning confidence in the UN's ability to deliver results. The truth is, the success of UN missions depends not on its mandate, but on the goodwill of warring parties. If they choose not to stop fighting, as we have seen in Europe and West Asia, the UN can do little more than observe. Its presence may be symbolic, but it is rarely decisive. Take another example, terrorism. It's been more than 20 years that this diplomatic talk shop in New York is sitting over the definition of terror. Israel's terrorist is Palestine's freedom fighter. So the logic goes. The Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism is stuck at that stage. Just the definition of what is terrorism. Pathetic is one word to sum up some aspects of the United Nations. Trump's outburst then was more than just a personal grievance. It reflected a broader disillusionment with global institutions that promise much but deliver little. Is it not a fact that during COVID, the world was literally left to fend for itself, with organizations like the WHO completely failing to be on top of the game? If you push little more, the argument that you cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater would kick in. So let's reform the UN, make the Security Council broad-based, make the G4, India, Brazil, Germany, and Japan, and the African Union its permanent members. Take away the veto of the P5. And most importantly, for God's sake, define terrorism. It just needs one line. Any non-state actor picking up the gun is a terrorist, period. Thanks for watching.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो मैन्युफैक्चर करें, वो दुनिया में आन बान शान के साथ बेस्ट के सारे पैरामीटर को पार करने वाला हो। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स की क्वालिटी दुनिया में भारत की पहचान बढ़ाए, भारत का गौरव बढ़ाए।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuria, and this evening we bring you top 6 stories of the day, 6 stories which matter and you should know about. First up, a tragedy in Tamil Nadu, a deadly stampede during TVK Chief Vijay's rally. 40 people have lost their life. We'll tell you what all about the politics and the blame game that has started. Zero accountability or responsibility taken by anyone, and it will make your blood boil. And then to the national capital, a self-styled godman accused of molesting 17 women in an ashram has finally been arrested. And then to Bareilly in UP, where 2 days after the violence over religious posters, UP Chief Minister has given a stern warning, emphasizing that Ghazwa-e-Hind will never happen on the Indian soil. And then to the violence in Ladakh, 5 days after the clashes took place there, it is still on the edge, curfew still in place, and internet has been snapped. And then to the top international stories of the day. Once again, in fact, Russia has attacked Ukraine with hundreds of drones and missiles. And lastly, another shooting in the United States. A shooter opened fire from a boat at a restaurant in North Carolina, killing at least 3 people there. These are the top 6 stories that we're tracking for you this evening. Let's get started. Let's start with the tragic story coming in from Tamil Nadu. What should have been a campaign stop for superstar turned politician Vijay ended in chaos. A deadly stampede at a rally in Karur has left 40 people dead, including 9 children. And now the blame game and the politics has started over the deaths. Ruling DMK government has accused, in fact, Vijay for everything that has happened there. And on the other hand, the Bharatiya Janata Party and the AIADMK, they have blamed DMK for the lack of security arrangements. Watch this.
At least 40 innocent lives lost. Families shattered in seconds. Karur reels under the weight of deadly tragedy. 16 women, including 9 children, were among the victims. The incident unfolded at TVK rally in Karur last night, where around 30,000 people had gathered. Actor turned politician Vijay was scheduled to address the crowd at around 12 p.m. but his arrival was delayed by nearly 6 hours. The restless gathering swelled in anticipation. And around 7:45 p.m., a sudden power cut plunged the venue into darkness, triggering confusion and further panic. In the chaos, thousands surged towards the stage barricades. Several people collapsed due to suffocation. To add to the woes, the delay in medical assistance meant timely treatment could not reach several of the injured. As children and women fainted, Vijay was seen pleading with police and volunteers to rescue a missing 9-year-old girl. Hours after the stampede, Vijay was spotted leaving for the airport without visiting the victims or making any public statement. This is not the first time stampede situation occurred in a TVK rally. A month ago, the Madras High Court had warned of possible fatalities at Vijay's rallies if safety lapses continued. The court had asked the DMK-led government who would take responsibility if lives were lost and ordered uniform safety rules for political gatherings across parties. Now the opposition parties, including BJP and AIADMK, have strongly criticized the ruling DMK government over the lack of security arrangements at the rally.
இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை.
இல்லை, இந்த 39 உயிரிழப்பிற்கு தமிழக அரசு பொறுப்பேற்க வேண்டும். இதில் முழுக்க இதில் தமிழக காவல்துறையுடைய பொறுப்பு இருக்குது. முதல்ல அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுத்துருக்க கூடாது. சின்ன இடம் அது, அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கக்கூடாது. அதே நேரத்தில் பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கறது இது எல்லா கூட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் ஒரு வார காலத்துக்கு முந்தி கொடுத்து அவர்கள் அதற்கான தகுந்த பாதுகாப்பு கொடுக்கணும். அந்த பாதுகாப்பே இங்கே இல்லை. அதனால தான் உயிரிழப்பு ஏற்பட்டு.
Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has appointed a commission headed by Aruna Jagdishan to probe the deadly stampede.
And now shifting our focus to the national capital, Chaitanya Nanda Saraswati, a self-styled godman accused of sexually harassing 17 women at an ashram in the national capital, has been arrested in Agra in Uttar Pradesh. He faces complaints of using abusive language, sending lewd text to other students and forced physical contact as well. He was on the run from the last 50 days, but now he has been nabbed by the police. Fake passport and fake United Nations number plate recovered from him. Now we're learning just a while back he was sent to the police custody for 5 days, where he will be questioned regarding why he did what he did. Watch this. Chaitanya Nanda Saraswati, a self-styled godman accused of molesting women at an ashram in the national capital, has finally been arrested. 17 women have accused him of molestation, harassment and intimidation. On the run for 50 days, the molester Baba was nabbed from Agra in UP. Police teams fanned out across Haryana, Rajasthan, UP and even West Bengal to look for the accused. But he kept changing his location from Mathura, Vrindavan to Agra to evade arrest. A CCTV footage has emerged showing Baba entering Hotel The First in Agra. Police kept a track on his movement and found his name mentioned in the hotel register. Another CCTV visual shows Saraswati and his two aides leaving from the hotel with luggage.
ये जैसे हमने बताया था 3 दिन से हमारी टीम बनी हुई थी। हमने अलग अलग स्टेटों में दिल्ली के अलावा हरियाणा, राजस्थान, यूपी, उत्तराखंड, वेस्ट बंगाल भी हमने टीमें रवाना करी थी। ये जो आरोपी है पार्था सारथी उर्फ चैतन्यानंद सरस्वत की तलाश में इसी दौरान हमें कल एक रात में सफलता मिली, जिसमें कि ये आगरा के हमें मिल गया। इसको वहाँ पे आइडेंटिफाई किया गया तो पता लगा ये वही है, तो इसको वहाँ से अप्रीहेंड किया गया और अभी लाया गया है और अभी इसकी आगे केस में गिरफ्तारी डाल के इसकी पूछताछ की जाएगी। इससे अभी 3 फ़ोन मिले हैं, एक आईपैड मिला है, उन सब की अभी जांच की जाएगी और कुछ विजिटिंग कार्ड मिले हैं जो कि ये फेक विजिटिंग कार्ड इसने बना रखे थे यूएन और ब्रिक्स के, अपने आप को भारत सरकार के अधिकारी दिखाते हुए वो देंगे। ये अभी अपना अलग अलग डेली लोकेशन चेंज करा था पुलिस से बचने के लिए, वृंदावन, आगरा, मथुरा उन एरियाज में अपना घूम रहा था।
16 लड़कियों ने आप पे एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पार्था स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं क्या? पार्था स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? 16 लड़कियों ने आप पे आरोप लगाए हैं।
Chaitanyananda Saraswati, director of Sri Sharda Institute of Indian Management in Vasant Kunj in Delhi, targeted students from economically weaker sections. He is also under the scanner for using fake United Nations number plate, possessing 2 passports with 2 different names. And meanwhile, not just him but 3 wardens are also under the scanner for their involvement in the case.
This very accused Swami Partha is a repeat offender. This is what we have got to learn from the Delhi police sources, because the first case was filed against him back then in 2009, and then a second case of molestation was filed at Vasant Kunj police station was back then in 2016 as well. And in 2025 what we have seen that 3 more cases have been filed. So far there are 5 different cases in which what we have seen which is going on against this very accused. And Delhi police has arrested this early morning around 3:30 a.m. from Agra. And what we have also got to learn that the accused kept on changing his location in order to avoid the arrest. So in a successful bid, because if you see earlier for the last 50 days Delhi police have been trying to arrest this very accused, and he was still on the run, and he visited Meerut as well, Vrindavan as well. Apart from that, he also visited some other places. So Delhi police has formed several units, several teams to nab the very accused, and in a successful attempt today early morning the accused Swami Partha has been arrested by the Delhi police team.
The man who called himself a saint and molested women will now face trial as a criminal. And now shifting our focus, 2 days after violence in UP's Bareilly over religious posters, Chief Minister of UP Yogi Adityanath has issued a stern warning against those attempting to disrupt peace, particularly during the festive season, asserting that any act of anarchy would be met with consequences that their future generations would also remember. Watch this.
After riots broke out in Bareilly after Friday prayers, police conducted overnight house-to-house searches to apprehend culprits and arrested local cleric Maulana Taqir Raza. While the situation is coming back to normal, a large number of police personnel continue to be deployed at intersections. UP Chief Minister, meanwhile, has once again issued a warning to those disrupting law and order in the state. Addressing a public meeting in Balrampur, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath warned that any act of anarchy would be met with consequences that future generations of the rioters would remember. Chief Minister Yogi also took a jibe at the Samajwadi Party and Congress. He said that days when crime was at its peak and no one was held accountable are gone.
वह समय गया जब समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार हुआ करती थी, कांग्रेस की सरकारें हुआ करती थी। ये लोग दंगा करवाते थे, आगजनी करवाते थे, बेटी की सुरक्षा में सेंध लगाते थे, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठानों पर आग लगाते थे और सरकार इनका अवभगत करती थी। वह समय अब चला गया है। अब ये डबल इंजन की सरकार है। अगर बेटी की सुरक्षा पे हाथ डालने का प्रयास किया, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठान में आग लगाने का प्रयास किया। ते मान करके चलिए ये रास्ता उनका सीधे नरक में जाने का होगा, सीधे नरक में।
Chief Minister Yogi also sent out a terse message to those eyeing to create unrest as part of their ulterior motive of Ghazwa-e-Hind.
कुछ लोग रहते भारत में हैं, लेकिन गजवा-ए-हिंद का नारा लेकर के भारत के अंदर राष्ट्र विरोधी गतिविधियों को बढ़ावा देने का कुत्सित कार्य कर रहे हैं। गजवा-ए-हिंद हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर नहीं होगा। भारत की धरती, ये भारत के देवीय महापुरुषों, अवतारी महापुरुषों, देश के लिए अपना बलिदान देने वाले महापुरुषों के आदर्शों से संचालित होगा। गजवा-ए-हिंद की कल्पना करना भी और उसका सपना देखना भी जहन्नुम में जाने का टिकट का रास्ता पैदा कर देगा।
So far, 10 FIRs have been registered in the case with Maulana Taqi Raza behind the bars. Officers are constantly on patrol and internet services are suspended in Bareilly till Monday.
तो शुक्रवार को जुमे की नमाज के बाद जो बवाल हुआ बरेली में, उसके बाद अब आज रविवार का दिन है। आज भी बरेली का माहौल शांतिपूर्ण है, सभी गाड़ियां चल रही है, बाजार खुले हुए हैं और पुलिस अभी भी तैनात है। पुलिस बड़ी संख्या में तैनात है। अलग अलग चौक चौराहों पर बड़ी संख्या में सुरक्षा बल की मौजूदगी है। कहीं से कोई अनहोनी ना हो, कहीं से कोई अप्रिय घटना ना हो, इसका ख्याल रखा जा रहा है। तो पुलिस अपनी तरफ से मोर्चे पर तैनात है। बाज़ार जो हैं, देखिए दुकानें सारी खुली हुई हैं और सब लोग अपना काम कर रहे हैं। जैसा कि सीएम योगी ने कहा था कि ना कर्फ्यू लगेगा, ना बंद होगा, ना सिस्टम जाम होगा, सब कुछ चलेगा। कार्रवाई होगी, बंद होंगे तो वो उपद्रवी और गुंडे और दंगाई जो कि अब बंद हैं। करीब अब 8 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी की बात कही जा रही थी। 20 से 25 और लोग हैं, उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया है, ये खबर है। मौलाना तौकीर रज़ा को भी अरेस्ट करके जेल भेज दिया गया है। जेल बदल भी दी गई है। इंटरनेट बंद है ताकि कहीं से भी कोई अफवाह फैलाई नहीं जा सके।
The situation still remains sensitive and authorities continue to be vigilant to prevent further unrest.
And now to the violence in Ladakh. It's been 5 days since the clashes took place in Ladakh and it's still on the edge. Curfew has been imposed, internet snapped and the security has been heightened in the city Leh. The focus is on maintaining the law and order situation and now all eyes are on tomorrow's crucial talks in the national capital where Ladakh leaders will be meeting with the Ministry of Home Affairs officials to decide the next course of action. Here's more on that.
5 days after the protest, Ladakh is still on the edge. Electricity snapped, internet suspended.
We are reporting from the Namgyal Chowk, which is one of the famous areas of the Leh town, and here this entire area has been converted into a cantonment. These visuals that we are showing you from the ground zero, that the massive deployment of the Leh police along with the paramilitary forces has been done to ensure that there is no law and order situation that erupts. Yesterday we have seen for the first time in the last 5 days there was a relaxation in the curfew that was given by the authorities, and it has been all peaceful.
The city of Leh remains under a heavy security blanket. ITBP and riot control forces carrying out flag marches with vehicles being checked thoroughly. Earlier today, Lieutenant Governor Kavinder Gupta chaired a high-level meeting on security, discussing the prevailing situation and measures on ground. 2 Congress councillors, Smanla Dorje Nurbu and Punsog Stanzin Tepak, have been arrested by Leh police along with village Nambardar Rigzin Dorje. All 3 have been sent to police custody and their questioning is underway. All eyes are now on tomorrow's meeting in New Delhi. Ladakh leaders will sit across the table with the Home Ministry officials to decide the next course of action.
And now to the top international story of the day. Ukraine's capital Kyiv has once again come under one of the heaviest Russian attacks since the war began. Russia fired more than 600 drones and missiles at targets across Ukraine in the early hours of Sunday morning. One of the largest barrages of the war. In fact, drones leaving at least 3 people dead and several others injured. Watch this.
Kyiv once again woke up to a night of terror, with drones and missiles pounding to the capital. Independent monitors say that this was one of the largest Russian strikes since the war began. At least 3 people were killed and nearly a dozen injured, according to reports. Explosions rocked the city for hours, forcing residents to take shelter deep inside the metro stations. The southern city of Zaporizhia was also targeted, leaving 16 people, including 3 children, wounded. Ukraine's foreign minister, Andriy Sybiha, called the attack massive and urged tougher sanctions, saying President Putin must feel the danger of continuing these wars. With residents back in shelters and children among the casualties, the human cost of the conflict only continues to rise.
And now shifting our focus to another shooting incident that has come to the fore from the United States. At least 3 people were killed and 8 others were wounded after a gunman on a boat opened fire at a crowd at a waterfront bar in the United States, North Carolina. Watch this.
A quiet Saturday night turned into chaos in the coastal town of Southport, North Carolina. Around 9:30 p.m., a boat pulled up near the American Fish Company, a popular restaurant along the yacht basin, and opened fire on the diners. Police say at least 7 people were shot, including 3 who died on the spot. The injured were rushed to the nearby hospital. According to the eyewitnesses, the boat slowed near the dock before shots rang out. Within seconds, panic erupted and the gunmen sped away along the waterway. The Southport City Administration urged citizens to stay indoors and immediately report suspicious activity to authorities, and also warned the death toll could rise. The Brunswick County Sheriff's Office is assisting local police in manhunt alongside multiple law enforcement agencies. A person of interest is being questioned. Officials have called this attack an active and evolving situation. The US has already seen more than 320 mass shootings this year. Restaurants, bars, schools, and even shopping centers, no public space has been spared. Meanwhile, investigators are trying to piece together why a busy family restaurant was targeted in such a violent attack. For now, residents of Southport remain on the edge as authorities widen the search for the gunmen who brought terror to their waterfront.
And this is all we could pack for you at 6 at 6. We'll be back tomorrow with the top stories of the day at 6. Till then, keep watching Republic TV. Goodbye.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो, शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो, या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान। इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में GST बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस GST बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। GST कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी
we have brought you the stories of those who wrote history.
Boxing is passion for myself.
The story of Tajamul Islam, a little girl whose punches shook the world. The story of Jugraj Singh, a hockey player who mended a broken dream. Today, Made for Gold takes you to a world where true gold is not found, but forged in the heart of a raging fire. This is the journey of those who refuse to let the world see them as anything less than strong. What the world perceived as a limitation, they molded into their most powerful weapon. They didn't stop, they simply adapted. They didn't break, they built a path to glory. This is their story. Their lives were never ordinary. At every step, they were met with a new challenge. People often looked at them with different eyes filled with pity or doubt.
मैं पानीपत से बिलोंग करता हूँ और मैं शुरुआत रेसलिंग से की थी, फिर उसके बाद मैंने रनिंग शुरू करी थी, फिर वहाँ मेरा नेशनल में मेडल आया और फिर 2017 में मैंने जेवलिन शुरू कर दिया था पहली बार। तो वहाँ से मेरा जेवलिन का करियर शुरू होता है, बट खेल की जर्नी मेरी बचपन से है, तकरीबन 10 साल की उम्र से। और फिर उसके बाद 2017 में पहली बार मैं यूथ एशियन गेम्स खेलने गया, वहाँ मैं फर्स्ट था। फिर उसके बाद मैंने जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप खेला 2019 में, वहाँ मैं गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट था। फिर टोक्यो पार्टिसिपेट किया, 2019 सीनियर वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप पार्टिसिपेट किया और फिर कॉम्पिटिशन्स होते रहे और वहाँ से फिर मेरा खेल निखरता गया, जैसे जैसे समय रहा मिलता गया और वो चीज़ें बेहतर होती गई।
But they took that doubt, that pity, and they poured it into the fire of their ambition. When people said they couldn't run, they began to run.
मेरी शादी के बाद मेरे हस्बैंड ने पूछा था कि तुम क्या करना चाहती हो अपनी लाइफ में, कि उसका मानना ये था कि अगर इंसान का कोई गोल नहीं है तो वो मरा हुआ है, वो इस दुनिया में गलत आया है। तो उसने मेरे से पूछा था कि तुम्हारा सपना क्या है, तो उस टाइम पे मैंने बोला था कि मुझे अपने टी शर्ट के पीछे इंडिया लिखवाना है। तो मुझे नहीं पता था कि वो इतना सीरियस है। तो उसने बोला कि इसके लिए तुम्हें बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। तो मैंने बोला हाँ ठीक है, करूँगी। शुरुआत में बहुत मेहनत लगती थी, वॉमिटिंग होती थी, गिरती थी ट्रैक पे, सब लोग देख के बोलते थे कि ये फौजी पागल है, मारेगा इसको। पर जिस दिन मेडल नहीं आया, टोक्यो 2020 में मैं गई थी, मैं पहली लड़की थी जिसने क्वालिफाई किया था पैरालंपिक्स। तो उस टाइम पे हार महसूस हुई थी कि शायद मेरी तरफ से कुछ कमी रह गई थी। फिर उसके बाद से मैंने ठान लिया कि अब मुझे रुकना नहीं है। बहुत सारी चीज़ें आई, इंजरी हुई, मसल टूट गई, सर्जरी बताई डॉक्टर ने, पर हम दोनों का फैसला ये था कि नहीं, सर्जरी नहीं करवानी है। और मुझे लगता है माइंडसेट इतनी बड़ी चीज़ होती है कि हमने सर्जरी नहीं करवाई और मेरी मसल बिना सर्जरी के जुड़ी वो, और मैं भागी और मेरे एशियन गेम में 2 गोल्ड मेडल आए।
When people said they couldn't throw, they channeled all their power into the javelin. Every fall, every bruise, every moment of isolation only fueled them to rise stronger.
मैं स्पोर्ट्स बैकग्राउंड से हूँ। स्पोर्ट्स बैकग्राउंड इन द सेंस कि मैंने फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर के लिए बीपीएड एमपीएड की पढ़ाई की हुई है। ड्यूरिंग दिस पीरियड मेरा एक ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट में आर्म लॉस हो गया। मैं अपने एक फ्रेंड को हेल्प कर रहा था, वो मूविंग ट्रेन में चढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहा था। तो फ्रेंड तो ऐसे आ गया, लेकिन मैं उसमें अंदर चला गया, तो मेरा वहाँ से आर्म अलग हो गया और ये डिफ़िकल्ट फेज़ था लाइफ का। जब ये सारी चीज़ें हुई, फिर मुझे हमारे एक प्रोफेसर हैं डॉक्टर बीके डवास, वो हमें वहाँ कॉलेज में पढ़ाते थे, रिटायर हो गए थे उस टाइम पे। तो वो पैरालंपिक कमेटी ऑफ इंडिया से भी एसोसिएटेड थे, तो उन्होंने फिर हमें बाकी गाइडेंस दी कैसे क्या ये सारी चीज़ें करें। बट पैरालंपिक्स को मैंने पढ़ा इन द सेंस कि हमारे स्टडी का पार्ट था, जानता था बाहर से कि क्या होता है, कैसी क्या चीज़ है, बट इतना डीपली नॉलेज नहीं थी। फिर काफ़ी मैं जैसे रिसर्च बैकग्राउंड से मैंने काफ़ी खोजबीन करी, कौन सा इवेंट करना चाहिए, कहाँ मेडल आने के चांसेस हैं। तब ये जुनून आया कि जेवलिन करना चाहिए।
For their dreams, and in doing so, they gave their nation a new identity, a new definition of strength. Because they knew their identity was defined by their courage, not by their circumstance.
जिस दिन मेडल आया तो बहुत इमोशनल हुई मैं उस दिन, और मेरे हस्बैंड बहुत रोए थे उस दिन जिस दिन मेरा मेडल आया था। तो सर मैं मतलब बहुत अपने आप को लकी मानती हूँ कि मुझे ऐसी सपोर्ट मिली, और सब लोग की बहुत सपोर्ट है, चाहे उसे आप फेडरेशन की सपोर्ट कह लो, या हम जब मोदी जी से मिलते हैं तो वो एक हमारे मोदी जी दोस्त की तरह हैं हमारे, तो वो हमसे इतना फ्रेंडली बात करते हैं। हमारी मिनिस्ट्री हमें बहुत सपोर्ट करती है, या हमारी स्टेट फेडरेशन PCI। तो सर मुझे लगता है कि ये एक सपोर्ट ही है जिससे इतने मेडल बढ़ रहे हैं, और खिलाड़ी ऐसे ही नहीं बनाए जाते, बहुत प्यार से खिलाड़ियों को बनाया जाता है, बहुत मेहनत से बनते हैं।
They are living proof the greatest victories are won not on the field but within oneself. Today they stand on the world's biggest stage, not just as athletes, but as symbols of hope and inspiration.
जब तक आप कुछ अपने आप को प्रूव नहीं करके दिखाओगे, समाज आपको एक्सेप्ट भी नहीं करेगा। और आपको जब एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहा, इट मीन्स वो आपको कमज़ोर समझ रहा है। आप उनको अपनी काबिलियत और अपनी ताकत दिखाओगे तो सब हैरान हो जाएंगे। आई थिंक मेरे साथ भी ऐसा ही हुआ है। सब वीक समझते थे, कमज़ोर समझते थे, बट मेरे को पता था मेरे अंदर क्या है।
Every stride they take, every throw they make, every single medal they win serves as a powerful message.
कितनी मेहनत मैं करके आया हूँ, कितना समय मेरे को यहाँ तक के लिए लगा है, और इस सफ़र में मैं कितना मैंने सहा है, सारी चीज़ रहती है। परंतु जब वो जीत की मिठास मिलती है तो इन सब के सामने वो सब फीकी हो जाती है। तो अपने आप पे विश्वास रखें, अपनी मेहनत पे विश्वास रखें, और इवन अपने ऊपर भरोसा रखें कि आपको पता है आपकी काबिलियत क्या, आप क्या कर सकते हो। तो कोई आपको कमज़ोर नहीं समझेगा, और अगर वो समझेगा पर आपको पता है आप ताकतवर हो तो आपको फ़र्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
They are not just winning medals, they are winning hearts and changing the world's perception of possibility.
लाइफ में उतार चढ़ाव आते रहते हैं। आप किसी भी फील्ड में हो, आप अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीज़ें आपके साथ हो सकती हैं, और आप कभी कभी ऐसी स्टेज में चले जाते हो कि वहाँ से कमबैक कर पाना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। और मैं इस चीज़ को अच्छे से रिलेट कर सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे लिए भी यही ऐसी सिचुएशन थी। मैं एक आम आदमी था, चीज़ें बिल्कुल ज़िंदगी और मौत की आ गई थी, सब कुछ बदल गया था लाइफ में। बट अपने आप पे मैंने भरोसा रखा, चीज़ें करता गया, प्रयास करता गया, और भगवान ने कुछ अलग तरीके से चीज़ें लिखी थी, आज इस मुकाम पर हूँ। तो यही है कि आम आदमी को अपनी उम्मीद नहीं छोड़नी चाहिए, काम करते रहना चाहिए। कभी नुकसान फ़ायदा होता रहेगा, लेकिन डटे रहो।
Their victories are not just their own. They belong to every person who has ever faced a challenge and dared to dream.
स्पोर्ट्समैन के लिए ये है कि देखो, स्पोर्ट्स कोई एक दिन का, एक साल का, 4 साल का काम नहीं है। अगर आप ओलंपिक या कोई भी इवेंट की प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि मैं बाहर ट्रेनिंग करता हूँ, देखा है मैंने उनका वातावरण, तो एक ओलंपिक मेडल के लिए 8 से 10 साल की एक लगातार प्रिपरेशन चाहिए। आपने आज लगा कि आज जेवलिन कर लें, कल लग रहा है कि वो क्रिकेट में अच्छा है, क्रिकेट खेल लें, परसों फुटबॉल खेल लें। हाँ, इनिशियल स्टेज में आप खेलो जब आप अंडर 14, अंडर 15 हो, बट इतनी फ्रिक्वेंटली गेम चेंज करना कि गेम छोड़ के अब मैं बिजनेसमैन बनूंगा, बिजनेस छोड़ के आज मैं ये बनूंगा, इमीडिएटली स्विच मत करो अपने प्लान्स।
They are the pride of our nation and they will continue to bring glory to our country.
पहले तो आप एक ही दिन में सारी सक्सेस अचीव करने के लिए मत जाओ। आप अगर 40 मीटर कर रहे हो तो अगले 1-2 मीटर 4 मीटर बढ़ाने का टारगेट रखो। 40 से अगली साल या 6 महीने 2 महीने में अनवांटेड चीज़ें यूज़ करके कुछ इस तरीके से ट्रेनिंग करके अपने आप को इंजर्ड करके आप 50 मीटर कर दे रहे हो तो उससे आपका कैरियर ख़त्म हो रहा है। कहीं भी ऐसे किसी भी उसमें नहीं लिखा है कि आप फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड में आपको सक्सेस मिल जाएगी। सक्सेस में हार्ड वर्क और डिसिप्लिन सारी चीज़ें चाहिए होती हैं, वो लगातार करते रहिए, आपको ज़रूर सक्सेस मिलेगी।
जैसे मैंने अपना बुरा टाइम भी देखा था, एक जब एशियन गेम में मेरा मेडल नहीं आया था, फर्स्ट इंटरनेशनल कंपटीशन था वो मेरा, लेकिन उसमें एक अच्छी चीज़ भी थी कि मेरी कैटेगरी बन गई थी और फिर मैं वहाँ पे बहुत मिनी माइक्रो सेकंड से मेरा मेडल रह गया था, 100 में भी और 200 में भी। वहाँ से लेकिन मेरे को मोटिवेशन मिली थी, सब लोगों ने बोला था कि अभी तो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप भी आ रही है, पैरालंपिक भी आ रहा है और आप उसमें अच्छा कर सकते हो। मैं वहाँ पे हंस रही मैंने कि एशियन गेम में तो मेडल आया नहीं, मेरा कैसे आ जाएगा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप और पैरालंपिक में। उन्होंने बोला मेरे को कि आप अपने आप पे भरोसा रखो। जब हम अपने आप पे भरोसा रखते हैं और मेंटली अगर हम सोच लेंगे तो हमारी बॉडी भी वैसे ही रिएक्ट करती है, इसलिए हमेशा अपने बॉडी को ना वैसे ही उसी चीज़ में ढालो जो आप करना चाहते हो। बस मैं ये बोलूँगी कि हमेशा हमें पॉजिटिव ही सोचना चाहिए, तो हमारी बॉडी भी पॉजिटिव ही रिप्रेजेंट करेगी।
Their victories are not just a moment of glory. They are a legacy being built, a powerful beacon for all who follow in their footsteps. Their journey, their passion, and their spirit prove one fundamental truth. The true gold is not what shines the brightest, but what remains unbreakable after being tested by fire.
ऐसे तो बताना मैं जैसे बताऊंगा वो आप कहाँ तक महसूस कर पाओगे मैं नहीं जानता, पर जब हम वो चीज़ कर रहे होते हैं, मेडल मिल रहा होता है, नेशनल एंथम हो रहा होता है, तो तकरीबन आप ये समझ लो कि जितना हम पीछे स्ट्रगल जो 2 घंटा बस में आना, ढाबे की रोटी खाना और इधर अंदर स्टेडियम में ही सो जाना, वेट करना, शाम को फिर दोबारा ट्रेनिंग करना, वो सारी चीज़ों का ऐसा लगता है कि भाई फल हमें मिल गया। तो एक वो वो स्ट्रगलिंग जो पीरियड रहता है हमारा, तो उसका एक ऐसा लगता है, एहसास होता है कि हमें फल मिल गया और काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है सर। देश का भी नाम रोशन होता है और ऐसा लगता है कि मेहनत सफल होगी तो काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है।
They are not just playing the game, they are setting a new standard for what it means to be a champion.
जब क्रिकेट का भी देखो या फुटबॉल में देखो, जब इंडिया और किसी कंट्री के मैचेस रहते हैं तो आपको अपने सिटीजन्स कैसे सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो वो सारी फीलिंग्स बाहर निकल के आती है। फ्लैग के साथ, एंथम के साथ या फिर कोई ऐसे स्लोगन के साथ, इंडियन अपने जो नारे लगते हैं उनके साथ जो भावनाएं और जो एथलीट एक प्रैक्टिस करता है उसके रिजल्ट दिखते हैं, वो एक बहुत ही इमोशनल मोमेंट रहता है किसी भी एथलीट के लिए, कितना भी कैसे भी क्यों ना हो। और एथलीट उसी की ट्रेनिंग करता है, उसका काम यही है कि इस तरीके से ये खेलना है, ये ट्रेनिंग करना है, उसके लाइफ का वही पार्ट होता है। तो जब आप अगर आम आदमी से पूछो, अगर वो कोई शिद्दत से किसी काम में इन्वॉल्व हो, जब उसको उसमें सक्सेस मिलती है तो काफ़ी भावुक हो जाता है उस चीज़ के लिए। और इसमें तो अपने अलावा पूरा देश इन्वॉल्व होता है, तो वो भावनाएं अलग लेवल पे होती हैं।
They are a monument to the human spirit's boundless potential. This is more than just an episode.
मुझे लगता है सर कि एक खिलाड़ी उस मूवमेंट के लिए मेहनत करता है। अगर उसने एक प्रोफेशनल गेम स्टार्ट किया है तो वो एक सपना लेके शुरू करता है उसको कि वो पोडियम पे खड़ा है बीच में फर्स्ट नंबर पे और राष्ट्रीय गान बज रहा है, क्योंकि वो मोमेंट सबसे अलग होता है। अगर एक शब्द में पूछा जाए तो वो ज़िंदगी का सबसे बड़ा सुकून है। उस टाइम हमें कुछ याद नहीं रहता, सिर्फ हम इमोशनल रहते हैं और ऐसा लगता है कि हमने अपने देश के लिए एक फ़ौजी वाला काम किया है। उस टाइम पे एक फ़ौजी जैसा महसूस होता है। कि हमने अपने देश के लिए मेडल लाया है और हमारे ऊपर बहुत प्राउड कर रहे होंगे इंडिया वाले। कहीं ना कहीं मुझे देख के अपनी बेटियों को वो सपोर्ट करेंगे कि उनका जो सपना रहेगा उन्हें सपोर्ट किया जाएगा। कहीं ना कहीं लड़कियों को दबाया जाता है आज भी, तो अगर मुझे देख के एक भी लड़की कामयाब हो रही है तो मेरे लिए वो चीज़ वसूल है और वो तो सर सपना है और मैं चाहूँगी कि इस बार भी पूरा हो।
This is more than just an episode. This special edition of R for Sports is a tribute to Navdeep Singh, Ajit Singh Yadav, Simran Sharma and Preeti Pal. Because they were not just born to it. They were truly made for gold.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान,
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या जहां नए रंग पुराने दोस्तों जैसे लगते हैं। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हम
While asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. For decades now, major international terrorist attacks are traced back to that one country. UN's designated lists of terrorists are replete with its nationals. The most recent example of cross-border barbarism was the murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April this year. India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Because terrorism is a shared threat, Madam President, it is essential that there is much deeper international cooperation. When nations openly declare terrorism a state policy, when terror hubs operate on an industrial scale, when terrorists are publicly glorified, then such actions must be unequivocally condemned. The financing of terrorism must be choked, even as prominent terrorists are sanctioned. Relentless pressure must be applied on the entire terrorism ecosystem. Those who condone nations that sponsor terror will find that it comes back to bite them.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Border Security Force initiated a massive search operation in Ramgarh sector of Samba district after a Pakistani drone was sighted hovering over the Karalian village on the morning of 28 September. With Bihar elections coming closer, the BJP unit of state has announced election campaign committee for the election process, which will comprise of 45 members. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that the government of India is working to get the Chhath Mahaparv added to UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List during the 126th edition of his monthly radio program Mann Ki Baat, adding that it will help people all over the world to learn about festivals' importance and beauty.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और GST में छूट को जोड़ दें तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का
Legends today has become more than just an event. It's a celebration of voices, celebration of stories, the journeys, and of course the struggles that go behind this stage of life. And they touch millions of lives. Some of the stories are untold, and this very stage over the course of this year has been witnessed to some of the greatest stories with most iconic personalities of the country sharing their journeys, from tennis ace Leander Pace to the maestro Ustad Amjad Ali Khan Sahab, visionary banker Uday Kotak, and most recently, the unforgettable Asha Bhosle ji. Each edition has been a testament of timeless excellence, and tonight this great series continues. The legend we honor today is the one who needs no introduction, a voice that has blurred the boundaries of genre, geography, and generation. A voice that has carried with it the depth of classical traditions, the freedom and expression of ghazal, the energy and emotion of film music, and also the soul and experimentation of fusion. He's not just an artist, he's a storyteller. He's not just a singer, he is a bridge that connects the old with new. Now we come to the moment we've all been waiting for. You just saw a glimpse of his journey, but now we have the man himself, the legend himself. In his own words, he will be speaking about the music, the memories, and the magic behind it all. It's an absolute honor, sir, to welcome you to this stage of the legends, the one and only Hariharan ji, for a very special conversation with Republic Media Network's editor-in-chief, Mr. Arnab Goswami. Big round of applause.
Hariharan ji, on behalf of all of us here, and myself personally at the Republic Media Network, a very warm welcome and many, many thanks for making the time today.
It's really my privilege, and I'm so happy that you've invited me for this show. And it humbles me, for you have put me in the bracket of legends. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Actually, I think for us it's a great honor. When we started the Legends program, I called my friend Leander Pace, then Ustad Amjad Ali Khan was on the stage, and then the founder of Kotak, Uday Kotak, who I consider a colossus of Indian business, was here. And recently we had Asha Bhosle ji here. We had a full house like this. I feel so blessed. I feel kuch to acha kiya hai life mein, that there are people, we make a phone call and they take the time to come. And this is, first of all, let us have a round of applause that he made the time here. He came yesterday. He came yesterday, he stayed overnight, and I've spent last 1 hour with him, 1.5 hours. Simple person, rooted, and a great human being. So thank you very much. You know, so many people, you've arranged their marriages. You played...
I have played the Cupid, I know.
You see, there's a certain atmosphere that builds of love and romance with your music. I don't know if there are many couples here or who, but if you ever hear Tu Hi Re, you feel like, falling in love again. So thank you for doing all that.
Don't hear it too many times.
You bet, you bet. So I'd like to start by requesting you to talk a little bit about your mother.
My mother?
Yes. And before you say anything, she has a message for you. And I would like to request our team to start today by honoring her mother, his mother, and she has sent a message for her beloved son through the Republic Media Network. Is it ready, Aditi? Yes? I would like you to look up at the screen, and though she's not live with us right now, she's saying...
I'm very happy to be here this day to talk about my son Hariharan.
I'm very happy. He has got a flavor in music from childhood because I am a Carnatic singer, vocalist and a teacher. My husband was a teacher. Both of us run a music school. So he has heard many of the musicians also from the childhood. We used to take him to the programs. So once my husband tried with him when he was just 3 years old, 3 or 4 years old. In this raga, all notes come. That. So he tried this phrase and he immediately sang. He was so happy, my husband was so happy. Hey, this child will sing. That was the opinion. So anyway, after that I used to teach him all our songs, Tyagaraja, anything. So most of them were in Tyagaraja, he was singing that. And he did schooling in college and did his law and business management also, diploma. And then one day he came, he gave me all the certificates behind and I did a Sashtanga Namaskar. Amma, just leave me, I want to sing. Please go ahead. Because I wanted him to study well. Both went off very well. By God's grace, he is doing very well. I'm very happy.
Oh, that's wonderful. I wanted to say something about your mother because she's your first guru and something about her before we start.
Well, that was, it was a real surprise for me. She's my guru and she's my best friend, I would say. I lost my father quite early in life when I was 8 years old. And since then it's just been, we have gone through life, just me and Amma for the initial years till I got married to my wife, I would say that. And what I adore about Amma is she's a Carnatic singer, purist. But she loves Hindustani also. Like we used to listen, when I was a kid, we used to listen to all the doyens of and the great singers of the South, as well as people like Amir Khan Sahab, Pandit Bhimsen Joshi, Bade Ghulam Ali Khan Sahab. So that exposure from the very young age, I got that. And that helped me. And she has been, like, I started my career after I did my college and I did my law and all that. तो उसके बाद तो सारे मेरे जो दोस्त हैं, everybody started working. तो मैं रियाज कर रहा हूँ बैठ के घर में, पता नहीं कितने घंटे, मतलब घड़ी देख के रियाज नहीं होता. You can't see the watch and do रियाज. You're just into it. You're in one state of mind and then you keep on going like. So there was no chance for me to do another vocation. I couldn't work for a living. तो अम्मा से बोला मैं कि अम्मा मुझे जिस तरीके से मुझे गाना है उसके लिए बहुत रियाज चाहिए. It'll take me years and I won't be able to support. So what do you say? Should I do that or like because we had a family business my grandfather had and all that. तो अम्मा बोली नहीं. You and me, I can support.
I can support. Wow.
Because she was teaching. She has taught about 1,200 to 1,300 kids in her life.
Carnatic music.
Yeah. इतना मतलब dedication to some other level. Selfless. So she said, I can take care of it. You take your time. Go. So that was like a blank check for me. That confidence which...
Yes, of course.
Absolutely. And so she said, तुम मेहनत करो success will come to you.
Yes. Wow. So
And
it's
the whole
good.
family, the whole family.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank you.
So she is the legend of the legends, and it is right that we have started with her. Thank you for talking about her.
Thank you.
What our viewers obviously know is that you are the single biggest hit on YouTube in the world. Do you know that? His Hanuman Chalisa. You've listened to his Hanuman Chalisa? How many have listened to his Hanuman Chalisa? Every day? Every day? Every day. And so it has got, you know how many hits? Over 5 billion hits.
So I would say Hanuman ji is, उनके भक्त बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, ये कहूँगा मैं.
कुछ तो आप में भी है. बस कुछ तो आप में भी है कि आपने आपकी हनुमान चालीसा जो है, जो आपने रिकॉर्ड किया 1995 में सोलो. And there is a story that he goes to a Pushkar priest tells him कि हम अपना दिन हनुमान चालीसा से शुरू करते हैं. और जब आप ब्रह्मा मंदिर में गए थे पुष्कर में,
जी हाँ.
What did the priest tell you? You tell me.
ब्रह्मा मंदिर में गए थे तो जो महाराज जी थे वहाँ, तो मुझे देखते ही यूं किए तो मैं भी यूं किया. तो बोले साहब आप मैं बोले क्या कर रहे हैं आप, ये क्या कर रहे हैं आप? तो बोले नहीं आपका मैं रोज सुबह और शाम को जब भी वक्त मिलता है आपका हनुमान चालीसा सुनता हूँ. और बड़े मतलब उसके बाद मैंने कहा आप आशीर्वाद दीजिए मुझे कि और ऐसे बहुत कुछ गाऊँ करके. Such a sweet person and any different walks of life. अच्छा, हनुमान चालीसा जो है, it is so popular in the south also.
Yeah.
हाँ, सारे लोग सुनते हैं और उसका वो लीला है हनुमान जी का. क्योंकि जैसे आप कह रहे थे कि उसे सुनने से आपको एक
एनर्जी मिलता है, उत्साह,
एनर्जी.
बिल्कुल मुझे तो होती है. तो can I request you? We have this wonderful young man here. शुरू करें with requesting her. We are going to make some requests to him on our behalf. Can I request you as much as you can sing? We start with Hanuman Chalisa, a little bit from your side to energize us all and bring the divine into this room. Let's start. Something from you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
सरोज रज निज मन मुकुर सुधारी बरनउँ रघुबर बिमल जसु जो दायको फल चारि बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके सुमिरो पवन कुमार
So would you like to introduce the wonderful young man who's accompanying you here today?
This is Sanju Satyadit, and he's from Kerala, and he's learning ghazals from me. And just उनका आशीर्वाद दीजिए कि अच्छा बन जाए.
Well, you are blessed. You are blessed. When you have a guru like him, you can only go very far. So, you know, when we were in college, we were very jealous of this man called Chandrachur. Somebody once said, you look like him, so I felt very happy. I started growing my hair, my sideburns, but I was not so lucky. और मैंने बोला चंद्रचूड़ ने लाइफ में किया क्या है? I was told कि माचिस करके फिल्म निकली है
जी,
और वहां पे छप्पा छप्पा. I kept saying that, see, ये वो नहीं गा रहे. All the girls had a crush on Chandrachur. You are...
me also, sir.
अच्छा, चंद्रचूड़ ऐसे हैं कि वो हॉन्ट भी करते रहते हैं. अभी कितने साल हो गए उसके? 20, 25, 30 साल हो गए. अभी कोविड के टाइम पे उसी गाने का वर्जन आ गया, चप्पा चप्पा अफवाह चले. So Chandrachur is haunting us, but actually you're haunting us. And that song, you know, I'm 90s kid nahi, 90s generation. Kahin it's got in that atmosphere of marches, the bonfire, वो गाना आपको सबको याद है?
जी जी.
हाँ? क्या moment है ये, you know? And so, can we play it?
ठंड लग रही है. चप्पा चप्पा चर कचले, चप्पा चप्पा चर कचले, ए आनी बानी आरिया तेरी, बोनी बोनी बेरी उतले, यारा वे, यारा वे, आनिया परदसिया. चप्पा चर कचले, चप्पा चप्पा चर कचले, ए गोरी चटकोरी जो कटोरी से खिलाती थी, जुम्मे जो सुर में लगाती थी, गोरी चटकोरी जो कटोरी से खिलाती थी, जुम्मे जो सुर में लगाती थी, एक अच्छी मुंडेर की तले. तेरी बोनी बोनी बेरी उतले.
When they say, how do you decide who a legend is? A legend is someone who is part of your consciousness. A legend you carry every day with you. A legend is in your blood. In your good and bad times, the legend comes to you. And you seek the legend. So I have a series of songs that I listen to while coming to office.
Wow.
But while going from office, I don't listen to those songs. Another person I used to love called Bappi Lahiri, he loved me a lot. Whenever I feel low in life, मैं ऑफिस आते वक्त I play Bappi Lahiri and I feel सब कुछ हो जाएगा लाइफ में. You know, Asha Bhosle ji, she's legend, she's part of my life, highs and lows. Kishore Kumar, highs and lows. What would my college be without Kishore Kumar? When you fall in love, Kishore Kumar. When you break up, Kishore Kumar.
You know, मैं यही जो इमोशन है मेरे साथ हुआ.
आपके साथ भी होता है?
हाँ. The first time लता जी एंड आशा जी जब उन्होंने बुलाया मुझे कि this young boy is singing करके, तो बोले कि आप हमारे साथ शो में गाइए.
ये कब की बात है?
Mid-70s.
Okay.
70s, yeah.
You must have been like what, 20 years old or 18, 19 years old?
Yeah.
Amazing.
So, अच्छा एक बात है, I met them और मुझे ऐसा लगा कि हम कोई घर के सदस्य से मिल रहे हैं.
With आशा जी?
हाँ. And लता जी.
Okay.
क्योंकि हम रोज उनकी आवाज सुन रहे हैं, तो ऐसा लगता है कि हम जानते हैं उनको. तो हम वाकिफ हैं उनकी रूह से, तो उनसे भी, मगर उसके बाद उनके साथ जब गाने लगा तो फिर समझ में आया मुझे वो अलग बात है।
जो आपका पहला गाना है उस समय का 1977 गमन मूवी का गाना है आपका, और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप उस ब्रेक के बारे में बताएं। We just saw a still of that with I think Smita Patil. Was it?
हाँ जी,
Smita Patil was 1977. The actress, the lead actress in Gaman.
जी.
Gaman. Smita Patil was the actress.
Yeah.
And your song called was
अजीब सानेहा मुझ पर गुजर गया यारो।
जी.
सानेहा मानी हादसा। सानेहा, अजीब सानेहा मुझ पर गुजर गया यारो, मैं अपने से कल रात डर गया यारो। वो कौन था, कहां का था, क्या हुआ था उसे? The non-entity, I mean, there is nobody important in a city, big city. पता नहीं कौन है। वो कौन था, कहां का था, क्या हुआ था उसे? सुना है आज कोई शख्स मर गया यारो। तो ऐसे एक गिनती में है। तो वो जो गाना है, मुझे जयदेव जी ने मुझे फर्स्ट ब्रेक दिया। अभी ना जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं। जयदेव जी ऑफ हम दोनों फेम, आई मीन अल्लाह तेरो नाम ईश्वर तेरो नाम। तो उन्होंने मुझे ये ब्रेक दिया। और
so you entered the Hindi film industry in around 75, 76.
77 I recorded song, 78 released.
But before that you had already been a performer of ghazals.
Yeah.
So what made you move towards ghazals? First question. And second, when you came in, there were already so many legendary voices at that time. It might have been very difficult to get recognized or get noticed. Can you talk a little bit about that?
सर, मैं क्या है कि I come from a family of musicians, तो सक्सेस करियर ओरिएंटेड गाना कभी सीखा नहीं मैंने। गाना सीखा क्योंकि मुझे गाना था, एंड I wanted to feel good. I wanted to get all the intricacies in my throat, in my voice, you know, and अच्छा गाना था मुझे. That was my only concern, and to sing in my voice. That was very important. Get an identity. मतलब
your own identity.
My own identity.
Distinct.
तो उसके लिए it is very important to आप you do classical रियाज to get your own voice. क्योंकि आकार जब आप करते हैं, आकार करने से आपका आत्मा का जो रूह है, it comes out. जितने आप सुर भरेंगे, आपका पुकार जो है, it becomes complete, and then all your frequencies and your soul talk will come into that voice. If you're singing, listening to other people the way they sing, you can become
it'll become like them.
It'll become like them.
Correct.
Then you will become a fragment of their soul.
मैं भी कोशिश करता हूँ हर रात।
गाइए ना प्लीज।
मेरा आवाज कुछ अलग टाइप का निकलता है। कोशिश करूंगा।
अच्छा, पता है, मैं एक बात कहूंगा। My mother is a big fan of अर्नब जी। तो ये जब द्रुत में जाते हैं ना, द्रुत में जब जाते हैं तो अम्मा बोलती है, अरे अर्नब, don't shout so much, it's not good for you. She actually talks to you on that.
My mother also says this. Now, Tu Hi Re. 90s kid, I cannot delay this. Bombay. Movie is Bombay, right? Music is by Rahman ji. And it is a breakthrough song for so many people. I don't think there is a song like this which has been made, which touches your heart. And you were a household name even before that, but somewhere that took you into the conscious heart. So people started loving you and loving your voice. One is to like you, to listen to you. But I think people fell in love with that song as well. Can you talk about it? And then I'll be we will all be grateful if you sing Tu Hi Re in your voice for us today.
मौत और जिंदगी तेरे हाथों में दे दिया रे. ऐसा कर धरती से मिला दे मुझको.
Images coming in my mind of that fort, I think in Bekal. And Arvind Swamy and Manisha Koirala, and it's raining. And every boy became Arvind Swamy, and every girl wanted to run away from home. What a moment. You see, this is the power of your music. Your voice takes us to a different emotional space. I think there's some magic to that song.
When Rahman ji called me for
Tell me about the back story of this song.
तो पहले हमने वो तमिल में रिकॉर्ड किए थे. तो आज मैं गया वहाँ पे. मणिरत्नम जी थे और the writer was there. महबूब was there. वो हिंदी में जो थे वो. और तो I heard the song. मुझे एक डेजावू लगा. मुझे लगा कि ये गाना मुझे याद है. Really, yeah.
You felt you've listened to it?
I felt कि मैं ये जाना पहचाना है गाना. And I recorded the Tamil song in flat half an hour to 40 minutes. हो गया गाना. I learnt it.
Extempo.
Yeah. And it was only a click track and kind of a harmony going on. उसके बाद the arrangement was done. So it was stark. It was only voice and the click track and the
background music track later. So it was only you.
Yeah.
It was only your voice.
Yeah.
You are in the studio. Which studio was it?
Yeah.
You remember which studio?
Yeah, his Rahman ji studio.
Rahman ji studio.
In Madras.
Rahman ji was with you.
Rahman ji was there.
Who was then? Just you people. There was no music track over it.
Beg your pardon?
There was no music track recorded then. It was just your voice.
No. Later.
How do you guide yourself like that? Like when you are there is no music track. Suppose I say today that I take, young man, your name? Satyajit. Suppose I tell Satyajit ki koi track mat do. Right? And there's just a vocal of the Tamil version of Tu Hi Re. Is it, how do you guide yourself?
No. We have the
bass,
basic sur and all that, and tal, and then you sing it.
But the original was Tamil.
Yeah, Tamil.
You know, 3 days back we celebrated the 100th birth anniversary of Bhupen Hazarika. Big fan of his, Bhupen Hazarika. What a man. And when I was small, I was in Pune. He was a great friend of my father. And he used to come to our house. And I used to sit on his knee. And then he would sing the same song in Bengali. Then he would sing it in Assamese.
Yeah.
Then he would sing it in Hindi. और ये बहुत कम लोग कर पाते हैं. हेमंत कुमार ने किया है, भूपेन हजारिका ने किया है, और मुझे लगता है आप यू आर दैट लेजेंड हु हैज डन दिस. आई थिंक इट्स अमेजिंग. इट्स रियली बिकॉज एक गाने को एक कल्चरल कॉन्टेक्स्ट से निकाल के अलग अलग लैंग्वेजेस में प्रेजेंट करना इजी नहीं है.
जी.
So can you tell me about the Tamil version of Tu Hi Re, and can you sing a few lines of Tu Hi Re in Tamil for us? Because music is without
it is written by Vairamuthu. Vairamuthu is one of the biggest poets of our
yes,
Tamil film industry.
Yes.
So, kudu. Uire means life.
Tui?
Life.
Okay.
My life. Uire, uire, vandu ennod kalandu vidu. Dissolve in me.
Oh, okay.
Uire, uire, ennai unnod kalandu vidu. Ninaive, ninaive. Memories. எந்தன் நெஞ்சோடு கலந்து விடு நிலவே முன் நிலவே இந்த விண்ணோடு கலந்து விடு காதல் இருந்தால் எந்தன் கண்ணோடு கலந்து விடு if the society stops you என்னை மண்ணோடு கலந்து விடு உயிரே துயிரே तेरे बिना मैं कैसे जीऊं आजा रे यूं ही तड़पाना तू मुझको.
What depth. And जिन्होंने भी इसको ट्रांसलेट हिंदी में किया है, और amazing. I mean, that's off. I'm really enjoying this. It's so wonderful. And also that moment, see, Bombay happened, then Roja happened.
जी.
Bombay happened, then Roja happened, and those songs, I think they captured the moment of the 90s. Am I right? आप लोग या जो हाँ बहुत मन कर रहा है गाने का, मगर मैं अपने आप को कंट्रोल कर रहा हूँ. You work with every great of the time, and I want to bring you back to the 90s. Can I bring you back to the 90s? In the 90s, you were then singing the greatest romantic ballads that I can remember of, and one of those is a personal favorite of mine. I'm not fond of the actor, but I like the song. Salman Khan, you know.
पंगा थोड़ा प्राइवेट पंगा चल रहा है.
मेरा बॉलीवुड के साथ अच्छा रिश्ता नहीं है, मगर गाने का नाम है बाहों में दरमियां.
बाहों के दरमियां.
बाहों, ठीक है, इट्स ऑल राइट भाई, ठीक है, हो जाता. ट्राइंग, मैं कोशिश पूरी कर रहा हूँ मेरी तरफ से. बाहों के दरमियां, और डुएट था आपका शायद
जी
अलका याग्निक जी के साथ,
अलका जी sang.
and again the amazing Manisha Koirala was in that song, and this is one of those amazing love songs of the 90s.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
Last night, someone stole my car.
Almost. But Cubo AI stopped him with an automatic spotlight and a blaring alarm.
Cubo smart security cameras. Not just record, it protects.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Last night, someone dropped the kapoors. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped them with an automatic spotlight and a blaring alarm.
Cubo smart security cameras. Not just record, it protects.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी।
So you mentioned your first guru, and your guru now is your mother.
Yeah.
Who is a great Carnatic musician. And she has shaped you in a big way. I want you to tell all of us about the other legends who have shaped your career. We are very keen to know who are the others, like Ustad Ghulam Mustafa.
Ustad Ghulam Mustafa Khan Sahab, मैं उनका शागिर्द बना when I was 17 years old.
Okay.
और जो भी गाता हूँ, जो भी गायकी उन्होंने सिखाया, उसी को लेके मैं चला हूँ. He is a doyen of
Hindustan
रामपुर सैशवान घराना. He is a ख्याल सिंगर. और बहुत उनसे मतलब नॉलेज मिला मुझे. और क्या है ना कि I'll just go into a little technicalities. जैसे कि उसके बाद मैंने जो गजल शुरू किया, मेरे जो गाना शुरू किया, गजल आप गीत नुमा भी गा सकते हैं और ख्याल नुमा भी गा सकते हैं. कैसे कि एक राग लेके आप गजल गा रहे हैं तो एक दिन आप एक गजल को 5 मिनट गाते हैं, और दूसरे दिन आपका मूड बन गया तो 20 मिनट गाते हैं, तो 15 मिनट क्या करते हैं, बढ़त करते हैं, सुरों का बढ़त करते हैं. लाइक यू टेक वन पॉइंट एंड देन हाउ यू बिल्ड ऑन दैट. हाँ, तो ये जो है दिस टेक्निक इज लर्न्ड फ्रॉम ख्याल सिंगिंग. हाउ डू यू show the pathways of the melody.
So like you take one lyric and you sing it in different ways, is that what you're saying? Or
Yeah.
So ghazals are your first love in a way, also one of your many deep loves.
Because you can sing to your heart's content.
Also your vocal, it's your vocal range of expressions, I guess, is amazing.
It changes, yeah.
Jagjit Singh was great, wasn't he? We lost him at a very relatively young age. We all, Jagjit, Chitra, the magical album Unforgettable.
Oh, yeah.
Did it have an impact on you?
Yes, of course.
Did Jagjit Singh's, which ghazal maestro had the most impact on you?
I have followed Mehdi Hasan Sahab.
Mehdi Hasan Sahab.
Yeah. And it was...
You've also spoken of him as your inspiration and guru.
75, I heard him. पागल हो गया था, मैं बोला यार ये क्या गाना है?
कहाँ पहले सुने थे आपने?
Cassette सुना था. So this element is there, Carnatic music is there, Khayal music. This all made my style.
Oh, amazing. And you brought out the first ghazal with a video.
जी.
You told me that very famous one, मुझे फिर वही याद आने लगे हैं.
मुझे फिर वही याद आने लगे हैं.
ये किस साल का है?
जिन्हें भूलने में ज़माने लगे हैं. उसमें एक शेर है.
जी.
सुना है हमने. नहीं. एक मिनट. सुना है हमें वो भुलाने लगे हैं. सुना है हमें वो भुलाने लगे हैं. क्या हम उन्हें याद आने लगे हैं. इस तरीके से. तो इसका पहली बार गजल का एक एल्बम बना. वीडियो बना. एंड इट बिकेम सो वायरल. उसके बाद ही सारे गानों का वीडियो शुरू हुआ.
जब आपको ऑडियंस ही आपको याद दिलाए, यू नो व्हाट अ लेजेंड यू आर. जब ऑडियंस ही आपके गानों की लिरिक्स आपको याद दिला रही है, इट्स अमेजिंग. अमेजिंग. और ये रेयर मोमेंट्स हैं जब वी गेट टू मीट पीपल लाइक यू फेस टू फेस. आपके गाने सुनते हैं, आपके वीडियोस तो देखते हैं, बट द अमेजिंग थिंग अबाउट लेजेंड्स इज दैट वी गेट टू मीट अ पर्सन. और कुछ तो एक बनता है एम्बियंस से, है ना. व्हेन ही पर्सन इज फिजिकली विथ यू, है ना, it makes a difference. We're really enjoying it. We're thanking you. We're thanking you from the bottom of our heart. You also had a great relationship with Ustad Zakir Hussain ji, who we unfortunately lost again recently.
Yeah, and we just miss him.
You miss
every day, yeah, absolutely.
You had a very deep relationship with him, and you have, you in fact in December 24 shared a heartfelt tribute to him recently when you said that he wasn't just a master of the tabla, he was the heartbeat of music itself.
Absolutely. What it was a powerhouse. Itna matlab, and not only a musician, he was a great human being.
Yes.
He was a great human being. And this is...
When was this picture taken?
In my studio, we were just working on Hazir 2. And he had just finished playing, and then he wanted to listen to it, and then we were sitting on the mix of the album.
You also had a ghazal with him.
Two albums with him. Marize
Ishq. Actually, you worked with every great of the time. And I want to bring you back to the 90s. Can I bring you back to the 90s? In the 90s, you were then singing the greatest romantic ballads that I can remember of. And one of those is a personal favorite of mine. I'm not fond of the actor, but I like the song. Salman Khan,
Panga. थोड़ा प्राइवेट पंगा चल रहा है.
मेरा बॉलीवुड के साथ अच्छा रिश्ता नहीं है, मगर गाने का नाम है बाहों में दरमिया. बाहों ठीक है. इट्स ऑल राइट भाई, ठीक है, हो जाता है. ट्राइंग, मैं कोशिश पूरी कर रहा हूँ मेरी तरफ से. बाहों के दरमिया. और डुएट था आपका शायद अलका याग्निक जी के साथ. And again the amazing Manisha Koirala was in that song, and this is one of those amazing love songs of the 90s. Can you tell us a little bit about that moment? We're playing a video of it.
ये Jatin Lalit, was the music director.
Yes.
And I had gone to dub the song, and they loved my voice because it was different.
Yes.
My singing was different, and it kind of, they felt that it will suit this song musically. And Alka ji, of course, one of the best singers we have, and the combination worked. We did, in fact, me and Alka, we have done a lot of songs which are very, very successful. Yeah.
Can you sing a little bit from that song for us, please? Thank you.
खुलते बंद होते लबों की ये अनकहीं मुझसे कह रही है बढ़ने दे बेखुदी मिले यूं के दौड़ लगाए नस नस में बिजलियां बाहों के दरमियां तो प्यार मिल रहे हैं जाने क्या बोले मन डोले सुन के बदन धड़कन बनी जुबां
This song carries such intimacy and emotion.
Yes.
Both at the same time, you know. And it was picturized well, very beautifully. And I think it represented that moment, that time period also. And a whole generation of Indians have grown up with these songs. The amazing thing about these songs is that if you check with someone who is 22 or 23 years today, they probably know the song. And I did a check with one of my production people who is at least 20 years younger to me. I said, "Tumhe kya pata?" I was preparing for this interview. He came to my room. I said, "Tumhe kya pata?" He said, "Kya nahi pata?" I said, "Tumhe colonial cousins ke bare mein pata hai?" He said, "Pata hai." I said, "So you were not born at that time?" He said, "But pata hai." And he mentioned the songs, the lyrics, and he was about to sing when I told him, "Leave my room." But isn't this the biggest achievement of your life? I mean, when you standpoint of where you are today, and by the way, a wonderful book is being released on 50 years of Hariharan's career. Let's give him a big round of applause for that. This book is an upcoming book. It's called Ustad-e-Ghazal. It is a golden jubilee celebration of the 50-year ghazal journey and an introduction for new generations to discover the timeless art form. It has contributions from icons like Asha Bhosle, Javed Akhtar, A.R. Rahman, and it has been written by a long-time friend, Anand Kakkar. He's here, I'm told today. Anandji, this is not just, no wonder he was pulling you up. So this is a beautiful book. I congratulate you for it. And is there something you'd like to say about the book, please?
Anandji has been a keen listener of my, follower of my music for years now. First I met him in Lucknow, and then so many places. And so when he came, and he has done research in my music, तो वो कहा है कि ये मैं लिखना चाहता हूँ. So I said, okay, ठीक है, because you know what I've done. That is the most important thing, you know. And I'm happy that is coming on a form of a book.
That's wonderful. I want to talk to you about Colonial Cousins.
Sure.
Because suddenly we saw you in a totally different form. It was new for that time. It was the MTV age. 1996, 1997. Why are some of the youngsters nodding? You were not there in that time. But you were there, we were there. Yeah. We were all there. We are the MTV generation, sir. We're very cool.
Okay. All right.
We're very cool, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, we're cool. Absolutely. But Colonial Cousins was different. It was a breath of fresh air. You and Leslie on stage, there's such energy. And it was original.
It was original.
What you said, that you carving your own identity.
Yeah.
That was an identity that only you and Leslie did. I want to talk to you. Don't play the video, please. Don't play. Okay, I want to tell us about the cultural context, the room in which this happened, where the idea germinated, where the music was written. Give us the backstory of Colonial Cousins, please.
It was in Flora Fountain. There's a studio there. And I used to sing jingles for Leslie. This was in 90s. So we were waiting for a script to come from Delhi, ad agency. It was not ready. So you know how it is. So we were waiting. तो आधा घंटा हुआ and Leslie का ऐसा guitar पड़ा था and he started playing something, some riff, something he started playing. So I couldn't keep quiet. I started humming with him. So he was playing chords. So I was trying to do the same thing, or he was playing harmony, I was singing a melody. I was making a melody just then, and I was singing with him. Then he went into blues. I started following him. Then he went to jazz. Then I did some sargams there. And it was about 15-20 minutes. And suddenly we just came out of the spell, and there was about 5-6 people who were all there in the recording. They were all sitting in a semicircle and listening to us. So they asked us, what is this? It's amazing. So we started laughing, both of us. I said, we don't know, we're just singing. And that was the day we thought, what we felt each other, that we had a common essence about music in us, which we could share. A concept of music, basically, and the melody side of it. The melodic. And he said, let's do it. And then later on, we did 3 songs, just a scratch recording. Like we did Sanitapa, we did Sanitapa. Then you tell me, you tell me, you tell me you love me, you tell me you want me to stay all night. Tell me, baby, do you really want me to feel all right? Feel all right. You know that song. And then one more song we did. And then we played it to Sashi Gopal of Magna Sound. So he loved it. He says, what it is? What is it? As it's music. Simple. So those days, इसका genre क्या है? वो genre नया है. It is like singing, है ना? कि so it took a while. It took 2 years for them to kind of understand how to market this stuff, basically.
First went on MTV or TV?
Yes.
First went on TV or first went on the album?
It went on the album, and then we got the Billboard. Then we got the Billboard and the MTV award.
Right.
And then it was picked up by MTV UK.
Yeah.
And we performed there. The other artists were Seal. Seal was there, and one more person. Yeah, the 3 artists there.
What a man! What a man!
This is the first ghazal I learned from Ghulam Aswad Sahab.
Achha.
Yeah, that's the first song. And that way, there's a Carnatic song which I used to sing when I was a kid.
Which one?
See.
Yanduku kalikeno yanda nisai rildu wara mayeti jama mete
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
ओए, मेरी गाड़ी ठोकेगा?
पर गलती तो आपकी है।
मेरी गलती? तू जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है?
ये देखो, पापा और गलती दोनों याद आ जाएंगे। अब देखा किसने सिग्नल तोड़ा?
Cubo dash cans. Get smart, get Cubo.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा।
Fantastic. So what do you, when a legend like you at your stage today, what is left to achieve for you and what do you live for?
It's a good question. I have one granddaughter and grandson.
Tell us about your families. You told us about your mother. I would like you to tell us about your sons, your wife, and your grandkids. By the way, you don't look like you're a grandfather. You know? You're getting younger.
Oh yeah, I'm about 36 now.
Chalega, sir. So am I.
Well, that's Lalita, my better half. And so a lot of people ask me, does she sing? So I says, no, she makes me sing. That's Karan.
Wow.
My
wonderful, wonderful.
He's an actor, and that is in the center Can I go back?
Go
Can I
back. It's a loop,
okay.
so it's going to come back.
Okay.
Tell us about your family. And tell us about the impact they have had on your life.
So that is the center one. That's Akshay.
Yes.
That's his wife, Amrita. And that's Arya there.
Wow.
And this is Ahan.
Wow. Well, 3 cheers to your family.
Thank you.
And can you tell us a little bit about that? And how's your life? I mean, like, what's your day-to-day life like? Are you flying around in private jets, living a
Well, sometimes it's hectic.
life?
Like yesterday, I came from Dubai here.
Yes.
And I'm going tomorrow to Madras.
Well, thank you for coming today.
So
Thank you for coming today, sir. We know how difficult it is to get your time, but thank you for doing this. But tell us about your families.
I spend, if I'm in Bombay, I spend a lot of time at home, basically. That's the time I get. And I definitely eat at home. Home food.
Always?
Yeah. I'm in Ghar pe when I'm in Bombay. Because otherwise you're eating everywhere,
Yes.
so you have no choice. And I do riyaz sometimes when I have gaps in my concerts and all that. क्योंकि रोज अगर हम concert कर रहे हैं तो फिर रियाज उसी में हो ही जाता है. तो और ज़्यादा at this stage of life, ज़्यादा रियाज करने की, we do a lot of mental रियाज basically. सोच में करते हैं हम रियाज. Then spend time with my wife, with my mother, which I have chats about music and all that. And Akshay is a producer. He's just started his company called Eisen Records. He produces EDM music, EDM, trance, all. He's on a different ball game, I would say.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. And I've done some songs with him also.
You do songs with him?
Yeah. Of course. I've done, and he's also fused classical musicians and classical music with EDM. He's also tried that. He's been doing that. And Amrita is a supportive wife, and Karan is an actor. He's done 2 films, and he's looking for a good break, I would say.
That's amazing. I'm sure he will. I wish your family all the luck and health, sir. This cements you, doesn't it? And that's what I find extraordinary about you. What you just said, you spend time with your mother. That's most important. And that's why you are blessed. You have her blessings always with you. Recently Subhangshu Shukla, we all know Subhangshu Shukla, sorry. He went to space. And we were all very proud. And he was listening to one song while starting his journey to space. You know about this?
What's that?
And that song is your song, sir. Yes, sir. यूं ही चला, ठीक है, यूं ही स्वदेश 2004 and Javed Akhtar Saab's words, A.R. Rahman's contribution, and your voice. What a combination. This song with 2004 sort of weaved in a lot of people with its folk rawness into the mainstream. There was a folk element to it, and there was a new touch to it.
Right.
And now it's gone into history, this song. Can you tell us something about the backdrop of this song when you recorded it 20 years back?
Yeah, it was Rahman and
Javed Akhtar Saab?
It was music. I mean, the director of the film was
composition. Ashutosh Gowarikar. That's right.
So they gave me the song, and I just sang the intro in that song basically.
Yes.
And then, like, I'm the voice coming out of a radio.
Okay.
That was me. And then these 2 characters were sitting in the So I do kind of a yodel and things like that. And they wanted the colonial touch in that song. So I start the song with the yodel, and then I sing the mukhra and get into tantra, and then the characters take over. Could we hear that song?
Can we hear it?
Yeah.
We'll get us into the mood.
Yeah.
Do we have a video of that song?
Yeah, that's.
Shall we have it?
Because
I think we'll have it.
it's so beautifully.
Yeah. You want to pick it up from there?
Huh?
You want to pick it up from there where the song let out?
यूं ही चला चला ही यूं ही चला चल रहा कितनी हसीन है ये दुनिया रा 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 री रा 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 री रा 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 दुनिया everybody dum dum da na 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 dum da na na dum dum da na na dum da na na dum dum da na na dum da na na भैया dum dum da na na dum da na na dum dum da na na dum da dum dum da na na dum da na भैया.
When I've done these interviews and moments, I've often found that what is the most popular moment for the audience of the legend is different from the most important moment for the legend of the legend. So I've found very often that if you tell a classical singer which is your favorite rag or your favorite moment, the audience will say something, but for the artist, it is something else. So I would like to ask you that for you, if I was to choose one song which represents your soul, beyond everything I have asked you, of course, I have asked you about your most famous songs, and I will ask you a few more. I want you to go back and tell us about the melody, the song, the theme that inspires you, which is your anthem. You know, everybody has an anthem. Everybody has an anthem, and I'll set the mood for my question. For us, it is an anthem. You know, I remember when I was in school, every time I had a tough exam, I had a difficult moment, I had an interview, I used to borrow my father's record. And my father had an LP, a Philips LP, and there was a LP of Elvis Presley. And it was 1973 Madison Square Gardens. And I remember sitting for my NTSC exam, there was a scholarship exam, and I listened to a song called The Impossible Dream. And I would always listen to that song to inspire myself. I do it now also. Whenever I feel low, I listen to Impossible Dream, live performance, Madison Square Garden, Elvis Presley.
Wow.
So I have my moment. Now for you, what is Hariharan's moment song that hits his soul, that brings back a ton of memories and which can make you wake up and relate to that song like nothing does? तो मैं तो पूछ लूंगा, but आपका क्या है? मतलब दिल से अगर आप पूछे मुझे, what is your song, your melody?
बहुत मुश्किल सवाल पूछ लिया आपने.
ये तो
इतने सारे गाने हैं जो
नहीं, इसका जवाब तो आपको सोच के देना पड़ेगा, because it's something else, you know.
I know. There's one, this particular ghazal which my guru taught me. That's very close to my heart.
Which one?
बहुत बेचैन है, बहुत बेचैन है दिल, तुम जहां भी हो चले आओ, सितारों की सजी महफिल ना उठ जाए, चले आओ, बहुत बेचैन है दिल.
This is the first ghazal I learned from Ghulam Aswad Sahab.
Achha.
Yeah, that's the first song. And that way, there's a Carnatic song which I used to sing when I was a kid.
Which one?
See. Yete jama vediha varama yete jama vediha yete jama vediha yanduku kalikeno yanda nisai rindu varama yeti jama miti
And when you are singing, आप अपने voice को stretch कर रहे हैं. What carries that moment, you know? I've seen often great singers. It's not about the words anymore. It's about the music.
I feel like a soaring bird.
Okay.
Flying bird, like. तो ये ऐसा लगता है कि you're free when you're singing.
Oh,
like,
good. It's so well described.
Yeah.
That keeps you happy.
Yeah, yeah, it gives you the kick. Yeah.
Forget every worry, forget every stress.
Yeah,
Huh?
Absolutely.
Do you carry stress on the stage? Stress तो सबको होता होगा.
Stress not while singing. Something happened before singing. Or maybe if I have a little bad throat or something, of course थोड़ा stress हो जाता है. We are all तो वो फिर तरीके से गाना पड़ता है, you know, like तो वो stress होता है. But otherwise, singing is never a stress. I think it's a stress buster.
Yeah.
The moment you start singing, you're happy.
In same film Matches, there was this beautiful quartet, and it was your voice, it was your alap, which, you know the song I'm referring to, there was a quartet in Matches.
Yeah,
in Matches,
it had
Vishal Bhardwaj, it had the great late KK.
KK.
Great guy. What a loss, KK.
KK,
and it had Suresh Wadkar.
Yeah, it was.
Chappa Chappa was your duet with Suresh Wadkar.
Correct.
And then there was the quartet, which was Chhod Aaye Hum Wo Galiyan. That's amazing. And the alap, your alap was, it resonated with that deep emotion you carried it on.
Right.
Your voice, I read many critics, many people, analysts of your voice. You know how much analysis have been done on your voice? मुझे तो लगता है कि आपके voice पे PhD होगी कहीं. There is so much analysis of his voice. Is it a textured quality? What is it about Hariharan's voice that transports you to another moment? Some voices make you want to dance. Some voices make you want to think. Some voices are good for carrying the lyrics of the song. But there is something about your voice, and I'm sure you've told people about it, that you can even be gentle and breezy, but it is so textured, your voice, but you can transport people with your voice. That is apparently what was written about you, that Hariharan's voice transports you to the world in which he is singing the song. And that is what I think all of us are experiencing today. Am I right? है ना, बहुत breezy songs भी आपके हैं, बहुत breezy songs हैं. ये छोड़ आए हम का जो आपने जो alap we shared with us, I think represents that. You picked up only with the alap and we related to the whole song. अगर इस आलाप को ही सुना जाए, it becomes a song by itself.
Right.
Am I right?
Correct.
आप सोच रहे हैं ये क्या बोल रहे हैं? But I feel that way, that I don't know, am I communicating with you that, you know, it's just amazing. You know, that there are a lot of songs that I can request you to sing, but that is not fair. I want you to tell me about any moment in your life which you feel, so you've now had 50 years of the history of Indian music through your eyes, and maybe longer as a practitioner.
Yeah.
Right. So I want you to talk to me about music in our country as you see it evolve. I'm sure much will come out in your book. But where was music in 1970s when you started, and where is it now? And what direction do you see it take? And any talent that Hariharan has spotted for the future, because I think a little bit we would like to also know about your views on music.
Yeah. See, basically, soundscape used to change every 20, 25 years, about 50 years back or 40 years back. Today, it changes every 3 years. Talking of film music, the music is made for the film. The director of the film, the story of the film, the script of the film, the characters of the film, on them is dependent the music. So they say, आजकल वो गाना नहीं बनता क्योंकि वैसे फिल्म नहीं बनते हैं, वैसे कैरेक्टर्स नहीं होते हैं. It is not music per se, film music. Per se music is bands, singers, solo singers, classical music, semi-classical music, Western music, bands, rock bands, ballads, and so that is music per se. That music is started growing now because you have something called a YouTube and you have the platform where the musicians can go and put their songs. You don't have to wait for a film song ka ek break. It is not necessary. You can put your thing. That's a beautiful thing, I'll tell you. Because it's so, everybody doesn't get a chance to sing in films because it is only that much films made and that kind of songs, and it is एक type होता है. हीरो का एक टाइप होता है, हीरोइन का एक टाइप होता है. उसके जो उस बेसिस पे which are the voices suit them, they get the prominence. It's not about music. It is about all these kind of small details which help you or not help you to get a song. So, music per se is again back in India and it is growing. It is very good. And music will always grow because people need music. It is a healer. It is a healer. You don't need medicines. You need to listen to good music. Half of your problems are, you're a different man basically. आपके अंदर एक कोमलता है. Because you take my father used to say, if a man doesn't understand music or he hates music, be careful of him. बोले देखो ये गड़बड़ है यार, ये बड़ा गड़बड़ है ये. तो I used to always say that. So I think so. It's nice, and there are kids who are very talented, and बहुत सारे लोग सीख के आते हैं अभी. They are equipped with the knowledge of music, what they're doing basically. Because you need to know what you're doing so that you can grow. Your foundation has to be very strong. That is very important, that the longevity of your career is only with knowledge about what you're doing. तुक्का कहीं मतलब you just had a lottery and then you're successful. That's a different thing. But the longevity, अगर आपको करना है काम डट के करना है बहुत साल, तो आपको जानकारी जरूरी है कि आप क्या कर रहे हैं. That is very important. So I think the change is very good. I think there are a lot of good singers and God bless all of them. Yes.
Anup Jalota ji, who you have performed bhajans with, has sent a message for you.
Ji.
I'd like to play that, please. Do we have Anup Jalota ji's message? So many people have sent messages for you.
Acha?
Yeah. A lot of people love you and everybody has a story about you.
Wow.
हरिहरन जी के लिए कहना बहुत मुश्किल है अब. क्योंकि आज उनसे अच्छा कोई गा नहीं रहा है। ही इज नंबर 1 सिंगर। और वो 45 साल पहले जैसा गाते थे आज भी वैसे गाते हैं, वैसे ही गाना है। हमारी दोस्ती है 45 साल पुरानी, तो हम उनको जब उन दिनों सुनते थे तो भी ऐसा गा रहे हैं। हम सोचते थे यार ये गले से जो हरकतें निकल रही हैं ये कैसे होती हैं यार, समझ में नहीं आता है। आज भी वही है, आज भी हम कोशिश करते रह जाते हैं, 10% नहीं गा पाते उनके जैसा। भगवान ने स्वभाव भी इतना अच्छा दिया है, बहुत प्यारा स्वभाव। खाने पीने के शौकीन है मेरे जैसे, तो दोस्ती जरा ज़्यादा हो जाती है। सच तो ये है कि लोग मेरा गाना सुनते हैं और हरिहरन जी का गाना और गायकी दोनों सुनते हैं।
This is your greatest earning, and your dear friend and Leslie Lewis also has a message for you. I'd like to play Leslie Lewis's message, with whom he formed the famous band Colonial Cousins.
Hey, so what do I say about Hariharan? Hariharan is a legend, and you guys know it, and I've always known it. बहुत पहले जब Colonial Cousins हमने फॉर्म किया था उसी वक्त मुझे लगा था कि this guy is a legend, and I've been blessed to work with him. He's my brother, and we've made such great music as Colonial Cousins, and I really, really wish him all the very best. You know why? Not just because he's a great singer, he's a fantastic guy. So Hari, here's to you. Rock and roll.
Another message from all your friends is from the great celebrity chef with whom you created this song called Chappa Chappa Afwa Chale during COVID. It was a light-hearted, humorous look, I think, at the frustrations of people bombarded with fake news.
Right, we did that.
The great chef's message for you is Sanjeev Kapoor.
What a legend. I think more than anything else, he's been a dear friend for years. And I think it's people say that his voice is eternally sweet. I think it's eternally sweet because that's who he is. He as a person, he is a person of a heart which not many people have. So I'm blessed to call him my friend, my family, and legends are not born. Legends are there to celebrate, and he's not only for me or you or anyone. I think he's a dedication to not just India but the entire world. I'm so lucky that a singer like him, trained by his great mother, was born in India, and we have had the luxury of listening to him, being in his company for hours together. Thank you, my friend. Always grateful that you've added so many smiles that we have lost count.
Wow. You know, there are many more messages, and the important thing is that I think at this moment when you and I are talking, maybe there's a flashback in your mind also about all your life.
Yeah.
I don't think you get to pause. You have a very busy life. But it's important for you to, and for us to tell you how important you have become and of a part of our lives. And so I want to thank you today for doing this for us. Flies in from Dubai, going somewhere tomorrow, performances. If you look at his schedule, it's probably after the Prime Minister is the second most busy man. But your childhood friend, Subramanyam Naganathan Iyer, Subba, has a message for you.
Oh my God. Okay.
Can I play that?
We have Subba and me, we have been together from kindergarten to law. We did law together.
You did law? You're a lawyer?
Yeah. I don't practice, but I know it.
Subba's message for him, please.
Oh my God.
Hari and I have been friends for the last 65 years, yeah.
50.
And we have been thick friends till today. Hari started his singing in school itself. He used to sing the song The Lightning Express, which moved all of us and the teachers included to tears. He continued his riyaz and his training, and all this culminated in the Sur Singar Award in 1977. Jaidev was the judge. He got into a breakthrough in Gaman, followed by the colonial cousins, Hanuman Chalisa, National Awards, and the Padma Shri. And behind all this has been amazing hard work. 8 to 10 hours of riyaz per day, devotion, dedication, passion. I think that defines Hari beautifully well. Apart from this, I would like to talk about Hari as a friend. We used to have a lot of fun, a lot of adventures, misadventures, pranks. We did everything under the sun. And for me, his friendship is nothing but a pure gift and a great joy. Hari keep inspiring millions and millions of people and give a lot of joy to us, inspire the young singers, and impact this universe. Lots and lots of love, Hari. We all love you. Take care. Bye-bye.
One last message from Jolly Mukherjee, who has worked closely with you. Jolly, popular singer and lyricist. Can we play Jolly's message? And then we have one last song today. Very important song.
About 5 decades ago, I met Hari at a place called Ruyanaka, Matunda. And ever since, we have shared this special bond that can't be explained with words. So many special moments, both professional and personal. I was his best man at his wedding. When my eldest son was born, Hari was the one who kept his name Rishabh. Over the years, we have been more like brothers, I would say. We have worked together through good times and the bad, and also like brothers, have had occasional disagreements too. A truly wonderful musician, his talents and hard work speaks for itself. And I'm so happy and proud to see how far the boy I met at Ruyanaka has come. Hari was the one who gave me the opportunity to arrange the music for the album Hazir, which of course was Hariharan and Ustad Zakir Hussain together. Since then, we have worked in countless albums together, sharing ideas, pushing the boundaries to create wonderful music. Hazir se Hazir tu tak. I have been grateful to be on the wonderful journey with you, Hari, and looking forward to what comes next. With your talent and hard work, and of course, Amma's blessings, you truly are a living legend in India. Padma Shri Hariharan to the world, but to me, you will always be my elder brother, a close friend, whom I had met 5 decades ago at a place called Ruyanaka, Matunda. Stay happy, healthy, lots of love, as ever, Jolly.
Thank you. We want to wrap up with 2 moments which will go deep into our heart. First, on popular demand, and also because the first part of our recording failed a little bit on Hanuman Chalisa. You have it with you.
Yeah.
A little bit again so we get energized.
Sure.
And then I will wrap up with the song which is you call your proudest recording. You know which one I'm talking about. We all saw it in Diplomat recently. That's a clue. You saw the film, John Abraham film, Diplomat? Okay, that's a clue. We'll end with that, okay? But first, from our studios to the whole world, at a time when India is rediscovering its civilizational heritage, when we are going to the world, the whole world is there, but we have Lord Hanuman with us. bringing the country together from this platform of Republic, may I request you, legend Hariharan ji, to please sing a few lines, recite a few lines is more appropriate, of Hanuman Chalisa for us once again, and we will join him as much as we can, please, in a moment of meditation, prayer and music. Yes, please.
श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निज मनु मुकुर सुधारी बरनऊ रघुबर बिमल जसु जो दायक फल चारी बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके सुमिरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि हरऊ कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी कंचन बरन विराज सुबेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ वज्र और ध्वजा विराजे कांधे मुंज जनेऊ साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजग बंदन।
Thank you, sir. We'll wrap up with this today, please. Thank you. But can I give you a hug?
Please. Thank you.
May God give you all health, happiness and joy.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
You're a wonderful human being, and it's a privilege to get to know you.
Same here. Same.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us here today on this episode of Legends. Thank you to Hariharan. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? Thank you.
ये बड़ी गाड़ी वाले ऐसे ही रैश चलाते हैं। पुलिस को बुलाओ। अरे चुप, तुमने तो गाड़ी वालों को ही विलन बना दिया।
ये देखो।
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या जहां नए रंग पुराने दोस्तों जैसे लगते हैं। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और GST में छूट को जोड़ दें तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर।
Bruno Fernandes missed an important penalty and Harry Maguire had a tough game as Manchester United suffered a worrying 3-1 defeat to Brentford, adding more pressure on manager Ruben Amorim. United were hoping to take advantage of Brentford's slow start and win 2 Premier League games in a row for the first time under Amorim. But things went badly wrong and raised more questions about his future.
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइंड फॉर सुकून।
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना।
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
इंडिया सोना। ओए, मेरी गाड़ी ठोकेगा?
पर गलती तो आपकी है।
मेरी गलती? तू जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है?
ये देखो, पापा और गलती दोनों याद आ जाएंगे। अब देखा किसने सिग्नल तोड़ा?
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's take a look at the top stories we're tracking for you this hour. TVK chief Vijay seeks CBI or SIT probe into Karur Stampede, moves the Madras High Court. Tamil Nadu top cop says they had asked TVK to change venue for the rally. TVK had flouted many rules, did not follow protocol. Injured victim moves Madras High Court, seeks a ban on TVK chief Vijay's political campaign. DMK levels big allegation, says ambulance vehicles were blocked and attacked. AIADMK blames DMK government for not providing adequate security.
आप एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पाता स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं क्या? पाता स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं?
Accused of molesting 15 female students, molester Baba Swami Chinmayanand sent to 5-day police custody. Sonam Wangchuk's wife blames the CRPF for the violence in Ladakh. A deadly stampede at TVK chief Vijay's rally in Karur has left at least 40 people dead. That includes 9 children. Families are devastated and panic swept through the crowd. There were horrific scenes coming in from the site and heart-wrenching scenes now from the hospital. Opposition, including the AIADMK, have raised sharp questions at TVK and DMK over the lack of security arrangements at the venue. Here's a report. At least 40 innocent lives lost. Families shattered in seconds. Karur reels under the weight of deadly tragedy. 16 women, including 9 children, were among the victims. The incident unfolded at TVK rally in Karur last night, where around 30,000 people had gathered. Actor turned politician Vijay was scheduled to address the crowd at around 12 p.m. but his arrival was delayed by nearly 6 hours. The restless gathering swelled in anticipation. And around 7:45 p.m., a sudden power cut plunged the venue into darkness, triggering confusion and further panic. In the chaos, thousands surged towards the stage barricades. Several people collapsed due to suffocation. To add to the woes, the delay in medical assistance meant timely treatment could not reach several of the injured. As children and women fainted, Vijay was seen pleading with police and volunteers to rescue a missing 9-year-old girl. Hours after the stampede, Vijay was spotted leaving for the airport without visiting the victims or making any public statement. This is not the first time stampede situation occurred in a TVK rally. A month ago, the Madras High Court had warned of possible fatalities at Vijay's rallies if safety lapses continued. The court had asked the DMK-led government who would take responsibility if lives were lost and ordered uniform safety rules for political gatherings across parties. Now the opposition parties, including BJP and AIADMK, have strongly criticized the ruling DMK government over the lack of security arrangements at the rally. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has appointed a commission headed by Aruna Jagdishan to probe the deadly stampede. And my colleague Sharda has filed a ground report from the Karur hospital. Take a look.
Over 39 dead and 51 injured and still in critical condition in the Karur government hospital after the TVK political campaign was held last night here in this district. TVK leader Vijay was supposed to come here at 12 noon but only reached the place at 7 p.m. causing distress among the crowd with over 15,000 people waiting for him throughout the day. With over many fainting, over dizziness with no food and water throughout the day. Over 10 were admitted during the day yesterday, and also after Vijay arrived in Karur at 7 p.m. over 100 people were injured in the stampede-like situation that was formed after actor Vijay arrived at the location of his political campaign. Also following that, when the actor left after his campaign, the stampede continued to happen around the 1,000 square meter where the leader was, and also after he left, around the police tried to move them around and figured that over 100 people were injured in the stampede and were immediately brought to the Karur government hospital and other private hospitals around the area. Now almost 39 people have died in this particular stampede and 51 continues to be in the hospital taking treatment.
In fact, more videos of the tragedy are surfacing even as the death toll continues to mount. In this video, a panicked father can be seen running and holding his child. Viewers, a very, very heart-wrenching video as he cries inconsolably, mourning the loss of his young one, his loved one. Meanwhile, AIADMK General Secretary E. Palaniswamy questioned the government over lack of security arrangements in the Karur rally.
TVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு இந்த கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி TVK கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த TVK அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தால் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र. ये बड़ी गाड़ी वाले ऐसे ही रैश चलाते हैं. अरे चुप, तुमने तो गाड़ी वालों को ही विलन बना दिया. ये देखो.
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस. विद यू लाइक फैमिली. विद यू ऑलवेज.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Last night, someone broke into Ishan's room. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped him with a loud alarm and alerted the mom.
Cubo smart security cameras not just record, it protects.
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी MSME से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे MSMEs थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो मैन्युफैक्चर करें, वो दुनिया में
Bruno Fernandes missed an important penalty and Harry Maguire had a tough game as Manchester United suffered a worrying 3-1 defeat to Brentford, adding more pressure on manager Ruben Amorim. United were hoping to take advantage of Brentford's slow start and win 2 Premier League games in a row for the first time under Amorim. But things went badly wrong and raised more questions about his future.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और GST में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Border Security Force initiated a massive search operation in Ramgarh sector of Samba district after a Pakistani drone was sighted hovering over the Karalian village on the morning of 28 September. With Bihar elections coming closer, the BJP unit of state has announced election campaign committee for the election process, which will comprise of 45 members. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that the government of India is working to get the Chhath Mahaparv added to UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List during the 126th edition of his monthly radio program Man Ki Baat, adding that it will help people all over the world to learn about festivals' importance and beauty. Bruno Fernandes missed an important penalty and Harry Maguire had a tough game as Manchester United suffered a worrying 3-1 defeat to Brentford, adding more pressure on manager Ruben Amorim. United were hoping to take advantage of Brentford's slow start and win 2 Premier League games in a row for the first time under Amorim. But things went badly wrong and raised more questions about his future.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन्ड फॉर सुकून।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में GST बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस GST बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। GST कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी GST कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, good evening. Hope you had a great Sunday. And now it's time to look forward to the coming week. Welcome back to this week's edition of Looking Forward. The show is about stories that are shaping up over the coming days and weeks. News that is developing and would have consequences for your life and mine and impact our choices. Stories that shape India's and world's politics and economics going forward. So let's get going. Tonight's show packs a punch with 5 stories that you should look forward to this week. Story number 1 is on the upcoming visit of the full Election Commission to Bihar. Expect polling dates to be announced immediately after this Patna visit. Next would be a peep into what happens next in Ladakh via Delhi. Because tomorrow, that's Monday, the Ministry of Home Affairs is meeting protester groups, minus the agent provocateur Sonam Wangchuk, jailed in Jodhpur. Story number 3 tonight is on Trump's pharma tariffs that kick in from Wednesday, October 1. What would be their impact on India's pharma industry, you would want to know. Story number 4 is about the tragedy in Karur, Tamil Nadu. 2 petitions are already in the Madras High Court seeking a probe. Politics already, unfortunately, getting injected into the tragedy. what happens next. And finally, story number 5 is on more Government of India offices moving to the new Secretariat complex on the Kartavya Path in Delhi. Even Prime Minister's office sometime soon. What this Central Vista project looks like ahead of the move, we explore. Let's begin with the headlines. Vijay moves the Madras High Court for independent probe into Karur Stampede TVK alleges conspiracy the tragedy in which 40 people, including 16 women and 9 children, lost their lives. Police blames swelling crowd after tragic venue shift in Karur. Tamil Nadu top cop says they had asked TVK to change the venue for the rally, but the party flouted many rules. Injured man moves Madras High Court against not to TVK to hold rallies. The petitioner contended before the court that the tragedy was not merely an accident, but the direct result of reckless planning, gross mismanagement and a complete disregard for public safety. A political blame game already on in Tamil Nadu over the Karur Stampede. DMK levels huge allegations, says ambulance vehicles were blocked and attacked. AIA DMK blames the DMK government for not providing adequate security.
16 लड़कियों में आपने एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं। क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पाता स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं क्या? पाता स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं?
Delhi Baba accused of molesting 17 women caught after weeks of evading arrest. Swami Chinmayan and sent to 5 days of police custodial remand. Sonam Wangchuk's wife dismisses government's claim that Wangchuk incited violence, saying he was protesting in the most Gandhian way possible. She points out that the situation escalated on September 24 because of the CRPF. All right, welcome back, friends. The Election Commission has been in the eye of opposition storm for the last 3 months over this special intensive revision or SIR of electoral rolls in Bihar. The issue reached from the smallest of the villages in the state to the Supreme Court. Ultimately, the exercise is over and the final electoral roll is set to be released on September 30th. That's day after tomorrow. And now we are looking at the brass tacks. The full Election Commission is going to be in Patna this week on 4th and 5th to assess preparedness of the poll machinery. And then we would know the dates. Bihar is ready to roll.
The date is set for the next Bihar Assembly. It has to be formed before 22nd of November, the day the term of present House expires. And this coming week, we would know the dates of the polling and the day of Bihar results. For the full Election Commission, led by its chief Gyanesh Kumar, is set to visit Patna to take stock of the ground situation this week. The Chief Election Commissioner has been a target of some opposition attacks over the issue of SIR.
कई लाख वोटरों का अगर नाम काट दोगे तो ये चलने वाला नहीं है। हम लोग चुप बैठने वाले नहीं हैं। ये आप वोटर का केवल अधिकार ही नहीं छीन रहे, उसका अस्तित्व मिटा रहे हैं।
But the Election Commission stood its ground and completed the process in time for the polling process to kick in.
ये आरोप को मैं सिरे से इसीलिए खारिज करता हूं कि चुनाव आयोग पर उनका आरोप है। मैं राज्यसभा में था, तीन ECI जो हैं वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के मेंबर हो चुके हैं, लेकिन हमने कभी सवाल नहीं उठाया। हर बार चुनाव में अपनी गलत नीतियों की वजह से वो हारते हैं। ये वोट चोरी नहीं है।
They are trying their best to build a narrative in respect of the SIR. But that is over. SIR has been fully examined by the Honorable Supreme Court of India. So SIR is no issue at all. They are trying, that's why they left this issue. Now they have come on the ECB reservation.
The new electoral rolls as per the SIR are set to be released by the 30th of September, paving the way for announcement of dates which is likely to happen after Dussehra, but before Diwali.
चुनाव आयोग से हमें कोई शिकायत नहीं है। हमने वो दौर भी देखा है जब डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट किसी राज्य का ऑल इंडिया का ECI बन जाता था, और ख़ास तौर से बिहार और ईस्टर्न यूपी जैसे राज्यों में और अन्य राज्यों में भी बूथ कैप्चर होते थे और हम लोग धरने पे बैठा करते थे, एंड विद नो सॉल्यूशन। अब EVM आया जिससे बूथ कैप्चरिंग बंद हो गई। EVM पर भी हमारे कांग्रेस के मित्र ऐतराज़ करने लगे। अब उन्होंने वोट चोरी का लगा दिया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहता है SIR में अगर कोई गड़बड़ी होगी तो पूरी प्रक्रिया को दोबारा करा देंगे, लेकिन जो नेता प्रतिपक्ष हैं और उनकी पार्टी है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इंस्ट्रक्शंस को भी मानने को तैयार नहीं है।
And the stage is set for the dance of democracy in Bihar.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का संगठन जो है वो 24 घंटा 24/7 काम करता है। हम वो स्टूडेंट नहीं हैं कि इलेक्शन एग्ज़ाम आने पे तैयारी करें। हम साल भर मेहनत करते हैं।
What are the issues, the agenda of alliances?
बिहार में ही नहीं, देश में घुसपैठिया एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। इससे इतर नहीं हो सकते। ये सिर्फ भारत की समस्या नहीं है, ये गजबाए हिंद नहीं, ये गजबाए इस्लाम है जो पूरे विश्व में बीमारी की तरफ फैल रहा है। बिहार हो चाहे देश हो, एक भी घुसपैठिया नहीं छोड़ेंगे। चुन चुन के पकड़ के निकालेंगे उन्हें।
अभी ये राहुल बाबा यात्रा कर गए ना भाई। यात्रा का विषय क्या था उनका बताओ तो जरा। अरे यार, वोट चोरी नहीं था, यात्रा का विषय था जो बांग्लादेश से घुसपैठिए आए हैं उनको बचाने का विषय था।
The opposition, however, sees a self-goal in this BJP position. Listen to Mrityunjay Tiwari of RJD.
बिहार में NDA और भाजपा अपनी हार निश्चित देख करके घुसपैठिए का सवाल खड़े करके सेल्फ गोल कर रही है और अपनी ही नाकामी को उजागर कर रही है। 11 वर्षों से केंद्र में इनकी सरकार है। 11 वर्षों में इन्होंने घुसपैठिए को घुसाया और जब जब चुनाव आता है तो ये घुसपैठिए का मुद्दा उठाते हैं।
Alok hits back, bringing in indie bloc's appeasement politics.
देखिए, हमारा विपक्ष जो है वो एक फेक नैरेटिव लेके चल रहा है। वो कहता है संविधान की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, लेकिन इसी गांधी मैदान में शरीयत के लिए गला कटवा लेंगे। जो कानून बना वक्फ पे उसको उठा के कूड़ेदान में फेंक देंगे, मतलब संविधान को कूड़ेदान में फेंक देंगे। इंदिरा गांधी ने इमरजेंसी लगाई थी तो यही लालू यादव कहते थे इंदिरा ने संविधान को ताक पे रख दिया। ये सब परिवारवादी अपना अस्तित्व बचाने की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं।
Then there is a new face in Bihar politics. Prashant Kishore led Jan Suraj Party.
Last 40 years, Bihar has been constantly at the bottom of the pyramid at the national stage. We have been known as the Pichhada state for such a long time. The people who reigned over Bihar and people of Bihar, they do not have the real intention or the capacity to bring a lasting change in Bihar.
Veteran Tyagi disagrees.
2005 में नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की पहली सरकार बनी थी। अब नई पीढ़ी को बताने में दिक्कत है, पुरानी पीढ़ी जानती है 15 सालों तक किस तरह का आरजेडी का शासनकाल रहा। जो मैरिन ड्राइव है मुंबई का, उससे 10 गुना ज़्यादा भीड़ पटना के मैरिन ड्राइव पर है, जहां कम उम्र के 10,000 लड़के लड़कियां शाम को घूमते हैं। दिस इज द लिमिट, दिस इज द हाइट ऑफ द गुड गवर्नेंस ऑफ नीतीश गवर्नमेंट।
Jan Swaraj dismisses the development pitch, calling palayan or migration of youth as the biggest agenda this election.
Young people from Bihar are leaving for small jobs, jobs which give them not more than 10,000, 12,000 rupees. And that is one reason why the people from Bihar are being abused at different places in different states. People who have ruled Bihar for the last 40 years, they are all responsible for this continuous backwardness of Bihar.
BJP dumps Jan Swaraj as a distraction, however.
चुनाव जब आते हैं तो हम लोग कहते हैं फफूंदी बिहार में, अंग्रेजी में मशरूम। तो पॉलिटिकल मशरूमिंग बहुत होती है। पिछले बार भी हुई थी 2020 में प्लूरल्स में, इस बार जन स्वराज की हुई है पॉलिटिकल मशरूमिंग। लोकतंत्र में सबको अधिकार है हुकूर मुत्ता बनना।
With the agenda set, who would be the chief minister face from both sides?
जो भी सहयोगी हैं, अगुवाई बिहार चुनाव में राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ही करती है, इसमें कहाँ कोई शक है। तेजस्वी यादव जी ड्राइविंग सीट पर है, राष्ट्रीय जनता दल बिहार में बड़े भाई की भूमिका में है।
देखिए, अक्सर बात होती है विथ नो सीएम फेस, नो सीएम फेस। कैसे सीएम फेस नहीं है भाई? हमारा मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार हैं, उनके नेतृत्व में हम चुनाव लड़ने जा रहे हैं, उसमें दिक्कत कहाँ है?
But Tiwari takes pot shots at the leadership of Nitish.
सिर्फ फुटबॉल एनडीए में है, जहां आदरणीय श्री नीतीश कुमार जी को किसी भी बीजेपी के बड़े नेता ने, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री, आदरणीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने ये नहीं कहा है कि चुनाव के बाद भी मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी होंगे, नेतृत्व में लड़ेंगे। ये सब जानते हैं कि नीतीश जी को बीजेपी चुनाव बाद हटाएगी।
आलोक रिटॉर्ट्स,
हमारे जो अलाइज है, चाहे चिराग पासवान, जीतन राम मांझी, भूपेंद्र कुशवाहा, जेडीयू और बीजेपी, ये 5 उंगलियां हैं, 5 पांडव, ये मिल के मुक्का बनते हैं। कोई सीट कन्फ्यूजन नहीं है, कुछ नहीं। चुनाव की घोषणा होने दीजिए, उसके 2 दिन के बाद सारे सीट फॉर्मेशंस की घोषणा हो जाएगी।
NDA also has LJP of Chirag Paswan, which believes they should get their fair share to contest.
To form the government of NDA, and for formation, the second criteria, the solo criteria, should be winnability of the candidate, and that we are discussing. So no pressure tactics.
Is that going to affect the incumbent NDA's fortunes? This jostling for seats to contest.
पिछली बार से कम 200 सीटें हम लोग पार करेंगे। उसका कारण समझिए क्या है। पिछली बार जेडीयू और बीजेपी का अलायंस था, इस बार हमारा जो गठबंधन है वो इंटैक्ट है, लिहाजा हम पहली भी कमी पूरी करेंगे और भी बढ़ाएंगे और ये आंकड़ा 200 पार होगा।
With Election Commission visiting Patna this week, ball would be set rolling in Bihar for an exciting 2 months of the dance of democracy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ladakh has witnessed violent scenes this week, leading to the death of 4, injury to many. Controversial activist Sonam Wangchuk had to be arrested. But this is not over yet. The initial investigation is hinting towards a bigger plot, a Nepal model perhaps, and some Pakistan links, a conspiracy to disturb peace. A lot more is coming to light. In fact, the Ministry of Home Affairs has called for a meeting with the lay apex body tomorrow, that's Monday, in Delhi. With a hope for resolution, Ladakh looks to restore peace and tranquility. Here's the story so far and what is Ladakh looking forward to.
जब चीन घुस आता है तो लद्दाख के लोग जान देकर रोकते हैं। अगली बार वो आए तो हम उनको रास्ता दिखाएंगे।
Yang tene laksa mangpe mols thak chat pe gyurja yang chezino. Nepal la yang steoto, Bangladesh la yang steoto, Sri Lanka yang steoto. Miman se gyurja kyoman optene. Chik chik shina tene kyoman op samara vyale.
ये युवा पीढ़ी का बरास था, एक तरह का।
In the disguise of activism, he was running an anti-India syndicate. Sonam Wangchuk has been arrested under the National Security Act.
आपने कहा एक अरेस्ट हुआ है, क्या कर रहा था वो इंटेलिजेंस ऑपरेटिव पाकिस्तान का?
हमने एक पीआईओ अरेस्ट नहीं, मैं कह रहा हूँ, हमने एक पीआईओ को पिक किया था और उसके से इंक्रीमेंटिंग जो चीज़ें जो थी वो पाकिस्तान हैंडलर के साथ शेयर करने वाली मिली थी।
रिलेटेड टू सोनम वांगचुक?
जी जी, उसी की जो सोनम वांगचुक की जो रैलीज थी उसके बारे में।
Two Congress councillors have also been held in connection with the Ladakh violence. Not just a case of protest turning violent, but Ladakh violence has exposed a bigger conspiracy.
सर कुछ उनके जो विजिट हैं पाकिस्तान में वो भी अंडर स्कैनर हैं?
देखिए सारा कुछ अंडर स्कैनर है, पर अभी जो एज ए डीजीपी ऑफ लद्दाख मेरा काम लॉ एंड ऑर्डर और इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफ द केसेस है। जो बाकी है वो बाकी एजेंसीज जो है वो करेंगे।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन में फॉरेन एंगल भी है?
अभी हम देख रहे हैं हर चीज़ में।
While there is a small section backing Wangchuk,
at this point of time it is all accusations, right? So it is a preventive act, right? So it is sort of a precautionary machinery given to the state so that future troubles do not occur, right? So even if they had proof, then what were they doing till now?
Ladakh is on the path of normalcy.
The situation on the ground, the situation continues to be calm. The people of Leh have sent a clear-cut message that they do not want any kind of violence, and it's the 5th day of this situation that is prevailing here. That is the curfew, like Sachuai curfew that has been imposed, but the people have obeyed with the guidelines, and as we speak, LG Kavinder Gupta is holding a security assessment meeting at the LG Secretariat.
Ma'am, how do you find the situation in?
नहीं, अभी तो टूरिस्ट के लिए सब ठीक है। कोई हाँ, दुकान बंद है, मार्केट क्लोज है, लेकिन टूरिस्ट के लिए ठीक है। ले पैलेस क्लोज था कल। आज क्या
मूवमेंट है?
आज क्या है पता नहीं। आज जो हमने दिखा है ठीक से मोनास्ट्री ओपन था। अभी ठीक से मोनास्ट्री से हम आ रहे हैं। टूरिस्ट के लिए सेफ है, कोई दिक्कत हमें नहीं हो।
सर आपको लगता है यहाँ कोई दिक्कत है, कोई डर का माहौल है?
नहीं, कोई डर का माहौल नहीं है।
कोई डर का माहौल
नहीं।
आप लोगों को कोई दिक्कत हुई यहाँ तक?
नहीं, सब ठीक।
Here in the national capital, the week begins with a big meeting on Ladakh on Monday. The Ministry of Home Affairs has called representatives of the apex body Leh, the ABL, and the Kargil Democratic Alliance, the KDA, the two organizations at the forefront of the protest.
ये प्रिपरेटरी मीटिंग्स हैं आगे की 6 अक्टूबर की मीटिंग को फाइनलाइज करने के हवाले से।
Obviously, the issue is not going to be resolved in just one meeting or two.
The government is working in the right manner in which it could be beneficial to the people of Ladakh. It requires a constitutional amendment. It requires certain other finer nuances that common people don't understand. And I think the people of Ladakh also in certain sections of their thought process have been led or misled to believe that this is something that can be done immediately.
But the central government is sending a message that it is willing to listen. Ladakh protesters majorly have 4 demands.
As per the demands of Leh apex body, Kargil Democratic Alliance, they have essentially 4 demands. First is that they want full statehood for Ladakh. That means they want to have their own elected government, assembly, Chief Minister, Secretariat and also a High Court. Second is they want constitutional protection under 6th schedule like in Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura and also Mizoram. And the third demand they have is they want to have 2 separate Lok Sabha seats for Leh and Kargil. And fourthly, they want job reservations for local communities.
Giving statehood to a state bordering China is a major national security matter.
I'm hopeful that it would lead to some kind of understanding, and probably the fears, the concerns of the central government when it comes to security, forests and the natural resources, if all those are taken care of, and at the same time the apprehensions of the MHA, as I understand, would be security because it's a frontline state and adjoining China, and therefore the apprehensions of security, the apprehensions of forests, apprehensions of the natural resources over there, all those if addressed and are taken care of, I think there should not be a problem.
Besides, fulfilling other demands like inclusion in 6th schedule would require constitutional amendment.
Now what happens when you make a state a Schedule 6 state is mostly these states are where the tribal population is more than 90% and local community interests are involved. And I must tell you the distinction between carving out a state and also giving an exception under Schedule 6, giving a special status, requires 2 different majorities of the parliament. The first one needs a simple majority. To have a state is easier with a simple majority present in voting. For Schedule 6, you need a 3/4 majority. It's considered to be a constitutional amendment, and it's a more remarkable or significant change in the constitution. And Schedule 6 essentially gives all the powers to the autonomous development councils, and they can bar outsiders to purchase lands. So that gives them a riding power from outside.
While a few are trying to take advantage of the complexities between central government and Ladakh,
ये युवा पीढ़ी का बरास था, एक तरह का जेन ज़ी रेवोल्यूशन.
protest groups also admit that they are fighting for the rights within the framework of rule of law.
हमारे इस पीसफुल आंदोलन को लेबलिंग नहीं करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये कोई जेनजी प्रोटेस्ट नहीं है. इसमें हर कम्युनिटी, हर वर्ग के लोग हैं और बूढ़े भी हैं, महिलाएं भी अनशन में रही हैं, बुजुर्ग लोग अनशन में रहे हैं. जो 2 लोग हॉस्पिटलाइज हुए वो बुजुर्ग लोग थे. और नेपाल एक अलग कंट्री है, बांग्लादेश, श्रीलंका जिनसे इसकी तुलना की जा रही है, ये अलग कंट्रीज है. वहाँ सत्ता परिवर्तन की बात हो रही थी. यहाँ हम सत्ता परिवर्तन की नहीं, अपने देश की ही हुकूमत से अपने लिए राइट्स मांग रहे हैं. सिक्योरिटी लैब से एजेंसीज का फेलियर है और इसमें जो अकाउंटेबल है उनको कटोरे में खड़ा करना चाहिए. और जुडिशियल प्रोब होनी चाहिए, एक इम्पार्शियल इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए. हम तो खुद कह रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारा मोमेंट, हम देखिए ना, इस जो हंगामे से लद्दाख के मोमेंट को कोई फायदा नहीं होगा, हमें नुकसान होगा.
Ladakh got the status of Union Territory in 2019 and the remaining grievances would certainly be addressed. With the Monday meeting, the central government is clear, minus the agent provocateur. It is ready to business.
All right, friends. TVK chief Vijay's political campaign turned into a tragedy on Saturday evening. 40 people lost their lives as the overcrowding led to a stampede in Karur, Tamil Nadu. In the poll-bound state, political temperature is already soaring. At least 2 petitions have been submitted in the Madras High Court, one seeking a CBI probe, another seeking a ban on Vijay's rallies. A delay, a 30-minute power cut, and utter mismanagement. Multiple reasons have surfaced hours after the deadly stampede. The next week will be crucial as investigation begins in the tragedy.
As the crowd swelled in Karur during Vijay's rally, some of them started to suffocate and faint. A 9-year-old went missing. When the situation went out of control, Vijay left the venue. The next few hours will be etched in the memory of witnesses as an unforgettable nightmare. A day later, the blame game has begun. TVK alleges that there was a power cut which led to the stampede. But the DMK says it was due to security concerns. AIADMK alleges lack of security.
TVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி TVK கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த TVK அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தால் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
BJP is hitting out at government for failing to provide adequate security.
இல்லை, இந்த 39 உயிரிழப்பிற்கு தமிழக அரசு பொறுப்பேற்க வேண்டும். இதில் முழுக்க இதில் தமிழக காவல்துறையுடைய பொறுப்பு இருக்குது. முதல்ல அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுத்துருக்கக்கூடாது. சின்ன இடம் அது, அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கக்கூடாது. அதே நேரத்தில் பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கறது இது எல்லா கூட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் ஒரு வார காலத்துக்கு முந்தி கொடுத்து அவர்கள் அதற்கான தகுந்த பாதுகாப்பு கொடுக்கணும். அந்த பாதுகாப்பே இங்கே இல்லை. அதனால தான் உயிரிழப்பு ஏற்பட்டது.
Police say that the TVK flouted protocols.
Permit them to conduct this event at a place called Lighthouse Roundana. This was not accepted by the police because it was considered to be a high-risk place, considering a large petrol station on the left side and the river Amravati bridge on the right side. So the officers decided it's not advisable to give permission there. We suggested a place because this was conducted in the recent past by one of the political parties with about 12 to 15,000 people were gathered there, and it went off very peacefully. So they also went and saw the place. They finally agreed. They gave it in writing saying that we may be permitted to conduct the event in this place.
TVK has moved Madras High Court seeking a CBI probe. But so has an injured victim, demanding a ban on Vijay's further political campaign in Tamil Nadu. Interestingly, the same Madras High Court had warned the TVK before on overcrowding and its risks.
40 dead, 51 injured, and still many more in critical condition in the Karur government hospital. What we see is what happened last night when the Tamil Nadu TVK leader Vijay, the actor turned politician, had come for his political rally in Karur district. This was his third weekend political rally that the actor had come up with, and this route saw the end to it. All you see here is the slippers of the people who had come here yesterday. Over 25,000 people were here on the same road that you're seeing right now.
Vijay is also in the dock, as many allege that it was delay in his scheduled arrival that led to the overcrowding and chaos. "40 lives are lost, many more scarred." Yet, the blame game takes precedence in poll-bound Tamil Nadu. Vijay, who is looking to contest his first elections and get a foothold, faces a major setback. Vijay is seeking a CBI probe, perhaps looking to prove the entire tragedy as a conspiracy against him. But with a warning, a similar previous instance in Madurai where a man was pushed. Years of experience of being a public figure and a team aware of his popularity. Can he really shrug the responsibility? As the party in power, Stalin government cannot skip the blame either. The future course of action in Karur Stampede will likely be a major point of focus.
Ladies and gentlemen, on October 1, that's Thursday, a seismic shift rocks the global pharma landscape as President Donald Trump unleashes his 100% tariffs on all branded and patented imported drugs. Unless, of course, companies are either manufacturing there or at least breaking ground for their plants right there in the United States. The US government is arguing that this is done in the light of national security imperatives for dealing with the future health crisis. But other experts argue that this move might lead to a health crisis in the present, shooting up for ordinary US patients. India, of course, has a saving grace, as about 90% of our exports to the United States are generic medicines. But of course, the global pharma industry is weighing the changes that begin October 1.
Donald Trump shocked the global drugs industry this week by announcing 100% tariff on all branded imported pharmaceutical products unless companies are building manufacturing plants in the United States. The order becomes effective from Wednesday, October 1st. Given that India is a major contributor to American market for medicines, this could be seen as yet another hit on India's exports. American trade from 2024 indicate that their total pharmaceutical imports value at $212 billion, with India contributing $12 billion, equivalent to 5.98%. In comparison, Ireland exports $50 billion worth pharmaceutical to the US, holding a share of 23.66%, followed by Switzerland at $19 billion with 8.94% and Germany at $17 billion, holding 8.10% of the total pie. The European nations specializing in high-value branded and patented medicine are likely to experience the strongest initial effects of the new tariff policy. But the European Union has stated that their trade deal will shield them from these tariffs. So far as India is concerned, here's the catch. A majority of Indian exports are in the nature of generic drugs and thus exempted from Trump's latest order. That's also the industry view. Listen in to Viranchi Shah, the national president of Indian Drug Manufacturing Association.
Definitely there is no, it's not a death knell as you may like to call it on Indian pharmaceutical industry. And my opinion is based on the fact that last year India exported approximately $9.8 billion worth of drugs from India to the US, which is close to 30% of our total exports of around 28 billion US dollars. And this export mainly comprises of the generics, which are the non-patented formulations, APIs and similar level of products. So when we say that the tariff is on the branded and patented products, the current economic activity of the Indian pharmaceutical industry does not cover this area.
Further elaborating on how India effectively subsidizes the US healthcare, he stated,
we will have to wait for an executive order because what we are deliberating now is based on a tweet. An executive order usually elaborates the kind of duties and the nitty-gritties of how it is going to be executed. But if you see the impact of Indian pharmaceutical industry, for example, on the US healthcare system, the import from India comprises of almost less than 6% of their total imports of pharmaceutical formulations. At the same time, one of the recent studies have come out to say that almost 47% of the generics sold in the US are sourced from India, which in fact reinforces the point that India is a partner to US and other global nations or other countries in building a strong healthcare system at a very affordable cost. And I think we are a part of an industry that therefore saves billions of dollars of public money on the healthcare and helps those government utilize this money for other important works.
Big or small, the latest Trump tantrum does add to ongoing turbulence for India's trade with the United States. So what's the way forward? For Dr. Ajay Sahai, Director General of Federation of Indian Exports Organization, diversification is the answer.
A lot of Indian companies have their manufacturing base in the US. He has talked about the companies who are investing in US and those who are going for the construction or groundbreaking of the manufacturing facility. The clarification has yet to come for those who are already having manufacturing plant. So in short, not to the extent it may impact some other countries like Ireland, Germany, Switzerland. It may partially impact India, but not significantly. Industry was treading cautiously. They have already moved into diversifying their export base. They are looking into the market of Africa, where many of the Indian pharma is already there. They are expanding, penetrating. They're looking into market opportunity in Latin American countries, Southeast Asian countries, and even with China, because a lot of specialty chemicals for pharmaceutical is being imported from China.
And then there's another angle. It is not all of pharma industry's loss. The American consumer, the sick, the patients end up losing.
India's export of pharma is to the tune of around $12 billion, but it has resulted in saving of over $200 billion to the US health security sector. And probably in next 5 years with India's pharma, they will be saving over $1,000 billion. So it's a huge saving which US health sector will have, and therefore we presume that he may not be imposing tariff on the generics even in times to come. Start imposing tariff on generics, it will definitely impact the prices of the pharmaceutical things in the US market, and it will directly impact the US citizen also. And therefore, we feel that looking into the impact which Indian pharmaceutical sector is making into the US, 4 out of 10 prescriptions are served by the Indian pharma and generics, and therefore we are presuming that good sense should prevail and Indian generic should not be impacted, because it will have a huge impact on the US health system also.
The Trump decision is actually raising global alarm bells on the particular aspect.
There can be little doubt that American patients that use the affected drugs are going to be paying more, even if that leads to greater investment in pharma production in the US. It's not obvious that would be possible at a lower cost than the cost of the imports without the tariffs. So no, this is bad news for American patients.
He also argued on how there could be an extension of these tariffs on complex generic medicines.
Where the pharma imports are a national security concern. So I think that argument is taken seriously by some in the US government, and is now not completely off the wall. For most of the affected drugs, I think there's no national security reason for protectionism and domestic production. Generic, rather than brand name or registered trademarks or patented products,
most of these products are not affected. But clearly, there is talk now about extending the tariff to complex generics and to other so-called biosimilar products, biological medications that are similar to others. If that were to be done, it would really hurt India's exporters of these more complex and biosimilar generic goods.
With many who are bullish on the Indo-US ties, even stating that as the trade deal is inked, India is expected to further benefit from the rising healthcare bills in the United States as a primary pharma manufacturer for generic drugs. All eyes are thus firmly on the deal. The Commerce Ministry's statement after Piyush Goyal's visit to US had also mentioned as early conclusion of the trade talks.
Well, the US discussions with the Assistant USTR happened 2 days back. They were productive and are working on the right track.
With a strong pharma sector, diversification formula and a will to surmount the turbulence, cautious optimism is what is guiding the pharma industry. It is over to October 1st for more clarity.
All right, friends, on to our last story tonight. It is anecdotal that when Prime Minister Modi came to Delhi in 2014, he asked his officers, if someone from other parts of the country comes to Delhi and has to see where the government of India is, there was no one place in Delhi from where the massive secretariat operated. Not anymore. There's Kartavya Bhavan on the central vista, and one by one ministries are shifting there. Those who have been to the famed Soviet-era design bhavans of Delhi, from where the government of India operated till now, know what a change in work culture these new, tech-rich, architecturally modern buildings would do to governance.
On August 6th, the Prime Minister had inaugurated the Kartavya Bhavan at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. As the Prime Minister spoke, he highlighted the significance of the word Kartavya for every Indian.
ये कर्तव्य भवन, ये केवल कुछ नए भवन और सामान्य इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है। अमृत काल में इन्हीं भवनों में विकसित भारत की नीतियां बनेगी, विकसित भारत के लिए महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय होंगे। आने वाले दशकों में यहीं से राष्ट्र की दिशा तय होगी।
Designed for efficiency, the Kartavya Bhavan boasts cutting-edge amenities, advanced security and collaborative spaces to speed up file movement, cut red tape and enable a faster policy decision. Listen in on what Dr. P.S.N. Rao, Dean of School of Planning and Architecture, had to say about the state-of-the-art establishment.
The buildings for the central ministries of the Government of India were mostly built between the mid-50s to the mid-60s. So you have the Shastri Bhavan, Nirman Bhavan and so on. There are quite a few of these ministries on either side of the Rajpath. And these buildings have housed the ministries of the Government of India for a very long time. And these buildings, which were built almost 70 years ago, these have by and large outlived their usefulness. They were built at a different time and age. Today technology has advanced a lot, workspace ambience has changed a lot. So that was the idea with which the new Kartavya Bhavan buildings have been envisaged. These are about 4 buildings on either side of the Rajpath, and these buildings are state-of-the-art buildings where you have all the technological gadgetry incorporated into the buildings. So the buildings provide a very good, conducive, comfortable work environment for all the employees.
Further elaborating on how the new offices will be more collaborative and stress-free, he stated,
locating all the ministries close to each other in these buildings on either side of the Rajpath also gives the advantage of interoperability, because none of these ministries is working totally independent. There are interrelationships and interactions between the ministries. So if all the ministries are at close quarters, then it would be very convenient for one to go across physically. Of course, in the digital age, you may not really want to go across physically, but even so, at times when you have to have a physical meeting, it is very comfortable, and therefore the interoperability of the ministries, if they have to have interactions, it is very, very convenient. The Prime Minister's office, the President's office, the Cabinet Secretariat, all these are located at close quarters.
Speaking about the previously crippling situation of the government's offices, Dr. Rao hailed the Central Vista project.
These things have all come in as retrofits over a period of time. For example, the toilets have been modernized, or for example, a few digital gadgets have been brought in and plugged in. So these buildings are full of wires hanging around all over the place, and then things have all been added over a period of time, but not in an integrated manner. So all of a sudden, if there is a power failure, what happens? Or if there is a major fire accident, what happens? So these are questions which are all addressed in these new Kartavya Bhavans that have been built, and some have already been built and some are yet to be built. The first has already been inaugurated very recently by our Honorable Prime Minister of India. So I think probably by the end of next year, the remaining buildings would also be complete, and then all the ministries would gradually start moving in. Some have moved in and others will also move in.
The Prime Minister's office is also set to relocate to the nearby Executive Enclave, signaling a break from the colonial era North and South Bloc. The transformation goes beyond the bricks and mortar, repurposing the North and South blocks into the Yuge Yuge Bharat Sangrahalaya, a public museum, is a symbolic rejection of colonial hierarchies. Prime Minister Modi has called for the PMO to become an institution of service and the people's PMO, urging a bureaucracy that prioritizes citizens over process. Speaking to Republic, Jayant Krishna, former Secretary Urban Development, highlighted why it's essential to have a new building for a Viksit Bharat.
It will be good for the government's image, and the government employees also may be getting a better mindset to perform their duties better. So there are many good things about this approach of constructing a new secretariat with modern infrastructure, modern buildings and so on. And there are many learning lessons also with this. There is a history also of government buildings, official and residential both, of how they are to be redeveloped or developed, and there are learning lessons also.
He further elucidated on the importance of public-private partnership for such redevelopment projects.
But I think this model of redevelopment as a concept and the public-private partnership, in terms of generation of resources, has to be taken forward. Taken forward means it has to be taken forward to the state headquarters, district levels, and even municipality and panchayat levels. You see, government offices have to have a decent look, and because they represent the might of the people, might of the government, stature and mindset of the people. So if the buildings are dilapidated, you don't feel proud. If government offices, if your panchayat building is looking ramshackle or very shabby, you don't feel proud of your panchayat or your village. Similarly, municipality also. If city municipal building is, not a very decent building and it is kind of cracked or it has developed, it's looking like it deserves to be demolished, you don't feel proud of your city. So therefore, I think it is this Kartavya Bhavan concept has to be taken forward to the village level also, to the city level, of course to the district and state level.
He explained further on how the Kartavya Bhavan and the Central Vista project hold symbolic value and must trigger change of infrastructure on state and panchayat levels.
So I think the cities will get a new look, new identity. The citizen will get, a great enthusiastic evening and day to spend if they get a new, and they will get proud, they will get pride in their own city if they get a functionally efficient and architecturally decent municipal office. And similarly for the panchayat also, there should be nice panchayat bhavan and also supported by a nice public office, like public hall, like town hall, like that, a village hall, and a ground also where people can gather, like you can have the Gram Sabha or something. It is a challenge now. You don't get proper places in the city to have a gathering of the people. So, and as I said that this can be they can pay for itself also.
The Modi government has not just made changes in the addresses of India's power corridors, but with Mission Karmyogi and a 360-degree appraisal system, reforms have been brought to make bureaucracy accountable and transparent. As more ministries move into Kartavya Bhavan on the Kartavya Path and India rejoices the redevelopment project, the nation looks forward to reforms in the bureaucracy under Modi 3.0.
चुप! तुमने तो गाड़ी वालों को ही विलन बना दिया। ये देखो।
Cubo dashcams. Get smart, get Cubo.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
मेरी गाड़ी ठोकेगा? पर गलती तो आपकी है। मेरी गलती? तू जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है? ये देखो, पापा और गलती दोनों याद आ जाएंगे। अब देखा किसने सिग्नल तोड़ा?
Cubo dashcams. Get smart, get Cubo.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या जहां नए रंग पुराने दोस्तों जैसे लगते हैं। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Bruno Fernandes missed an important penalty and Harry Maguire had a tough game as Manchester United suffered a worrying 3-1 defeat to Brentford, adding more pressure on manager Ruben Amorim. United were hoping to take advantage of Brentford's slow start and win 2 Premier League games in a row for the first time under Amorim. But things went badly wrong and raised more questions about his future.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
ये बड़ी गाड़ी वाले ऐसे ही रैश चलाते हैं। अरे चुप! तुमने तो गाड़ी वालों को ही विलन बना दिया।
ये देखो।
Cubo dash cams. Get smart. Get Cubo.
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या जहां नए रंग पुराने दोस्तों जैसे लगते हैं। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
Last night, someone dropped the kapoors. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped them with an automatic spotlight and a blaring alarm.
Cubo smart security cameras. Not just record, it protects.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
India Zona. Last night, someone broke into Ishan's room. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped him with a loud alarm and alerted the mom.
Cubo smart security cameras. Not just record, it protects.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और
Bruno Fernandes missed an important penalty and Harry Maguire had a tough game as Manchester United suffered a worrying 3-1 defeat to Brentford, adding more pressure on manager Ruben Amorim. United were hoping to take advantage of Brentford's slow start and win 2 Premier League games in a row for the first time under Amorim. But things went badly wrong and raised more questions about his future.
Last night, someone broke into Ishan's room. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped him with a loud alarm and alerted the mom.
Cubo smart security cameras. Not just record, it protects.
Last night, someone stole my car. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped him with an automatic spotlight and a blaring alarm.
Cubo smart security cameras. Not just record, it protects.
मेरी गाड़ी ठोकेगा? पर गलती तो आपकी है। मेरी गलती? तू जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है? ये देखो, पापा और गलती दोनों याद आ जाएंगे। अब देखा किसने सिग्नल तोड़ा?
Cubo dash cams. Get smart. Get Cubo.
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी।
You think he can make America great again?
You see, his MAGA is not only about
finance and economics. His making America great again is partly racial and partly financial. And in 1935, Jawaharlal Nehru himself said in his glimpses of world history that Swami Vivekananda's Hindu nationalism is not against anybody. In fact, I told them Islam will reach you and it will hit you. Islam hurts modernity more than it hates Hinduism. Nehru kept on committing blunders after blunders. He could neither befriend China nor befriend America. Pacifism damaged Japan. Secularism damaged India.
So if you're watching this today, I want to start by saying that it is my intention, beyond what I do as my daily news show, to have conversations with people that are not just meaningful, but in which we can deep dive into issues. And the person I have with me today is a person who is, I can describe in three ways. One, he is the fighter. He has fought all his life. And I can tell you today, he has the same energy as he did 50 years back. Secondly, I consider him my mentor. In the profession of journalism, when people ask me, who do you look up to? I don't look up to anybody from my television industry. But there's one person I look up to ideologically and for the person that he is, that is Mr. Gurumurthy. And the third reason, way in which I'll introduce Mr. Gurumurthy, I think he's a national treasure. He's a reservoir of knowledge that the younger generation needs to know about. And so it's a great pleasure to introduce you. You are a nationalist, you're an ideologue, you're a thinker. Some people think you're very rigid in your views also. People feel that Mr. Gurumurthy has rigid views and they try to push you from left and right, but you remain centered on your beliefs. In this conversation with you, Mr. Gurumurthy, I want to talk about the country. Because on podcasts, a lot of people watch, younger demographies, younger people will be watching this today. So I want to make the subject and the theme of the conversation the rise of Bharat. And this is in all our minds today. And I want to address a number of issues in the course of this conversation. Where are we in today's multipolar world will be one issue which I will address. What is the role of the RSS, to which Mr. Gurumurthy is strongly attached? What is the role of the RSS? What are the misconceptions about the RSS? The third and very important theme, and this is going to be the broad theme of this conversation today, is Indian civilization. When we talk about our civilizational history, have we been defensive about it? Is it because we have been trained to be defensive about our Hindu civilizational history? So we deliberately underplay Hinduism and anything to do with Hinduism and try to place it in a sort of secular historical context. So our reading of history and our civilizational history will be one theme. Then I want you to tell me your views, because I consider you one of the best minds on geopolitics today. So I want your understanding of India post Operation Sindoor, India with a GDP surpassing Japan, India going forward into the future geopolitically, where you see India. And then I will conclude today by asking you to talk to a 20-year-old today watching this broadcast, not even a 30-year-old, what your message for them is. Because I want this podcast to be a living memory in the minds of people watching it today. So hopefully, if you are watching this decades from now, which I hope you do, this conversation has relevance even then. So Mr. Gurumurthy, first of all, thank you. We are honored that you are here with us. And my first question to you is, where are we placed today? A broad question. We are in a multipolar world. There isn't one pole anymore. First of all, do you agree with this theme that there isn't one pole anymore, or do you believe that we are sort of, we are misleading ourselves by saying there isn't one pole? Is it a multipolar world? If it is, what is the role and where is the place of Bharat in it as of today? Sir.
If I say we are in a multipolar world,
yes,
it will be my view. I will go to two persons. One, Henry Kissinger, who was the architect of the post-Cold War order, in which America was the hegemonic power.
Yes.
And it emerged as a hegemonic power through globalization. He said in 2020, after COVID struck, that the world order would change forever. In fact, he made a very cryptic remark. He didn't even explain how. Because COVID had proved that the world can never have one single order. This is the first point. In 2022, after the Ukraine war broke out, in the World Economic Conference, World Economic Forum, Kissinger said, this war must end soon. Otherwise, the world order would stand restructured forever. Then we see how things began unfolding. George Soros spoke in that meeting. He said, unless Russia is comprehensively defeated, the Western civilization will be destroyed. The connection between Western civilization and world order was very much part of the Western thinking. So you have to take it from there as to where the world order is today. It is not that the world order which they had instituted is shaking today. It has been shaking over a period. It started in 2008. Now, if you look at the Western discourse, the Center for Foresight of the European Commission website said in 2021 that by 2030, the world will become multipolar. In 2021, and there will be no hegemonic power. So this is the Western perception itself that the world is multipolar today. And Trump is giving finishing touches to it. So it is not that Trump is doing something which he wants to do. It is inevitable. The kind of responsibility...
Are you saying that Trump as a historical figure has emerged out of circumstances where America finds itself on uncertain ground? And Trump is playing on that sense of uncertainty when he talks about making America great again. By saying making America great again, isn't he acknowledging that America is not great anymore? So it's an acceptance of multipolarity in a view, in a way?
You see, I will go to the root of this problem. When communism collapsed and capitalism, or the market capitalism and free market and liberal democracy emerged as the victor, Francis Fukuyama wrote that the West has finally won against the rest, and the rest has to follow the West. Otherwise, the West will not grow. This was the theory he expounded in his book, The End of History and Lost Man. The West believed it. In a euphoria, the West began to consider that it had become the victor. And West meant America. And I don't want to go deep into how it altered the American way of looking at finance. But in 1997, Alan Greenspan delivered a lecture, not in US Federal Reserve Board, but in Stanford, saying that we cannot measure the extent of dollar which is in circulation outside America. 66% of the printed dollar currency, particularly the $100 notes, is outside. And so America cannot control the supply of dollar and control the inflation. And so the best way of controlling the inflation is to allow cheaper imports into America and export dollars. Because dollar became such an inevitable currency, and that became the representative of the financial domination. And financial domination meant political domination, geopolitical domination, unchallenged military, diplomatic, geopolitical, financial power. So all this evolved because one pole collapsed, the other pole became a reality. This is what now the European Union Commission says is collapsing and a multipolarity is emerging. So we are in a multipolar world, and what Trump is doing is to understand that in euphoria America had taken decisions which is killing America. $15 trillion is the extent of imports over exports, current account deficit America had incurred. This is an unsustainable thing. Their debt is $36 trillion.
$37 trillion. You think he can make America great again? You think Trump can make America great again, or is it a lost cause?
You see, his MAGA is not only about finance and economics.
Yeah.
His MAGA is because America, which had 87.5% non-Hispanic white population in 1960, has just 58% non-Hispanic white population. It is ceasing to be a white nation. That is why his thrust against immigrants. And so his making America great again is partly racial and partly financial. But that's a long-term project. But he has to deliver something in 4 years. And that is why he has caught on to the economic aspect of it. There also, he has huge problems. For example, he asks the European Union, you levy 100% a tariff on China. After you levy it, I will levy it. Because he's
That's
not
also an acknowledgement of defeat.
Absolutely.
He's saying that I can't do it on my own. I can't do it alone. I'm not having enough impact on my own. So that itself is a huge acknowledgement.
In fact, he's also saying even you can't do it.
Even you can't do. So he's pushing, he's at the margins where he realized I can go this far and no further. Now my question was, we accept the broad thesis that we are living in a multipolar world. And multipolarity is a region. In your view, who are the poles in a multipolar world? A. And what is Bharat's position in a multipolar world? Who are the other poles we'll have to deal with? One would be China. Would China and Russia be separate? What would be the place of the European Union? What would be the place of Africa? Would it be able to operate as a unit? Is there a concept in reality, not just as a theme, as a global south, or is it more a romantic concept? Question is, where are we in a multipolar world in 2025?
You see, actually, the multipolar world will not be just geopolitical. It will be civilizational. There is a civilizational underpinning to the contemporary developments in geopolitics. For example, take China, which fought to destroy its ancient civilization in 1965 Cultural Revolution. And it demolished the statues of Confucius. Now it is celebrating Confucius. And it has established over 470 new Confucian centers all over the world and made Confucius its brand ambassador. And in 2021, 100th anniversary of the Communist Party, Xi Jinping declared that 5,000-year-old communist civilization will guide us now and forever in future. Civilizational China has emerged out of a communist China.
Why is that? Has Xi Jinping realized that you have to motivate the nation, you have to unite the nation, and you have to give them an idea of a shared history? And has pride become a major factor? Similarly, is Putin doing the same thing when I do not believe this annexation of parts of Ukraine is only territorial. I think it is about bringing back the ethos of Peter the Great, bringing back the idea of a Russian empire that had been beaten down. It is his own anger at the disintegration of the USSR. So both countries are in a way trying to reclaim a lost history and put it there in focus. Are they preparing for a bigger battle, Russia and China?
See,
in that sense?
I would first say that the ideologies which dominated the world post-World War has failed, and that is the announcement of China, that communist ideology has failed. So what is the alternative? You've got to go back to the Chinese past, its literature, its heroes, its lifestyle, its value systems.
You really believe so, sir, that Xi Jinping is acknowledging that communist China has failed? The CCP is the dominant party. Are you saying that their approach to history is changed?
What part of communism they have accepted is autocracy. The economic part of communism they have discarded.
So this is not the same China which Henry Kissinger visited many years back when he was a diplomat. He was one of those who opened the doors to China.
Yes.
Are you saying this China and that China are completely different?
Yes, except in one respect.
Which is what?
In fact, you must read the conversation between Mao Zedong and Kissinger.
Kissinger, yes.
Kissinger says, we like power. Mao Zedong says, we also like power. So it is power that the revolution gave to them in the form of a state without opposition. Here it is a power which money gave and physical isolation gave to America. If America had a 500-kilometer border with China or Afghanistan or Pakistan
or India,
India, of course, will not invade them. They will not be talking in the language in which they have been speaking for the last 70 years. They don't have the experience. Of course, they don't have the philosophy to govern the world. They don't have the experience to govern the world. They don't know the pains of different countries. I have discussed this with the American diplomats, that you are a laboratory. You have not experienced the world. You have no empirical understanding of the world. So, the historical advantage they have and the inability of the enemies to reach them. In fact, I told them, Islam will reach you. And it will hit you. In 1995, when the Kenyan embassy was bombed in America.
Which was a moment when Americans were shaken up like never before.
No. They said only 5 Americans died, rest of the locals. There was one Silberstein, with whom I was talking in America. I said, this is a borderless enemy. It will reach you, it will hit you. Because Islam hurts modernity more than it hates Hinduism. You will be the target. Of course, after the 9/11 attack, he contacted me also and said, now, what you said seemed to be real. Fact is, as you globalize the world, ideas also get globalized. Adversarial ideas also get globalized. So my feeling is that America and China both are lovers of power. So they decided that the enemy to be eliminated is Russia. So they wanted to share power. That's where America committed a historical mistake of promoting China. They never expected an illiterate China to grow as a highly literate techno power. That is where America really felt that it has not only lost, it has created an enemy.
Why did they do that? Did they underestimate China? This entire boom that happened through late 80s after, the mutual visits, Kissinger before, but much later, Deng Xiaoping and the others, the opening up, the visits of the Chinese leaders to American factories, understanding of their processes, reverse engineering everything. But it was followed by 20 years of capital dumping when the American investment banks put hundreds of billions of dollars towards building China. Did they feel that China will be their service center, will be a manufacturing base? Surely they did not expect political loyalty from the Chinese. Or did they underestimate the power of Chinese civilization? Because it is also a view, isn't it, Mr. Gurumurthy, that a civilization will always eventually stand up on its own feet and show its own prowess. So China was an ancient civilization. The Cultural Revolution had pushed the history of the Chinese away. The Americans put in capital. And at the end of this entire process, when their economy began to start matching about half or more the American economy, they showed a level of geostrategic interest or clout, or what you call the search for power that the Americans had not anticipated. So the Americans even today, I believe, don't know how to manage China. But why did the Americans make that mistake? Did they not have an awareness of history? Did they look at the world in historical terms, in financial terms alone? Has that been the mistake of the Americans? That they have not really understood that they are dealing with ancient civilizations, whether Russia, not as ancient, but still a civilization, China and India.
When did America develop a civilizational consciousness? It didn't have a civilizational...
I don't think it has done so even now.
It didn't have a civilizational consciousness of its own.
No.
It is only Huntington who probed civilization and rooted it in a racial and religious concept, which is very natural to Europe. So America did not have an idea about civilization, did not have an idea about diversity. In fact, the American and of course communist directed United Nations did not have the word diversity in its dictionary. The first time it introduced was in 2001, Cultural Diversity Convention. Diversity is the way of the world, And India is the very representative of diversity. If you will put India on the one side and the rest of the world on the other, you will see more diversity here than the rest of the world put together. So America, a laboratory, did not know the idea of civilization. And in fact, the United Nations measures for the development of underdeveloped nations, which America conceptualized and wrote, said ancient philosophies have to be scrapped. Old social institutions have to disintegrate if you have to progress. This became the model for the world. It is anti-civilization because the West had a civilizational disconnect. The West regarded its past as dark. Its history began only with enlightenment. So it regarded enlightenment as the source of modernity, and it began telling the whole world that we are the source of modernity, follow us. That is why the rest of the world colonized through territorial acquisition and later through economic and military thrust accepted this. So the civilizational consciousness went underground, whether it is in India or in China or even Japan.
Now let's cut to the present.
Now, because the civilizational consciousness is rooted in the people, whereas the states run on short-termist policies. Now, the short-termist policies have failed in the West. One of the reasons for the failure of America is short-termism. One of the reasons for the success of China is long-termism. So, India is somewhere in between. So, my feeling is that what is happening today, civilizational consciousness manifesting, is the natural state of the world.
And which are the major civilizations who you see as part of a multipolar world? I take you back to the previous question. In a multipolar world, who are the poles in your view?
You see, my feeling is civilization sans religion will coexist. That is how the world coexisted. Except Alexander's invasion, there has been no massive invasion of the world by anybody, except during the colonization period, when the church issued encyclical to go and conquer and convert the whole world. It is the religious thrust which gave the political thrust and which gave the economic power to the West. In fact, Encyclopedia Britannica writes that Columbus set out to sail to India to remove the last obstacle for the return of Christ in the form of Hinduism. And he landed in America and began butchering people there. So this is how the world was sought to be turned into their way. And it is not civilizational. In fact, they destroyed all the civilizations. But they could not destroy, despite their dominance in India for 300 years, because civilization in India is bottom upwards. Whereas their nations are top-down nations. For example, take America. When it was declared as a republic, it had just 7.8 million population and with 3 times the size of India. And they began learning how to govern and things like that. And the huge land and resources gave them. And in the Second World War, which was the period of America's rise, they exchanged steel for gold. And they built gold reserves of 18,000 tons, which became the basis of the Bretton Woods model of dollar being backed by gold. Dollar was equivalent to gold. And then gold was withdrawn and dollar was backed by oil. Then it became petrodollars. In 1990, the dollar was backed by the very idea of market economy. So this is how they have been sustaining this power. But the fact is, all this standing questioned. Where will America go back? It is only Huntington again. Who are we? He wrote that book in 1998, if I remember right. They are a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant nation. But they can't say it openly, because this will go against all that they have been telling the rest of the world. And Europe is almost a lost cause. European Union name itself means that they are a collection of nations. And they have no common idea. There is no common feeling. There is no common thrust. And my feeling is liberalism has killed both America and Europe. And wokeism is finishing the whole idea of what they stand for, because they stand for nothing. But it is not so in the case of Egypt, in the case of any of even the Middle Eastern countries, then Asia as a whole, in which Japan, Russia, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, all of us have a civilizational approach which connects the people to the land.
So there are a couple of questions which emerge from here. One has always been a thought in my mind that I've always been suspicious of the Congress parties and its role. I believe that it was very closely attached to the British. It was a British construct. It was fundamentally against the Hindu civilizational ethos, at least the Nehruvian form of Hinduism, of the Congress, which took prominence in the late 30s onwards. And it described Hinduism in terms of ritualism. In fact, I find that this discomfort that Nehru had with the Sengol, which you had an important role in placing in Parliament, was reflecting that whole view that Hinduism is against rationalism. It created a sense of discomfort within large sections of so-called Indian intellectuals with Hinduism per se. Now cut to the present, where we are seeing the RSS become more vocal, become more prominent, and the RSS's emphasis is on shared civilizational values through practices like the Shakha system, through the promotion of Sanskrit, through our Hindu traditions, our Hindu festivals, and talking constantly about the role of Hinduism in uniting Bharat. So we started by talking about multipolarity. I want you to cut to the present and just give me a response on how you think India has changed from, say, the 1950s and 60s. When we were trying to industrialize, we had some concepts of Fabian socialism which were pushing us. We made a number of strategic errors, Nehru, with China, with the rest of the world. He ended up being a frustrated man upon the time of his death. Cut to the present now, when we are seeing a revival. I still remember what Mohan Bhagwat said. Winston Churchill's prediction was that India will collapse after independence. And Mohan Bhagwat said that we proved him wrong. India stayed united, and today England itself is facing divisions. You may have seen recently the far-right protests that have happened following a lot of violence. And therefore I want your sense of the history of the last 50 to 60 years and where we are placed. What is the role of the RSS? What is the role of Hinduism? Since you have used the word civilization so many times in your description so far. Sir.
See, I'll go back a little.
Please.
And how the independence movement developed.
Yeah.
All people, whether it is Jawaharlal Nehru or Sardar Patel or Mahatma Gandhi or anybody, they considered that the seeds of the philosophy for independence came from Swami Vivekananda. Everybody.
There is no doubt of that.
He was the origin of the idea of India in the sense in which our rishis and saints saw it. He didn't see.
You think he gave it a political expression?
He did not ignore the political expression of Hinduism. I would put it that way.
Yes.
So everybody said it is Swami Vivekananda. Yes. Aurobindo endorsed it.
Yes.
That the Hindu nationalism and Sanatana Dharma, if so long as they rise, India will rise. So long as they live, India will rise. If they are capable of perishing, India will perish. This is how Aurobindo defined our idea of India.
Yes.
Then Mahatma Gandhi said in his Hind Swaraj that what unites India is only these Char Dhams, the reverence for rivers. This is what brings us together in the sense in which no two Englishmen are. And he did not change this idea even in 1940, in spite of all the opposition to what he had written in Hind Swaraj.
Yes.
So he also defined India in Hindu civilizational terms.
Correct.
And in 1935, Jawaharlal Nehru himself said in his glimpses of world history that Swami Vivekananda's Hindu nationalism is not against anybody. And he preached it very extensively. So he had no differences with that. Even Rajani Palme, that the communist who established the communist movement in England, he wrote in India Today, this was the title of the book. He said that the British say that they taught us English and gave us the spirit of freedom. But even if the British had not taught us, we would have got the values and slogans for freedom from the Vedas and Upanishads. This was the discourse in India, cutting across all ideologies. But everything changed when Jinnah asked for Pakistan. The entire national movement gave up the idea of Hindus, began discarding the word Hindu, because that would mean justifying partition. In the process, they could not avoid partition.
You really think Jinnah asked for Pakistan, sir? Can I stop you there? Or do you think that Jinnah was made to ask for Pakistan? Because there was a period when Jinnah was disgruntled and angry. And I don't know the exact period, but he went away to UK to practice. And when he came back, he came a transformed man.
Actually, in 1935, attempts were made to bring back Jinnah.
Yes.
Jinnah said he will not come back unless the British works with him.
So he became a British agent.
Absolutely. And the British also found him a very loyal agent. The first thing he insisted is to divide the Indian society into Muslims and Christians, which had never happened except in an abstract manner. He gave a concrete proposal.
Muslims and Hindus.
Muslims and Hindus. He said he wants an All India Sharia Act. The long title to the act says this act is being passed on the demand made by the All India Muslim League leader Muhammad Ali Jinnah. It said that the Muslims will henceforth be governed only by Sharia law. in 15 states and regions of India, the Muslims were governed by Hindu law, except in respect of marriage. And from then on, the idea that we are Muslims, the government has recognized us as Muslims, the government stands by us. Unfortunately, the Congress could not take a stand against it. That seeded partition. With the result, the British and Muslims working together, Mahatma Gandhi's task became so difficult. You know, I am one of the admirers of Mahatma Gandhi. He was the only man struggling with the British, with the English-educated Indians, Jawaharlal Nehru. You don't know the kind of letter Jawaharlal Nehru wrote in 1978 to Mahatma Gandhi. You are much taller than your petty ideas. I don't want your Ramaraja back, nor do I consider it was great in the past. This is the kind of letter Jawaharlal wrote to Gandhi. The man was taking all the pains and stress. His BP never came down to less than 190. That is recorded.
Is it?
Yes. One must study Mahatma Gandhi very deeply to understand this country.
Why did he compromise?
What will he do? He was alone. In 1942, when he wanted to launch the Quit India movement, including Patel, everybody opposed it.
You feel Nehru blackmailed Mahatma Gandhi?
No. The British had made inroads into the Congress. And the socialist movement helped it. The communist movement played a treacherous role so far as normalizing colonial ideas in India in the name of modernity. In fact, Karl Marx wrote in 1853 in New York Herald Tribune, the British are doing the painful, of course, the pleasurable job of destroying the Indian economy and the society. That is the only way to prepare India for revolution, otherwise India will be changeless forever. So there was an alignment between communist ideology and British destruction of India, British role in India. So all this promoted an intellectual outlook in India. What Karl Marx wrote in 1853, Hinduism is backward, that it is semi-barbaric, people worship cows and monkeys. This shaped the intellectual discourse in India, added by
Nehru's.
No. Max Weber, who said any society will develop, two societies cannot develop, India and China, because they believe in karma and rebirth, which works against entrepreneurship, which is the foundation for capitalist development. He could not have said this if Angus Madison research had come earlier to him, or Paul Bayrock research had come earlier to him, because India and China were the most successful economies till the 18th century. Because history also conspired in such a way that all intellectual development that took place after the 18th century, which were in favor of India, did not get recorded in the British understanding of India, colonial understanding of India. Like for instance Sanskrit. It was discovered in 1870. Thomas Machiavelli wrote that everywhere the colonizers went, they found an inferior language, a dialect, no grammar, no history. They understood India only in that sense. But in 1870, when they discovered Sanskrit, the British were shocked. Thomas Machiavelli writes in his book, The Shape of Ancient Thought, in which he says the Greek civilization was built by India, and Socrates and Plato got their ideas from the laboratory, Vedic laboratories in India. He said that when they found the Sanskrit, they found the language of the slave was the language of the master after all. But by that time, British had concluded India was a barbaric civilization.
And then we had a downfall. I think this period 1935, the return of Jinnah, the exit of Netaji from the Congress, then the period of the 40s, Quit India movement, and the whole period when Nehru became center stage, 1947, and then the period from 1947 right up to 1962, the failed experiment with China, where we were making strategic blunders with China while trying to woo the West. There was a period when neither was the West was with us, but Nehru, I believe, had an inferiority complex vis-a-vis the West. He wanted to be desperately accepted in Western and European capitals because of his own cultural bias. He made mistakes. We recognized Tibet. We tried to do a swap between Aksai Chin and then NEFA. Then we got into a clash with the Chinese, and then we messed up our entire foreign policy. We refused a UN Security Council seat. So in a way, if you look at this whole period, I find that we were not a confident country. We didn't have a confident leader. We were not sure of our civilization. We were underplaying ourselves. And I think there was a denialism about our Hindu history. And had we been more aware of our Hindu roots, Hindu history, been more assertive of it, or at least not tried to be fake secular, post 1947, we would be living in a very different country today.
I agree with you. This happened for three reasons. One, the colonial rule did not permit the Indian civilization to acquire legitimacy in the mind of the Indians. So the entire education system was devised in such a way.
Yeah.
First of all, I'll tell you something. First, when they found Sanskrit, they began saying it is the civilized or enlightened Aryans who came and civilized India.
Yes.
Immediately after this Harappan discoveries took place, the Aryans turned into nomadic people who came and invaded India and destroyed the rich Dravidian culture. See, they always found a way to tell us that you are no great civilization and you are always invaded, that you are not one people, that you didn't have anything called oneness. This is what Mahatma Gandhi was fighting. The watershed was Mahatma Gandhi's assassination, by which Jawaharlal took over the Congress. He turned anti-Hindu, completely discounted Sardar Patel, who was identified with the Hindu thought and with the RSS. There began the intense struggle of Hindu civilization to survive. And the only force which could work to save Hindu civilization was RSS. After 1948, the word Hindu had become so dirty, so rotten, so unacceptable. RSS, it was left to the RSS to hold the ideals of Swami Vivekananda, Aurobindo, Mahatma Gandhi, Nehru himself in 1925-35. The word Hindu became a rotten word. That is how the Hindu civilizational consciousness hit the rock bottom. It is not because of socialism. It is because of Pandit Nehru's antipathy to people within the Congress, whether it is Sardar Patel or Balram Das Tandon. These are the people.
But Nehru died in 1964, am I right? 1964. Why has it taken so long for Hindus to be assertive or aware? What was the RSS's role between 1964 and say 2014, which is a vast period of our history of 50 years? Was the RSS playing itself down? Was it because there were misconceptions about the RSS's role? Or was the RSS always says, when I speak to RSS leaders, they say we are working on the ground, we don't need to be visible.
See,
what was happening then?
Actually, Nehru himself changed in his last years. He called the RSS for Republic Day Parade in 1963. And in 1962, in the National Integration Council, he first spoke of assimilation of minorities into mainstream culture.
What did he refer to as mainstream culture?
Hindu culture.
Hindu
culture?
culture?
In fact,
are you saying Nehru in his last years accepted that
in
mainstream culture in Hindu
what
culture?
Mahatma Gandhi said in Hind Swaraj, that the advent of alien religions do not alter the character of a country, and they must be assimilated into the mainline Hindu community. This is what Mahatma Gandhi said in Hind Swaraj. Jawaharlal Nehru repeated it before the National Integration Council, and RSS chief Golwalkar wrote a letter congratulating him for that. But that was too late for Nehru. And you must remember, you can recall the letter which Nehru wrote to Kennedy after when the war was going on. Please save us. If you send us your aircrafts, we cannot operate it. Please send your pilots also. Virtually asking the Americans to fight.
But the Americans were too busy with the Cuban Missile Crisis, the aftermath, to care. Or was that an excuse that was being
made?
You see,
after all, with all my dislike for China, China invaded India to teach a lesson to us and teach a lesson to Nehru, and they withdrew. I don't think anyone else did it. They would. In fact, Jawaharlal Nehru says in that letter to Kennedy, we will lose the whole of East India. We will lose Tripura, we will lose Assam, we will lose everything, please save us. China did not want to conquer and rule those places. Of course, they had a political mission because Nehru was called the Star of Asia and they couldn't accept it. So Nehru kept on committing blunders after blunders. He could neither befriend China nor befriend America. And so he had a series of mistakes. But coming to RSS, the RSS was discounted so much. Only the twilight zone was when Lal Bahadur Shastri was in power. But when Mrs. Gandhi came, I know the deeper history, I don't want to tell how it happened. But in 1969, when the Congress broke and the communists entered into the Congress, it was at that time Jawaharlal Nehru University was established. And Nurul Hasan was made the education minister in charge. And it is he who created this anti-Hindu, the secular viewpoint against the entire Indian Hindu civilization and RSS in particular. And now RSS was banned, all that happened. It is the Ram Janmabhoomi movement which revived the civilizational consciousness of India, the struggles it had to undergo. A temple here and a temple in Japan are comparable. The two temples, Japan civilizational consciousness became manifest and it became legitimate because of the Yasukuni temple, which was banned, which was proscribed, which was discounted. Koizumi went and worshipped there in 2002. That was the starting point. The whole world abused him. Afterwards, now Yasukuni temple has become regularized. At around the same time, Ram Janmabhoomi movement was here. These are all the civilizational symbols of a nation's rise. So now India is civilizationally a legitimate country.
But do we have the pride? I find what you said very important, that post World War II, both communism and capitalism had converged. And that their convergence was over the fact that the past needs to be destroyed. History needs to be destroyed for a progressive revolution. That was the agreement, in your view, between Marx and Weber. And the UN took this outlook that all old civilizations have to be scrapped and removed, the idea of destroying the past. That was the norm for westernization. But now, Mr. Gurumurthy, the past is coming back. And I saw your tweet recently, very fascinating. You said that Schrödinger and other Nobel scientists have referenced the Vedas and the Upanishads. In this country, my generation has been brought up in schools believing that the past must be undermined. And you can go as far back as the Mughals, but no further. You don't find much about Chandragupta Maurya, Samudragupta, and anything in our history books, but for paragraph references. Now, my question to you is this. Whenever we talk about this, we are told you're going back to outdated ideas. Youngsters, Gen Z says, you need to look at the future, you need to look at AI. You don't need to look at the Upanishads. You need to look at algorithms. You don't need to look back at the Vedas. Can you give me a broad construct for young people watching this podcast today? Why should we look back at the past? What is the knowledge? Everybody is a knowledge seeker today. What is the knowledge we will get? What is the, and is it really true? Or is S. Gurumurthy a Hindu right-wing ideologue who is trying to tell youngsters that Vedic concepts are accepted by modern scientists? Can you prove that we have an intellectual and cultural confidence in the past? And how will it help a 20-year-old today?
I'll give you two examples. It is not that Schrödinger says that the Vedas and Upanishads contain the ideas about the creation and one universal consciousness that is there in the Vedas and Upanishads, and that has inspired me. But the more important thing is, after Schrödinger, researches were done by people who were searching for the origin of universe. And Stephen Hawking came up with this Big Bang theory. 1/1,000,000th of an atom developed such heat and it expanded as the universe. And where did that 1/1,000,000th of an atom come is still a question. And Roger Penrose, who worked with him for 35 years, he got the Nobel Prize in 2020. He said, one universal consciousness pre-existed, and that is what created this 1/1,000,000th of an atom. So, it is not the past. This is going to be the search for the future. If you have to search for the future of the origin, future science, which will go into the origin of what the universe is, you have to look into the Vedas. Vedas is not a text, it is a sound. Through sound you connect with the universe. And Vedas survived only because they were oral and it was a sound. All written texts have disappeared. The sound has survived for 5,000 years. Now you have to look into, hear the sound of the Vedas to find out how it connects with the universal forces. So it is not a matter of the past. This is one thing. So we are not looking into Vedas for the past. We are looking into Vedas to understand the secrets of the universe. This is point one. Take for instance our idea of yugas. When we said Kali Yuga and 4.32 billion years, people laughed at us. But now, Big Bang theory has established that this world was created 4.39 billion years ago, which approximates to 4.32 billion years. 50 years back, 100 years back, everybody discounted our sense of time. So, to say that our rishis were poets, or as Romila Thapar would call the blabberings of animus, is a matter of the past. That we have ideas which have to be probed by science. This is what Roger Penrose says, their Nobel laureate says. But when I addressed the IIT people in Bombay, they were not aware of it. In fact, we are trying to create, Kamkoti IIT director in Chennai is trying to create a whole exhibition of how the West is looking into the Vedas and Upanishads for future researches, not for the past. So, we are suffering from such utter ignorance. And our history book still contains the reference of Romila Thapar about Vedas. So how will the Indians develop that inquiring mind?
How do we change that? Moment we talk about it, phrases like Hindu revivalism are used. I said in my program, I think Hindu revivalism is a good thing, because if Hinduism is revived in the hearts and minds of the people of the country, we will go through a cultural resurgence, which is necessary for the future of this country. How do we deal with it? Where do we change? As I said to you, sir, between 1964 to 2014 has been a period where I believe, as you said, Hinduism has been described as a form of animism by some people, like Romila Thapar or others. We need to do something fast. Every country, no country can be great, Mr. Gurumurthy, unless there is a great and strong awareness of the past. How do we make our Gen Z come to terms with it and not look upon it as a Modi agenda or a BJP cultural agenda, or religious hegemonism? How do we do this?
First, we must...
First of all, do we need to do it? Do we need to do it? Accelerate it.
You see, this is the phenomenon that is actually the foundation of India. The Hindu civilization is the foundation of India.
How do you explain this to a non-Hindu?
I'll tell you. For example, America is going through a turmoil. It is the most advanced nation, democracy, most efficient, best market, everything, they built up this whole thing. America has got into a crisis. When Trump one happened, a huge question arose in America, whether America will be able to manage the political polarization, deep political polarization, with 60% of Democrats not marrying into Republicans.
Tremendous divide.
So the divide is in every family, between father and son, husband and wife.
In society, you saw the killing recently of the 31-year-old Charlie Kirk.
And they have the country of 33 crore people has 39 crore guns. You can understand. Yes. No, the important point is, in 2020, Pew Research went into it and said political polarization is common in all democracies. But in America, the polarization is so deep, to manage which there is no commonality among Americans. What is the commonality they were talking about? My mind immediately went into what is the commonality that had built the nations in Europe. The only commonality is the church and the faith. For example, in Italy, there are 30,000 canonized saints. This is what an article in the cover page of Times said. In America, just 3. 1774, one lady was declared. In 2002, 2 ladies were declared. There is no sacred person, there is no sacred mountain, there is no sacred river, there is no sacred person. America is a real estate. I was in Kumbh Mela. America was built from the top. 7.8 million people was the total population of America when America declared itself as a republic, with 3.5 times the size of India, with all resources. My mind went to, I was in Kumbh Mela. 65, 67 crore people came. There is a consciousness, shared consciousness. And it has gone on despite whatever the disturbances at the top were. And this is a bottom upwards nation. That is civilization. That is top down, anti-civilizational. That is in turmoil. In 2022 September, 5 chiefs of staff, retired chiefs of staff, and 6 defense secretaries wrote a letter to the Pentagon that if a Trump or Trump-like figure contests the 2024 election and loses, there will be civil war in America and America will not maintain neutrality.
Yes.
Tell me, is that a strong, stable nation? Or India, which 65 crore people gather without any invitation? It is only the shared consciousness of thousands of years. That is India. There is a disconnect between that India and the contemporary Indian discourse. This gap will be bridged. It's only a matter of time. And for that, the West must cease to be the model for which there is a seed thought developing in the West. Professor Sebastian Conrad, who is a German scholar and historian, has written a beautiful book, What is Global History? You must read that book. He said the entire history written by the West is wrong. globalization has proved that every country has its own history, its own model. And West as the single source of modernity is no more acceptable. There are multiple modernities. And each civilization modernizes according to its own model. Japan through Nihon Jinron, China now through Confucius, India now through Hindutva. It's inevitable. So this is a global level battle between civilizational forces and the so-called quote unquote modern structures erected by the elites who dominated and ruled the world and different countries including America. I am very confident that this top-down model will become weaker and weaker and weaker. And ultimately it is the civilizational forces which will, for example, civilizationally there is no conflict between us and China. The conflict is political.
Economic. To some extent.
No. If you work out the civilizational underpinning, a lot of problems can be solved. But Chinese state is still not civilizational. It is autocratic. I will tell you my experience with Japan, if you will permit 2-3 minutes. In 1997, one Kishimoto, who was in the opposition, he was then number 2 in MITI, he met me and Govindacharya. And he wanted to have a dialogue. He said that Japan today is not the Japan of our conception. When the post-war generation comes to power, it will be a different Japan, it will be a nationalist Japan. Now we see BJP rising to power, it will be a nationalist India. So I want to share some of my thoughts with you. What he told me completely shook me. He said, Mr. Gurumurthy, we are an important nation. We spent $58 billion for our defense, issue a check to America. We don't own a platoon of army. We have to rise as a nation. And we don't find any other civilization worth cooperating and aligning except India. Because we have an ancient connection, India is the only country which will not dominate other countries. If we go near China, China will absorb us. So we want to work with India. I said, what do you know about India? He said, we have invested $2.5 billion on Indology in the Tokyo University. We know more about India than all the universities of India put together. This is the interest of...
Incredible, incredible.
And I asked him, have you turned from the Datsuya movement? He was surprised when I knew about the Datsuya movement. Datsuya movement commenced with Meiji Restoration. When Asha Shumban wrote an editorial, leave dirty Asia, failed Asia and join Europe. And that is how they... Are you going to reverse that? He said, when the post-war generation comes to power, it will be reversed. When Koizumi came, he went to the Yasukuni temple. And in the first term, Abe did not go. In the second term, he went. By the time all the objections of the world about China, Japan legitimizing Yasukuni temple had abated. So, Abe went there. He was asked, what do you feel? I feel sorry I didn't come in my first term. Every country has its soul in its own civilization, its faith, in its history, in its forefathers. What is Yasukuni temple? 2.8 million Japanese who died for Japan, their names are written there. That is the Atma of Japan. And America delegitimized it. They banned it. So they worked against civilization everywhere. But in India, they worked through education, through public discourse, through our leaders, through our government, through our media. Despite all that, our civilization is coming up.
Is it coming up because of political reasons, because BJP is in power?
No.
What if BJP is not in power?
Still, Kumbh Mela will take place. It took place when Muslims were ruling India.
But you are saying that the Japanese lost their cultural confidence.
Yes.
And that is why they declined.
Pacifism damaged Japan. Secularism damaged India. Pacifism in Japan, secularism in India undid the Indian civilization and Japanese.
Do we need to be more confident and remove the word secular from our constitution?
You see, secular, the word secular...
Because we have to take a dramatic turn. We have to come to a decisive moment in our history.
You see, for example, socialism is there in the constitution. Has it any meaning?
No meaning today, absolutely.
Reduce this secularism to that extent. My feeling is it is not that. What is secularism after all? It is an arrangement between the Christian state and the Christian church that we will have peace. It was an intra-religious affair. It is not an inter-religious platform. We transformed an intra-religious agreement into an inter-religious platform. There is only one inter-religious platform in the world, that is Hinduism. So Hindutva, that is why Supreme Court ruled in the Hindutva judgment that Hindutva is not communal. It is the ethos. It is the culture. It is the way of life of India. What other legitimization you need? And the judgment was delivered in 1995. Three attempts were made by the UPA to get the government.
In an era of over-federalization, over-federalism, where thoughts such as the one you've been fighting, this idea of a Dravidian identity as opposed to a Hindu identity, are taking form. There is a North versus South debate which is being stoked deliberately. My question to you isn't going back to our cultural roots, our Hindu roots, our Hindu civilizational history, cementing the idea of a united India held together by a proud and confident Hindutva, going to be more difficult in a country with so many languages, so many states and so many union territories, that we have divided our country politically up to a point where it becomes difficult, where, ultra-regional identities are sometimes held to be more important, and religious unification or a religious revival is seen to be a threat to political regional identities. So there is going to be that clash in India, which is, I also in my newsroom put nation first, sir, but I worry sometimes that these multiple identities of language and region and regional unity will be at the expense of our cultural revival.
No, I have a different view.
You think differently, sir?
For example, I lived through the worst days of the Dravidian separatism in Tamil Nadu. We fought it. I have been beaten on the road.
I am aware of it. That's why
I was in the Congress party. The Congress party did not fight Dravidianism. In fact, Dravidian ideology is a fake ideology. It is a racial ideology. It is not cultural. It is like white, black. That has no quality. It's only color. Likewise, Dravidians and Aryans, they said we are dark and they are white. This is how they began saying that we are 4 southern states. They abused Tamil. They said Tamil literature is Sanatana Dharma. E.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar was the only honest thinker I came across. He said the Tamil literature is full of Sanatana Dharma, Varna Dharma. Thirukkural is a human waste kept on a golden plate. This was the policy of the DMK, which was formed in 1949. Only because E.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar married a woman and they separated. We have no other disagreement with him that he has got married is the only thing. And we are keeping the president post vacant. Whenever he can come, he can occupy. And Annadure became the general secretary. Until 1963, they did not deviate from this position. They never uttered one word of pride about Tamil. It is the anti-Hindi agitation which gave them an opportunity to go and embrace Tamil. Annadure wrote 220 books. He never wrote one book on Tamil literature or Thirukkural. Karunanidhi wrote his first book on Thirukkural in 1996. They stole Tamil. The entire Tamil literature, the modern Tamil literature, was built by nationalists and Congress people. The Congress just handed over the Tamil platform to the DMK. Dravidianism is a bankrupt ideology.
But they came to power.
They came because of the Congress inadequacy. The Congress handed over Tamil Nadu to DMK.
But they came to power.
That's how. The reason is...
And their politics now has become totally anti-Hindu.
No. You see, I will tell you. There was a time when politics and the society were one and the same. Anti-Hindu society, anti-Hindu politics.
Correct.
Now the entire society is Hindu. You see, the only place where people gather in millions are the temples. And the politicians, the DMK leaders put their posters along with God's photographs because they are not able to get crowds without paying money. This is the only place where people gather and the temples are under their control. Dravidian anti-Hinduism is dead. It is only who is going to ensure that the division between the society and politics, despite which the anti-Hindu politics is surviving.
Yeah.
How are we going to align politics to the society which is pro-Hindu is the test before the BJP.
So my question, which I want to wrap up this conversation with, that do you believe there is over-federalization, too many divisions? And since we believe that Hindu unity is important for national unity, does over-regionalization, over-federalization come in the way of that?
I don't think
What would be the primary identity of an individual in any state, whether it be Bengal or Karnataka, Assam or Tamil Nadu? Would it be that of being a Hindu? Beyond, of course, the primary identity would be that you are an Indian citizen. After that, would the primary identity be by religion or by language?
You see, for that we have to understand the role of the state and the society. The state in India never dominated the society, ever. Whether in the times of Chandragupta Maurya, Rajendra Chola, Rajaraja Chola, or later Muslims.
Even the Mughals?
Nobody could.
It couldn't.
The society is what kept the country one. Now, the state had a quarrel with the society always. State was in conflict with the society. And that conflict was at its peak in the last century. That conflict has abated now. Even the Supreme Court has recognized Hindutva as the legitimate philosophy of India. This never happened. For example, I who fought for Hindutva never felt that such a legitimization would take place in India. So far as federalism is concerned, federalism gives local people an opportunity to participate in politics, which is very necessary. For example, today, nearly 3 million people are representatives in different, from Panchayat onwards up to Lok Sabha. So many people have developed a stake in the state. So I am not worried about the political federalism. So long as the society is broadly Hindu civilizational, this federalism is not going to affect us because the politicians can never remain united. People will remain united.
And will a Hindu civilizational state or a Hindu civilizational country or a Hindu civilizational Rashtra weaken or threaten non-Hindus in India?
It cannot, because Hinduism is the only philosophy. It is philosophy, it's not an ideology. It doesn't say only it is right, the other person is wrong. So it is not in clash with any other system of thinking. For example, Hinduism itself has, there are 6 darshanas of Hinduism, in which 3 of them do not recognize God, they recognize only self. So they are called Nirishwara, they are godless philosophies. So we have all kinds of approach to life, and we have people who go and give goat as a sacrifice in the temple, others who cannot even see it, but they go and worship in the same temple. For example, I am from a village. In the border Kali temple, we will go and offer nariyal and banana. That night, that same God will turn into taking booze and this diversity is inclusive.
I understand.
So, these cannot conflict. If others conflict, then we have to tell them that I have no conflict with you. You may have conflict with us.
That's so amazing.
So, my feeling is this is going to be the future direction of the world. If the world is to have multiple modernities and it is to have multipolar global order, the only way is the Hindu way. to accept differences as natural, diversities as the way of life. And you can, in fact, I remember one Swiss scholar, he came and addressed the Vivekananda International Foundation also. He wrote an article in the Globalist magazine on the 30th of March 2006, where he said, Hinduism has taught how to worship many gods. That you could live with the different gods is a wonder which Hinduism taught to. That is why it is going to be the only way for a globalized world.
Well, I think that's a wonderful note to end on when you're saying the only way is the Hindu way. And viewers, when Dr. Gurumurthy says the only way is the Hindu way, he's talking about a cultural direction. He's not talking only about a pure ritualistic or a Hindu identity. So he's saying the only way is the Hindu way in the sense that Hinduism has been through so many movements, so many reforms, so many periods. And today it is at the core of our heritage. I think this has been a very interesting conversation because I think what we've covered is a broad theme. I think what we've covered, Mr. Gurumurthy, is why we need to feel a civilizational confidence. And as a nation, if we feel a civilizational confidence is there in our heart, I think every aspect of our society, our politics, our entrepreneurship, our industry, our media, everything will change. So I'm going to try my best to make sure this message reaches as many people. And I also call upon you to spread your knowledge among Gen Z. So we'll do a series with you where you talk about civilizational confidence for young Indians. And I look forward to starting that project with you. It has been a total honor to speak to you, sir. And I think we've covered a lot of ground. I would have covered a lot more ground, but we'll have to close it here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है।
While asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. For decades now, major international terrorist attacks are traced back to that one country. UN's designated lists of terrorists are replete with its nationals. The most recent example of cross-border barbarism was the murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April this year. India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Because terrorism is a shared threat, Madam President, it is essential that there is much deeper international cooperation. When nations openly declare terrorism a state policy, when terror hubs operate on an industrial scale, when terrorists are publicly glorified, then such actions must be unequivocally condemned. The financing of terrorism must be choked, even as prominent terrorists are sanctioned. Relentless pressure must be applied on the entire terrorism ecosystem. Those who condone nations that sponsor terror will find that it comes back to bite them.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Border Security Force initiated a massive search operation in Ramgarh sector of Samba district after a Pakistani drone was sighted hovering over the Karalian village on the morning of 28 September. With Bihar elections coming closer, the BJP unit of state has announced election campaign committee for the election process, which will comprise of 45 members. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that the government of India is working to get the Chhath Mahaparv added to UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List during the 126th edition of his monthly radio program Man Ki Baat, adding that it will help people all over the world to learn about festivals' importance and beauty.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar from the people of Bharat. Central to the erosion of the UN's credibility has been resistance to reform. Most members strongly desire change, but the process is being made an obstacle to the outcome. It is imperative that we see through this cynicism and purposefully address the reform agenda. The historical injustice done to Africa should be redressed. Both permanent and non-permanent membership of the Council must be expanded. A reformed Council must be truly representative, and India stands ready to assume greater responsibilities.
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's take a look at the top stories we're tracking for you this hour. TVK Chief Vijay seeks CBI or SIT probe into Karur Stampede, moves the Madras High Court. Tamil Nadu top cop says they had asked TVK to change venue for the rally. TVK had flouted many rules, did not follow protocol. Injured victim moves Madras High Court, seeks a ban on TVK Chief Vijay's political campaign. DMK levels big allegation, says ambulance vehicles were blocked and attacked. AIADMK blames DMK government for not providing adequate security.
आप एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं। क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पाता स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं क्या? पाता स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं?
Accused of molesting 15 female students, molester Baba Swami Chinmayanand sent to 5-day police custody. Sonam Wangchuk's wife blames the CRPF for the violence in Ladakh. A deadly stampede at TVK Chief Vijay's rally in Karur has left at least 40 people dead. That includes 9 children. Families are devastated and panic swept through the crowd. There were horrific scenes coming in from the site and heart-wrenching scenes now from the hospital. Opposition, including the AIADMK, have raised sharp questions at TVK and DMK over the lack of security arrangements at the venue. Here's a report.
At least 40 innocent lives lost. Families shattered in seconds. Karur reels under the weight of deadly tragedy. 16 women, including 9 children, were among the victims. The incident unfolded at TVK rally in Karur last night, where around 30,000 people had gathered. Actor turned politician Vijay was scheduled to address the crowd at around 12 p.m. But his arrival was delayed by nearly 6 hours. The restless gathering swelled in anticipation. And around 7:45 p.m., a sudden power cut plunged the venue into darkness, triggering confusion and further panic. In the chaos, thousands surged towards the stage barricades. Several people collapsed due to suffocation. To add to the woes, the delay in medical assistance meant timely treatment could not reach several of the injured. As children and women fainted, Vijay was seen pleading with police and volunteers to rescue a missing 9-year-old girl. Hours after the stampede, Vijay was spotted leaving for the airport without visiting the victims or making any public statement. This is not the first time stampede situation occurred in a TVK rally. A month ago, the Madras High Court had warned of possible fatalities at Vijay's rallies if safety lapses continued. The court had asked the DMK-led government who would take responsibility if lives were lost and ordered uniform safety rules for political gatherings across parties. Now, the opposition parties, including BJP and AIADMK, have strongly criticized the ruling DMK government over the lack of security arrangements at the rally.
இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை.
இல்லை, இந்த 39 உயிரிழப்பிற்கு தமிழக அரசு பொறுப்பேற்க வேண்டும். இதில் முழுக்க அதில் தமிழக காவல்துறையுடைய பொறுப்பு இருக்குது. முதல்ல அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுத்துருக்க கூடாது. சின்ன இடம் அது, அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கக்கூடாது. அதே நேரத்தில் பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கறது இது எல்லா கூட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் ஒரு வார காலத்துக்கு முந்தி கொடுத்து அவர்கள் அதற்கான தகுந்த பாதுகாப்பு கொடுக்கணும். அந்த பாதுகாப்பே இங்கே இல்லை. அதனால தான் உயிரிழப்பு ஏற்பட்டு.
Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has appointed a commission headed by Aruna Jagdishan to probe the deadly stampede.
And my colleague Sharda has filed a ground report from the Karur hospital. Take a look.
Over 39 dead and 51 injured and still in critical condition in the Karur government hospital after the TVK political campaign was held last night here in this district. TVK leader Vijay was supposed to come here at 12 noon but only reached the place at 7 p.m. causing distress among the crowd, with over 15,000 people waiting for him throughout the day. With over many fainting, over dizziness with no food and water throughout the day. Over 10 were admitted during the day yesterday, and also after Vijay arrived in Karur at 7 p.m. over 100 people were injured in the stampede-like situation that was formed after actor Vijay arrived at the location of his political campaign. Also following that, when the actor left after his campaign, the stampede continued to happen around the 1,000 square meter where the leader was, and also after he left, around the police tried to move them around and figured that over 100 people were injured in the stampede and were immediately brought to the Karur government hospital and other private hospitals around the area. Now, almost 39 people have died in this particular stampede and 51 continues to be in the hospital taking treatment.
In fact, more videos of the tragedy are surfacing, even as the death toll continues to mount. In this video, a panicked father can be seen running and holding his child. Viewers, a very, very heart-wrenching video as he cries inconsolably, mourning the loss of his young one, his loved one. Meanwhile, AIADMK General Secretary E. Palaniswamy questioned the government over lack of security arrangements in the Karur rally.
TVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு இந்த கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த டிவிகே அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தான் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
Meanwhile, Sharda also spoke to BJP leader Tamil Soundararajan, who reached Karur government hospital.
We are very distressed to see the place, how it was arranged, and how the government has taken steps to protect the crowd. They would have expected such crowd. So it's very disheartening, but at present we are in grief, seeing the patients, and the post-mortem is also delayed. I have requested a little more officers can be deputed. People are in distress. They wanted to see the body. One mother fainted, and actually I helped her to get some IV fluid. So they should more arrangements for this. Really seeing all this, I'm really distressed.
Ma'am, also this...
Doctors, they should depute more. Even post-mortem doctors, they should depute more. Officers, all are outside, not knowing when the body will be coming. At least they should have mentioned this body will get this time. All the people outside are agitated. They are 7 hours, they are waiting. So already they are in distress. So post-mortem and all, they have to quicken it. So in this era, scientific era, so many things can be done. But why they are acting like this, I don't know. Because very careless attitude.
But both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister continues to say they brought doctors around from the district, Salem, Nagakal, Dindakal and everywhere, Namakkal back here, and he said they've deployed more doctors, and last night they said there are sufficient medications done here.
Oh, that itself, because it's a Karur is almost a big city. Even to manage these type of cases, if so many doctors to be deputed, and what is the basic infrastructure available in this headquarters? So it is very disheartening. It's almost a medical college. So it's very difficult, I am very, very disheartening. And immediately they should make her, even see the people outside the mortuary. Why they have to wait so long?
And Tamil Nadu ADGP reveals that TVK flouted the rules given to them, which included doing a roadshow, meeting people in the district at multiple locations. Basically, the protocol that was set for this rally was not followed, says the top cop. Listen in.
To conduct this event at a place called Lighthouse Roundana. This was not accepted by the police because it was considered to be a high-risk place, considering a large petrol station on the left side and the river Amravati bridge on the right side. So the officers decided it's not advisable to give permission there. So they asked for one more place called the Ulavar Chandai. So that was also examined, and they told them that also the kind of capacity that you're going to bring is not going to accommodate in that place. So keeping that as an option, they suggested a place, we suggested a place called Velayadapura, this one. Because this was conducted in the recent past by one of the political parties with about 12 to 15,000 people who were gathered there, and it went off very peacefully. So that was suggested to them. So they also went and saw the place. They finally agreed. They gave it in writing, saying that we may be permitted to conduct the event in this place.
You gave permission?
Yes, some of the conditions have been violated. Yes, yeah. No, that investigation will tell you. Okay, right? Yeah.
Is there a
Case registered against sir.
The case has been registered. The investigation will find out who are all involved in this. Okay, right. Thank you.
Shifting focus now, viewers, Chaitanyananda Saraswati, a self-styled godman accused of molestation by at least 15 female students, today was taken to police custody. The court has granted 5-day police custody, and he faces complaints ranging from using abusive language, sending lewd text messages to women, and also threatening them.
Chaitanyananda Saraswati, a self-styled godman accused of molesting women at an ashram in the national capital, has finally been arrested. 17 women have accused him of molestation, harassment and intimidation. On the run for 50 days, the molester Baba was nabbed from Agra in UP. Police teams fanned out across Haryana, Rajasthan, UP and even West Bengal to look for the accused. But he kept changing his location from Mathura, Vrindavan to Agra to evade arrest. A CCTV footage has emerged showing Baba entering Hotel The First in Agra. Police kept a track on his movement and found his name mentioned in the hotel register. Another CCTV visual shows Saraswati and his 2 aides leaving from the hotel with luggage.
ये जैसे हमने बताया था 3 दिन से हमारी टीम बनी हुई थी। हमने अलग अलग स्टेटों में दिल्ली के अलावा हरियाणा, राजस्थान, यूपी, उत्तराखंड, वेस्ट बंगाल भी हमने टीमें रवाना करी थी। ये जो आरोपी है पार्थसारथी उर्फ चैतन्यानंद सरस्वत की तलाश में, इसी दौरान हमें कल एक रात में सफलता मिली जिसमें कि ये आगरा के हमें मिल गया। इसको वहाँ पे आइडेंटिफाई किया गया तो पता लगा ये वही है, तो इसको वहाँ से अप्रीहेंड किया गया और अभी लाया गया है और अभी इसकी आगे केस में गिरफ्तारी डाल के इसकी पूछताछ की जाएगी। इससे अभी 3 फ़ोन मिले हैं, एक आईपैड मिला है, उन सब की अभी जांच की जाएगी और कुछ विजिटिंग कार्ड मिले हैं जो कि ये फेक विजिटिंग कार्ड इसने बना रखे थे यूएन और ब्रिक्स के, अपने आप को भारत सरकार के अधिकारी दिखाते हुए। ये अभी अपना अलग अलग डेली लोकेशन चेंज करा था पुलिस से बचने के लिए, वृंदावन, आगरा, मथुरा, उन एरियाज में अपना घूम रहा था।
16 लड़कियों ने आप पे एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पाता स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं क्या? पाता स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? 16 लड़कियों ने आप पे आरोप लगाए हैं।
Chaitanyananda Saraswati, director of Sri Sharda Institute of Indian Management in Vasant Kunj in Delhi, targeted students from economically weaker sections. He is also under the scanner for using fake United Nations number plate, possessing 2 passports with 2 different names. And meanwhile, not just him but 3 wardens are also under the scanner for their involvement in the case.
This very accused Swami Partha is a repeat offender. This is what we have got to learn from the Delhi police sources, because the first case was filed against him back then in 2009, and then a second case of molestation was filed at Vasant Kunj police station was back then in 2016 as well. And in 2025 what we have seen that 3 more cases have been filed. So far there are 5 different cases in which what we have seen which is going on against this very accused. And Delhi police has arrested this early morning around 3:30 a.m. from Agra, and what we have also got to learn that the accused kept on changing his location in order to avoid the arrest. So in a successful bid, because if you see earlier for the last 50 days Delhi police have been trying to arrest this very accused, and he was still on the run, and he visited Meerut as well, Vrindavan as well. Apart from that, he also visited some other places. So Delhi police has formed several units, several teams to nab the very accused, and in a successful attempt today early morning the accused Swami Partha has been arrested by the Delhi police team.
The man who called himself a saint and molested women will now face trial as a criminal. Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Border Security Force initiated a massive search operation in Ramgarh sector of Samba district in Jammu Kashmir after a Pakistani drone was sighted hovering over the Karalian village this morning. With Bihar elections coming closer, the BJP unit of state has announced election campaign committee for the election process, which will comprise of 45 members in total. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that the government of India is working to get the Chhath Mahaparv or the Chhath festival added to UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage list during the 126th edition of his monthly radio program Mann Ki Baat. Prime Minister added that it will help people all over the world to learn about the festival's importance and beauty. Now, 2 days after violence in Uttar Pradesh's Bareilly over religious posters, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath issued a stern warning once again against those attempting to disrupt peace, particularly during the festive season, asserting that any act of anarchy would be met with consequences that the future generations of the rioters would remember.
After riots broke out in Bareilly after Friday prayers, police conducted overnight house-to-house searches to apprehend culprits and arrested local cleric Maulana Taqir Raza. While the situation is coming back to normal, a large number of police personnel continue to be deployed at intersections. UP Chief Minister, meanwhile, has once again issued a warning to those disrupting law and order in the state. Addressing a public meeting in Balrampur, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath warned that any act of anarchy would be met with consequences that future generations of the rioters would remember. Chief Minister Yogi also took a jibe at the Samajwadi Party and Congress. He said that days when crime was at its peak and no one was held accountable are gone.
वो समय गया जब समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार हुआ करती थी, कांग्रेस की सरकारें हुआ करती थी। ये लोग दंगा करवाते थे, आगजनी करवाते थे, बेटी की सुरक्षा में सेंध लगाते थे, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठानों पर आग लगाते थे और सरकार इनका आवभगत करती थी। वह समय अब चला गया है। अब ये डबल इंजन की सरकार है। अगर बेटी की सुरक्षा पे हाथ डालने का प्रयास किया, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठान में आग लगाने का प्रयास किया, तो मान करके चलिए ये रास्ता उनका सीधे नरक में जाने का होगा, सीधे नरक में।
Chief Minister Yogi also sent out a terse message to those eyeing to create unrest as part of their ulterior motive of Ghazwa-e-Hind.
कुछ लोग रहते भारत में हैं, लेकिन गजवा-ए-हिंद का नारा लेकर के भारत के अंदर राष्ट्र विरोधी गतिविधियों को बढ़ावा देने का कुत्सित कार्य कर रहे हैं। गजवा-ए-हिंद हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर नहीं होगा। भारत की धरती, ये भारत के देवीय महापुरुषों, अवतारी महापुरुषों, देश के लिए अपना बलिदान देने वाले महापुरुषों के आदर्शों से संचालित होगा। गजवा-ए-हिंद की कल्पना करना भी और उसका सपना देखना भी जहन्नुम में जाने का टिकट का रास्ता पैदा कर देगा।
So far, 10 FIRs have been registered in the case with Maulana Taqi Raza behind the bars. Officers are constantly on patrol and internet services are suspended in Bareilly till Monday.
शुक्रवार को जुमे की नमाज के बाद जो बवाल हुआ बरेली में, उसके बाद अब आज रविवार का दिन है। आज भी बरेली का माहौल शांतिपूर्ण है, सभी गाड़ियां चल रही है, बाजार खुले हुए हैं और पुलिस अभी भी तैनात है। पुलिस बड़ी संख्या में तैनात है। अलग अलग चौक चौराहों पर बड़ी संख्या में सुरक्षा बल की मौजूदगी है। कहीं से कोई अनहोनी ना हो, कहीं से कोई अप्रिय घटना ना हो, इसका ख्याल रखा जा रहा है। तो पुलिस अपनी तरफ से मोर्चे पर तैनात है। बाज़ार जो हैं, देखिए दुकानें सारी खुली हुई हैं और सब लोग अपना काम कर रहे हैं। जैसा कि सीएम योगी ने कहा था कि ना कर्फ्यू लगेगा, ना बंद होगा, ना सिस्टम जाम होगा, सब कुछ चलेगा। कार्रवाई होगी, बंद होंगे तो वो उपद्रवी और गुंडे और दंगाई जो कि अब बंद हैं। करीब अब 8 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी की बात कही जा रही थी। 20 से 25 और लोग हैं, उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया है, ये खबर है। मौलाना तौकीर रज़ा को भी अरेस्ट करके जेल भेज दिया जा गया है। जेल बदल भी दी गई है। इंटरनेट बंद है ताकि कहीं से भी कोई अफवाह फैलाई नहीं जा सके।
The situation still remains sensitive and authorities continue to be vigilant to prevent further unrest. Now, at the 80th session of the UNGA, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar called out Pakistan for being an epicenter of global terrorism. Jaishankar said that India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Listen in.
While asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. For decades now, major international terrorist attacks are traced back to that one country. UN's designated lists of terrorists are replete with its nationals. The most recent example of cross-border barbarism was the murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April this year. India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Because terrorism is a shared threat, Madam President, it is essential that there is much deeper international cooperation. When nations openly declare terrorism a state policy, when terror hubs operate on an industrial scale, when terrorists are publicly glorified, then such actions must be unequivocally condemned. The financing of terrorism must be choked, even as prominent terrorists are sanctioned. Relentless pressure must be applied on the entire terrorism ecosystem. Those who condone nations that sponsor terror will find that it comes back to bite them.
Curfew in Leh has entered its fifth day after violent protests over statehood and 6 scheduled demands. The additional deployment of riot control force in the roads has been done with no relaxation being given in the curfew for a 5th straight day now. Here's more.
5 days after the protest, Ladakh is still on the edge. Electricity snapped, internet suspended.
We are reporting from the Namgyal Chowk, which is one of the famous areas of the Leh town, and here this entire area has been converted into a cantonment. These visuals that we are showing you from the ground zero, that the massive deployment of the Leh police along with the paramilitary forces has been done to ensure that there is no law and order situation that erupts. Yesterday we have seen for the first time in the last 5 days there was a relaxation in the curfew that was given by the authorities, and it has been all peaceful.
The city of Leh remains under a heavy security blanket. ITBP and riot control forces carrying out flag marches, with vehicles being checked thoroughly. Earlier today, Lieutenant Governor Kavinder Gupta chaired a high-level meeting on security, discussing the prevailing situation and measures on ground. 2 Congress councillors, Smanla Dorje Nurbu and Punsok Stanzin Tepak, have been arrested by Leh police along with village Nambardar Rigzin Dorje. All 3 have been sent to police custody and their questioning is underway. All eyes are now on tomorrow's meeting in New Delhi. Ladakh leaders will sit across the table with the Home Ministry officials to decide the next course of action.
And time for a short break, viewers, but we get you the latest on the Delhi Ashram horror case. Accused of molesting 15 female students, the molester Baba Chinmayanand Saraswati has been sent to 5-day police custody. And Sonam Wangchuk's wife now blames the CRPF for stoking violence in Leh.
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Border Security Force initiated a massive search operation in Ramgarh sector of Samba district after a Pakistani drone was sighted hovering over the Karalian village on the morning of 28 September. With Bihar elections coming closer, the BJP unit of state has announced election campaign committee for the election process, which will comprise of 45 members. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that the government of India is working to get the Chhath Mahaparv added to UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List during the 126th edition of his monthly radio program Mann Ki Baat, adding that it will help people all over the world to learn about festivals' importance and beauty.
While asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. For decades now, major international terrorist attacks are traced back to that one country. UN's designated lists of terrorists are replete with its nationals. The most recent example of cross-border barbarism was the murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April this year. India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Because terrorism is a shared threat, Madam President, it is essential that there is much deeper international cooperation. When nations openly declare terrorism a state policy, when terror hubs operate on an industrial scale, when terrorists are publicly glorified, then such actions must be unequivocally condemned. The financing of terrorism must be choked, even as prominent terrorists are sanctioned. Relentless pressure must be applied on the entire terrorism ecosystem. Those who condone nations that sponsor terror will find that it comes back to bite them.
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है। जो देश के लोगों की
नवंबर 2025 में बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव होना है। मेरी मौजूदगी आज तेजस्वी यादव के बिहार अधिकार यात्रा पर है। पहली यात्रा है ये, और ये रथ पर मैं सवार हूं। इनसे तमाम मुद्दों पर बातचीत होगी। पिछले बार थोड़े से चूक गए थे। नौजवान नेता हैं, काफी मेहनत किया है, और सबसे बड़ी बात कि लालू यादव जैसे शख्सियत और आधुनिक भारत के सबसे बड़े नेता के शैडो से निकलकर अब अकेला आरजेडी को सींचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद तेजस्वी जी टाइम देने के लिए आपके इलेक्शन रथ में। तेजस्वी जी, मेरा पहला सवाल ये होगा कि पिछली बार आप थोड़े से चूक गए, मिस्ड बाय अ विस्कर, बाय 12,000 वोट्स एंड 6-7 सीट्स। 12,000 वोट का फर्क था। सर, इस बार आप क्या अलग कर रहे हैं, क्या मुद्दे उठा रहे हैं जिससे कि आप काफी नजदीक आ जाएं?
पिछले बार हो सकता है चुका दिए गए हो, और पिछले बार तो काउंटिंग ही शाम में रोक दी गई थी, फिर रात के अंधेरे में हुआ। खैर, फिर भी whatever the result was at the end, 12,000 का डिफरेंस जो आप बता रहे हैं। देखिए, उस समय तो हम लोगों को मौका भी नहीं मिला था कैंपेन करने का, जनता के बीच जाने का। कोविड था, लॉकडाउन था, लेकिन सत्ता पक्ष के सभी मंत्री संतरी जो हैं घूम रहे थे, सामग्री डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर रहे थे, संपर्क कर रहे थे लोगों के साथ। अलग अलग योजनाएं, स्कीम, राहत उस समय भी जो है अनाउंसमेंट जो है काफ़ी बढ़ चढ़ करके सरकार ने किया। और इस बार तो इतनी डरी हुई है सरकार है कि जो तेजस्वी कह रहा है वो कर दे रहे हैं। मतलब मौका ही नहीं दे रहे हैं। बिजली का हो, पेंशन का हो, डोमिसाइल का हो, युवा आयोग का हो, माई बहन मान योजना का हो, मतलब इंस्ट्रक्शन यही मिला है कि बिहार के खजाने में पैसा हो ना हो, सैलरी देने का भी पैसा हो ना हो, लेकिन इस बार जो कहना पड़ेगा सरकार को वो कहेंगे और कैबिनेट से पास करेंगे। तो ये तो हम लोग सब लोग जान रहे हैं, और उनकी क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है, गेम प्लान है, मतलब कौन लोग उसमें ज़्यादा डिसीजन मेकर हैं आजकल, कौन कौन अधिकारी, कौन कौन रिटायर्ड अधिकारी, क्योंकि ये सरकार अधिकारी ही चला रहे हैं, खास तौर पर रिटायर्ड अधिकारी लोग जो हैं, और बंच ऑफ उसमें से कुछ लोग हैं, वही लोग नीतिगत निर्णय ले रहे हैं, और वही लोग जो है मुख्यमंत्री को नचा रहे हैं। और उन लोगों को भी बहुत सहूलियत मिलता है कि नीतीश जी अचेत अवस्था में है, इनका चेहरा आगे करो, अब पीठ के पीछे अपना खेला करो। तो यही काम जो है बिहार में हो रहा है। खजानों की चोरी की जा रही है, इतना भ्रष्टाचार बढ़ गया है, अपराध इतना बढ़ गया है कि लोग जो है परेशान हो चुके हैं। लेकिन चिंता हमको अपने चाचा की है कि भाई जिस हिसाब से उनका इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, इस्तेमाल मतलब अब तो यहाँ तो कर ही रहे हैं लोग, रिटायर्ड अधिकारी हैं, कुछ लोग हैं, कुछ 2-4 बीजेपी के नेता हैं,
अवस्था में है वो।
बीजेपी के एजेंट जो जेडीयू के नेता हैं वही सब चला रहे हैं। 3-4 लोग हैं।
कौन है बीजेपी के एजेंट जेडीयू में?
संजय झा जी क्या है, अरुण जी जेटली के कोटा से ना, अरुण जेटली जी के कोटा से वही ना थे वो। तो यहाँ तो कोटा वाला सिस्टम है। एक तो मंत्री ही अशोक चौधरी कहते कि मेरा दामाद आयोग का मेंबर बना आरएसएस कोटा से, तो पता नहीं कौन कौन सा कोटा जदयू पार्टी में चलता है रे भाई। तो यहाँ साफ तौर पे अब दिल्ली से अमित शाह, नरेंद्र मोदी जो है सरकार चला रहे हैं, और
मतलब हाउस अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है,
और कुछ ब्यूरोक्रेट्स को जो है जिम्मेदारी दी गई है, कुछ अपने डर से भी कि भाई सत्ता बदलेगी तो भांडा फोड़ हो जाएगा, हमारी चलेगी नहीं, असलियत सामने आ जाएगा, इस डर की वजह से भी लोग जो है कुछ कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, ये बताइए, ये जो आपने मुद्दे गिनाए, तो कुछ ऐसा मुद्दा भी आपने रखा है जो मॉडल कोड के बाद आप अनाउंस करेंगे? क्योंकि आप जैसा बोल रहे हैं कि
अभी तो हम कुछ कहे ही नहीं है, अभी तो बहुत चीज़ें। क्या इन चीज़ों से जो अभी तक जो कुछ हुआ है, इससे क्या बिहार केवल विकसित हो जाएगा? तेजस्वी का संकल्प है कि बिहार को अपराध मुक्त और भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त बनाएंगे। जब तक बिहार से अपराध मुक्त और भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त नहीं होगा तब तक निवेश नहीं आएगा। निवेश जब तक नहीं आएगा, कारखाने इंडस्ट्रीज नहीं आएंगे, बड़े बड़े उद्योग नहीं लगेंगे, तब तक बिहार का विकास संभव नहीं है। और सभी लोग तेजस्वी के नेचर को जानते हैं। डिसिप्लिन के मामले में, अनुशासन के मामले में हम कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं करेंगे। चाहे सत्ता मिलेगी, चाहे कोई जात के हो, कोई धर्म के हो, सब कोई गलती करने वाले को सजा तेजस्वी दिलाएगा।
मुद्दा रहेगा आपका। पिछले बार ट्रैक्शन मिला था नौकरी को लेकर और आपने दिखाया भी जब सरकार में थे।
नौकरी देखिए मुद्दा है, तभी तो नीतीश जी को कहना पड़ा कि 40 लाख हो गया है। पता नहीं कहाँ से आंकड़ा लिख के जो दे देता पढ़ देते हैं। 40 लाख हो गया है और इसको 50 लाख जो है चुनाव से फिर नोटिफिकेशन से पहले करेंगे। अब बताइए 10 लाख और नौकरी 15 दिन में तो कैसे दे देंगे? जो अधिकारी लिख के देता है वो पढ़ देते हैं, लेकिन अधिकारी भी होमवर्क अच्छे से नहीं कर पाते हैं। इतनी खामियां रहती हैं उनके कागजों में।
तेजस्वी जी, जिस कदर भीड़ आती है आपको ग्रीट करने के लिए, लगता है आपके समर्थकों में जोश काफ़ी है।
देखिए, लोगों का प्यार है, आशीर्वाद है और जनता जो है वही मालिक है। और आप देखिएगा, जो ज़मीन पे अगर आप नहीं रहिएगा, इनसे डायलॉग नहीं होगा, तो आपको ज़मीनी स्तर की जो समस्याएं हैं वो भी पता नहीं चलती।
हमने तो लालू जी को भी कवर किया है।
अरे आप तो बहुत पुराने हैं।
हेलीकॉप्टर में और ऊपर से भीड़ दिखती थी।
आप लोग तो बहुत पुराने, अब तो बिहार में आप जैसे बहुत कभी सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट सब रह गए, तो आप लोगों का तो अनुभव जो है आप लोग हर दौर देखे हैं।
अच्छा, SIR का जो मुद्दा है, अब आप क्या संतुष्ट हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जो डायरेक्शन आए? और भारत सरकार ने भी निर्णय लिया कि SIR जो है पूरे देश में अब लागू होगा।
SIR का विरोध किसी ने नहीं किया। हम लोगों ने प्रक्रिया पे सवाल उठाई थी। टाइमिंग को लेके जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो मांगे जा रहे थे या जो पलायन करके बिहार के लोग जो बाहर थे, ये 3-4 जो इश्यूज थे, इसको हम लोगों ने उठाया था। पता है आपको कि जून में हुआ था शायद, ये 25 जून को नोटिफिकेशन हुआ था। 27 जून को पहली बार हमने SIR के मुद्दे पर जो है प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था और यही सवाल उठाया था, जो 11 डॉक्यूमेंट आप मांग रहे हैं वो गरीबों के पास नहीं है। आप इसमें आधार कार्ड क्यों नहीं इंक्लूड कर रहे हैं? कुछ दिन पहले तो आपका ड्राइव चल रहा था, आधार से लिंक करो ताकि डुप्लीकेसी वोटर की ना हो। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ये बेहतर हुआ कि कम से कम अब देश में, ये हम लोगों की लड़ाई की बड़ी जीत है कि अब देश में किसी भी राज्य में अगर SIR होगा तो आधार कंपलसरी होगा, यानी एज अ 12th डॉक्यूमेंट अब आधार जो है जुड़ गया। और दूसरा कि हम लोगों की बात ट्रांसपेरेंसी रहनी चाहिए। अगर आपने वोट काटे तो विथ रीजनिंग जो है आप बताइए, और कम से कम जिसका वोट कटा है आप उसको नोटिफिकेशन दीजिए, अपील का चांस दीजिए। जो प्रक्रिया ऑलरेडी चुनाव आयोग के गाइडलाइन में उसको आप फॉलो कीजिए।
ये
तो
पूरे देश में होना चाहिए। आप संतुष्ट हैं इससे, इस फैसले से?
देखिए, ये इलेक्शन,
बंगाल का चुनाव सर पे है।
देखिए ईमानदारी से तो देखिए SIR तो पहली बार बिहार में हुआ है। इससे पहले इंटेंसिव रिविजन जो है 2003 में हुआ था। ये स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिविजन जो है दिया, लेकिन इस तरीके से नहीं होना चाहिए। जो इस तरह से बिहार में फ्लड का टाइम है, मानसून का टाइम है, आप अभी भी दियारा चले जाइए, सोचिए जिसको जुड़वाना है दियर के इलाका में जो लोग डूबे हुए हैं, वो आप वोट कैसे जुड़वाएं?
समय दिया जाना चाहिए।
तो हमको लगता है कि अगर लोकसभा के बाद भी अगर ये शुरू कर देते तो कोई आपत्ति नहीं। लेकिन कौन चाहता है कि फर्जी वोटर हो, और कौन चाहेगा कि घुसपैठिया जो है हमारे देश का वोटर बने?
मोदी जी कल फिर उठाए मुद्दा, घुसपैठियों को भगा के रहेंगे, तो क्या ये बार बार क्या बोलना चाह रहे हैं?
झारखंड में चुनाव था तो घुसपैठिया था, अब खत्म हो गया तो भाग गया।
चुनाव जेएमएम जीत गई, आप लोग का गठबंधन जीता।
तो अच्छा, 11 साल से केंद्र में उनकी सरकार है, प्रधानमंत्री है वो, ठीक है। 20 साल से राज्य में उनकी सरकार है। अगर घुसपैठिया है तो आप लोगों के बदौलत आया।
इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर उन लोगों का कंट्रोल में है, सही बात है।
नहीं, बिहार सरकार भी आपका और भारत सरकार भी आपका, सारे एजेंसियां, सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस सब आपके हाथ में है। अच्छा, आए हैं तो संख्या तो जरा बता देते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री को हल्की बात नहीं करनी चाहिए। अगर बोल रहे तो बताओ कहाँ से घुसा,
तो
कौन
क्या
है?
ये SIR आपको लगता है माइनॉरिटीज को टारगेट करके लाया गया बिहार और बंगाल चुनाव को देखते हुए?
देखिए, जब अपना काम का आप कुछ कहने को नहीं है, क्योंकि आपने कोई काम नहीं किया 11 साल 20 साल बिहार में, तो आपको इश्यूज़ को डाइवर्ट करना है। तो ये जो मेन बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा है, जो पढ़ाई सिंचाई कमाई का जो इशू है, आप इससे जो है डाइवर्ट करना चाहते हैं ताकि लोग नौकरी रोजगार भूल जाएं, हिंदू मुसलमान में बट करके रह जाएं। तो ये तो शुरू से ही इन लोगों का टेक्निक है, लड़ते रहे हैं। इसलिए तो बिहार की जनता इतनी जागरूक है कि बीजेपी को आज तक अकेले विश्व की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बिहार में आज तक सरकार नहीं बना पाई, और ना ही इनके पास कोई मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा है।
इसीलिए कार्ल मार्क्स ने भी कहा था कि रिलीजन इज द ओपियम फॉर द मासेस, और उसी का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। अगली सवाल पे आते हैं तेजस्वी जी। पिछले बार आप थोड़े से चूक गए, कांग्रेस पार्टी को 70 सीट दिया आपने, और इस बार हमें जो पता चला है आप विनेबिलिटी फैक्टर पर सारे दल के साथ आप एक कोऑर्डिनेशन कर रहे हैं कि सारे सीट्स पर उस टाइप के विनिंग कैंडिडेट्स हों। आपको नहीं लगता कि कांग्रेस का स्ट्राइक रेट बिल्कुल कम था? 70 में 19 बहुत कम परसेंटेज था। शायद वो अगर ज़्यादा सीटों की डिमांड नहीं करते तो सरकार बना लेते आप। तो क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी या अन्य घटक दल और अन्य जो नए भी आने वाले हैं उनसे आपका क्या आग्रह होगा?
देखिए, पिछला मुकेश सहनी जी हम लोग के साथ नहीं थे, इस बार हैं। और जब पिछला चुनाव 20 का हम लोगों ने लड़ा था तो एज अ अलायंस लड़ा था, और हमको लगता है कि जब अलायंस लड़ते हैं तो 243 सीट पे हम लोग सब मिल के लड़ते हैं। कोई कांग्रेस, कोई RJD ऐसा नहीं है। हाँ, अगर कुछ गलतियां अगर हुई होंगी, थोड़े से अगर हम लोग ने चूमा है, तो उसको हम लोग जो है इस बार दूर कर रहे हैं। कोई भी अगर कैंडिडेट ऑफ सिलेक्शन ऑफ कैंडिडेट के बारे में बात हो, या जो सीटें कांग्रेस को लड़नी चाहिए या RJD को जो सीटें लड़नी चाहिए, या घटक दलों को जो सीटें जहां ज़्यादा मजबूत है वो लड़नी चाहिए, तो इसका सब हम लोग जो है ध्यान दे रहे हैं। लेकिन किसी एक अलायंस में किसी एक पार्टी पे सहार की थोप देना, ये गठबंधन धर्म का पालन नहीं कहलाएगा, क्योंकि ऐसा सामूहिक ड्यूटी है और हम लोग गठबंधन धर्म को निभाने वाले लोग हैं। जितना पुराना हम लोगों का कांग्रेस से रिश्ता रहा है, एक बिहार में आप देश की ऐसी पार्टी, रीजनल पार्टी बिहार RJD है, जो आज तक जो है कांग्रेस के बाद शायद बीजेपी से कॉम्प्रोमाइज कभी भी हम लोगों ने नहीं।
सोनिया जी के बुरे दिन में भी लालू जी खड़े रहे।
हाँ, पारिवारिक रिश्ता भी अलग रहा है, हम लोगों का बहुत बेहतर रहा है पिताजी और सोनिया जी का, और हम लोगों के पार्टी का भी अलायंस जो है लंबे समय तक चल रहा है। हमको लगता है कि वन ऑफ द ओल्डेस्ट अलायंस एंड स्टिल अलाइव।
फिर भी दूसरे दलों को एकोमोडेट करना है मुकेश सहनी जी।
हाँ, ठीक है।
कांग्रेस पार्टी थोड़ा नीचे आने के लिए तैयार हो रही है।
वी ऑल आर फ्लेक्सिबल, ऐसा नहीं है। हमारा एक मात्र लक्ष्य है कि इस बार NDA को गद्दी से उतारना और अपना सरकार बनाना। तो इवन कैंडिडेट ऑफ सिलेक्शन ऑफ कैंडिडेट के बारे में अगर बात हो या विनेबिलिटी के बारे में बात हो, हर एक चीज़ों का ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। तो हमको नहीं लगता कि हमारे यहाँ ज़्यादा इशू नहीं है।
इस बार कांग्रेस पार्टी और मुकेश सहनी भी है, मुख्यमंत्री के उम्मीदवार तो आप ही हैं, भले ही कांग्रेस पार्टी अभी घोषणा नहीं कर रही है।
1 मिनट, मैंने लोगों का प्यार है और इन लोगों के लिए लड़ाई लड़नी है और इन लोगों का साथ मिल रहा है।
मैं लालू जी के रथ में भी सवार हुआ हूँ कई बार।
अच्छा,
इसी तरह देखता था।
हाँ, नहीं
तो एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो लेगेसी ट्रांसफर हो चुका है।
अब देखिए, अब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का जो अनुभव है और उन्होंने अगर जिम्मेदारी दी है तो सोच समझ के दिया होगा जी। उनको माइक से बोल दो इधर इधर आ जाने, इस साइड आ जाने बोलो। हाँ, नौजवान है, सब किसान मजदूर के सब बच्चे हैं।
मैं चेहरा देख के बता सकता हूँ कि विभिन्न जातियों के यूथ हैं।
हाँ, महिलाएं हैं, ज्यादातर दलित समाज के लोग हैं।
क्योंकि अब थोड़ा बहुत हम लोग को अनुभव हो गया, चेहरा देख के हम लोग भी समझ जाते हैं कि किस सोशल स्ट्राटा के हैं। तो ये बताइए कि कांग्रेस पार्टी तो अभी खुलकर नहीं बोल रही है मुख्यमंत्री उम्मीदवार कौन होगा, तो क्या हम माने कि मैं अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहा हूँ नवंबर 2025 में? देखिए, हमारे गठबंधन में इसकी चर्चा नहीं होती है क्योंकि यहाँ ऑलरेडी क्लियर है। तेजस्वी यादव अगले मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे?
ऑफिशियली अनाउंस होगा तो आपको और अच्छा लगेगा।
नहीं, कैंडिडेट
तो आप
क्या नीतीश जी को रिप्लेस कर रहे हैं आप अगली बार?
देखिए, जनता मालिक है और जनता इस बार मूड में है बदलाव की, और 60% बिहार में नौजवान है और नौजवान चाहता है कि एक ऐसा नौजवान मुख्यमंत्री मिले जो बिहार के वर्तमान को ही नहीं भविष्य को बेहतर बनाए। तो हम लोग तो चाहते हैं कि बिहार जो है अव्वल राज्यों में आए, लेकिन 20 साल नीतीश जी के और 11 साल मोदी जी के केंद्र में रहते हुए भी नीति आयोग की रिपोर्ट में सबसे गरीब बिहार है, सबसे ज़्यादा बेरोजगारी बिहार में है, सबसे ज़्यादा पलायन बिहार में है, प्रति व्यक्ति आय सबसे कम पूरे देश में देखा जाए, प्रति व्यक्ति आय या निवेश या किसानों का आय बिहार जो है पीछे है। लेकिन पढ़ाई या दवाई, जो क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन जो मिलना चाहिए वो लोगों को जो है नहीं मिल रहा। आप सब लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद है। सरकार को बदलिए, नया सरकार बनाइए, सरकार को बदलिए, नया सरकार बनाइए।
तेजस्वी जी, मेरा अगला सवाल ये है कि आप तो मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी और मुकेश सहनी जी हैं, बार बार कहते हैं मुकेश सहनी उप मुख्यमंत्री वो बनेंगे, तो क्या दोनों दलों से उप मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे, मुकेश सहनी जी भी और कांग्रेस पार्टी के केवल एक?
देखिए, अपनी बात को रखने के लिए अगर कोई अपनी बात रख रहा है तो रखना चाहिए, ये लोकतंत्र की खूबसूरती है। और ये जो हमारा जो कोऑर्डिनेशन जो कमेटी है इसमें तय होगा, लेकिन हमें अगर कोई उप मुख्यमंत्री अगर बने तो हमें या हमारी पार्टी को कोई परहेज नहीं, हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। और कई कई राज्यों में हम लोगों ने देखा है कि 4-4 उप मुख्यमंत्री भी रहे हैं। तो ये जब चीज़ें तय हो जाएंगी तो खुल करके जो है सामने ऑफिशियली हम जो है बिहार की जनता के सामने प्रेस के माध्यम से हम लोग सब कुछ समझ रखेंगे।
मुकेश सहनी जी मुख्यमंत्री रहे?
अब देखिए, अब हमें कोई आपत्ति थोड़ी है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है हमें इससे।
मैं मान के चलूं कि नवंबर में आप बिहार के सबसे युवा मुख्यमंत्री बनने जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि इसके पहले जगन्नाथ मिश्रा 38 साल की उम्र में बने थे, अभी आप 37 साल के हैं।
37 के हैं, मतलब हाँ, नवंबर में हो ही जाएंगे, 37 ही है। तो अब देखिए, हम मेरा केवल लक्ष्य मुख्यमंत्री बनने का नहीं, सरकार बनाने का नहीं, बल्कि बिहार को बनाने का है। तो हमारी कोशिश है कि हम जो जनता, जो मालिक जो हम पे विश्वास किए हुए हैं, उस उम्मीदों पर, उनकी आकांक्षाओं पर, अपेक्षाओं पर, उनके विश्वास पर हम खड़े उतरे। और हम लोग नौजवान हैं, बहुत हमारे पास विजन है, रोड मैप है, ब्लूप्रिंट है। हम लोग कोई भी बात करते हैं तो हल्की बात नहीं करते, साइंटिफिक रूप से अध्ययन करके डेटा पे ज़्यादातर हमारी कोशिश रहती है कि हम लोग सच्चाई पर, डेटा पर जो है हकीकत पे बात करें। तो हम लोग जान रहे हैं, उसीलिए तो हम अपना विजन बता रहे हैं और ये सरकार कॉपी कर रही है। अगर उनके पास कोई विजन है अपना तो वो बताए ना, कोई रुको
नहीं। AIMIM आपके साथ गठबंधन के लिए प्रयास कर रही है, तो क्या वो उनका प्रयास जो है सच्चा है या केवल पोस्टरिंग कर रहे हैं, या आप लेना चाहते हैं उनको?
अब देखिए, ऑलरेडी 7 6 पार्टियां हैं हम लोग और 243 ही सीटें हैं। सिर्फ AIM ही नहीं, NCP हो, शिवसेना हो, JMM हो, पारस जी हो और ऐसे दलें जो हैं हम लोगों से समझौता करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन हम तो बिहार में चुनाव लड़ते हैं,
तो AIM से आप
हम तो हैदराबाद चुनाव लड़ने नहीं जाते। ये निर्णय तो राष्ट्राध्यक्ष का होगा। सभी मसूरी की जनता को दिल से धन्यवाद। नौकरी बेरोजगारी हटाना है। चलो।
तेजस्वी जी, हाल फिलहाल में बीजेपी ने मुद्दा उठाया है 2-3 और उसको एक टॉकिंग पॉइंट बनाने की कोशिश की है।
हाँ।
माँ का अपमान
जी
और नहीं सहेंगे, और दूसरी बात की बीड़ी से कंपेयर किया कांग्रेस पार्टी ने। इसे आप किस रूप में देखते हैं?
माँ होती है, माँ शब्द सुनते ही आपको सुकून मिलता है। किसी की भी माँ हो, अपमान नहीं करना चाहिए। जो व्यक्ति जो भी किसी के भी माँ को अपमानित करता है तो उस पर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, सज़ा होना चाहिए। और हमको लगता है कि हुआ भी है। ना हमने गाली दिया, ना राहुल गांधी जी ने गाली दिया, ना उस मंच पे हम लोग गए
नहीं थे।
दूसरी बात ये है कि इसका राजनीतिकरण भी नहीं होना चाहिए। लालू जी जितना गाली खाए हैं, या हम विधानसभा में बीजेपी के MLA ने मेरी माँ बहनों को गाली मेरे सामने दी सदन के अंदर, हमने कोई राजनीतिकरण नहीं किया। लेकिन एक बात और है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी जब गलवान घाटी में जो शहीद हुए, वो चाइनीज़ प्रेसिडेंट से मिल रहे थे। जब विदेश में थे तब का ये मामला है। विदेश में 5 दिन ठीक थे, लेकिन इंडिया आते ही सबसे पहले उन्होंने रोने का काम किया। हम अपने प्रधानमंत्री को मजबूत प्रधानमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं, जो बात बात पे रोए ना। पंजाब बाढ़ से डूब रहा था, हिमाचल में तबाही आई हुई थी। उम्मीद था कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ना रोते हुए, इसको राजनीति का मुद्दा ना बनाते हुए उन जगहों पे जाते हैं। खैर, उन्होंने रोया क्योंकि चुनाव में ज़्यादा विश्वास वो रखते हैं, आपदा में उतना विश्वास उनको नहीं है। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी जब जर्सी काऊ कहते हैं, जब हाइब्रिड बछड़ा कहते हैं, या आपको याद होगा जब नीतीश जी को DNA का गाली दिया था तो नीतीश जी रोए नहीं, उन्होंने बाल और नाखून जो है उनको भिजवाया था और एक पत्र भी भेजा था प्रधानमंत्री के नाम। वही जो आपका प्रज्वल रवन्ना जो है 3000 बच्चियों के साथ, मतलब महिलाओं के साथ शोषण करता है, प्रधानमंत्री जी वहाँ जाते हैं। जो महिला पहलवान के साथ जो शोषण का आरोप लगा, प्रधानमंत्री जी उनको सहयोग करते हैं। कल ही प्रधानमंत्री जी के मंत्री चहेते बीजेपी के जिबेश मिश्रा पत्रकार अति पिछड़ा समाज के आए हुए को माँ बहन की गालियाँ घुसा मारते हैं, कोई शब्द तो नहीं कहा। तो हम ये कहना चाहते हैं उनकी भी तो माँ हैं। और जो बिहार बंद किया गया था, जिनका एक महिला थी डिलीवरी हो रहा था, एम्बुलेंस को रोक दिया गया, एक महिला टीचर को दौड़ा करके पीटा गया, वो भी दृश्य हम लोगों ने देखे। तो क्या वो माँ नहीं है?
प्रशांत किशोर,
हाँ,
आजकल सबको देख रहे हैं कि भाषाई मर्यादा, या तो बीजेपी हो, JDU हो, RJD के नेता हो, लग रहा है जैसे वो किसी दूसरे प्लेनेट से आ गए हैं और सबको सीख दे रहे हैं। जैसे हमने PK मूवी देखी थी ना, आमिर खान आए थे, एक जैसे वो कहते थे
एलियन,
तो हाँ एलियन दूसरे गोला से आए थे,
हाँ,
और दूसरे गोला से आके सबको सीख दे रहे हैं। तो आप इसे बिहार में एक किस तरह की संस्कृति का जन्म आप लेते हुए देख रहे हैं? इतना पैसा, इतना भाषाई अमर्यादा।
देखिए,
आपको भी 9वीं फेल बोलते हैं, तो मैंने एक इंटरव्यू में उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष को कहा कि आप भी 12वीं पास हैं और आपको देख के लगता नहीं है कि आप पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं, यू आर अ सेल्फ ट्रेन्ड मैन। वैसे ही तेजस्वी जी भी, अगर मान लीजिए वो किसी कारणवश नहीं पढ़ पाए, और मैं एक स्पोर्ट्समैन रहा हूँ, मैं जानता हूँ स्पोर्ट्समैन को पढ़ने का समय नहीं रहता, वो जुनून रहता है। मैंने अपने कॉलेज लाइफ में देखा है। और विराट कोहली और सचिन तेंदुलकर महज 10th पास है। तो इस पूरे प्रकरण को आप किस रूप में देखते हैं जो नए पीके आए हैं?
देखिए, जब से हम राजनीति में आए हैं तब से ये आरोप लगता रहा, लेकिन हमारा जो क्वालिफिकेशन था वो जनता के सामने हमने ऑनेस्टली रखा। लेकिन सवाल अगर एजुकेशन की हो तो धीरू भाई अंबानी कितना पढ़े थे, लेकिन आज रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री देखिए कहाँ। जो आपके एप्पल के ओनर जो हैं वो लोग कितना पढ़े लिखे थे, लेकिन आज देखिए क्या उन्होंने किया। जो पेड़ियार हैं वो कितने पढ़े लिखे थे। कामराज जी कांग्रेस के कद्दावर नेता देश के समय कितने पढ़े लिखे थे। देखिए, एक शिक्षा होना और एक ज्ञान होना, ये दोनों में अंतर है। डिग्री लेकर मतलब आ जाइए, लेकिन एक चीज़ों का ज्ञान भी होना चाहिए।
प्रशांत किशोर ये कहते हैं कि आपको उप मुख्यमंत्री बनाने में उनका योगदान है।
नहीं,
सही है?
देखिए, प्रोफेशनल व्यक्ति हैं, उनका केवल काम जदयू से लेना देना था, आरजेडी से लेना देना नहीं था। आपको भी पता है उस समय इन्होंने पीला बैनर बनवाया था और केवल नीतीश कुमार जी का चेहरा था। बिहार में बाहर, अब के बाद फिर से नीतीश कुमार, है ना। उसमें ना कांग्रेस का था ना आरजेडी का था। बाद में उनको रियलाइज़ हुआ कि नहीं भाई, महागठबंधन है तो और नेताओं का भी, और सबसे बड़ी ताकत लालू जी को हो, और उन्हीं का चेहरा गायब आपने कर दिया। आप समझ सकते कि कितने वो प्रोफेशनल आदमी हैं। और आरजेडी का कोई लेना देना नहीं था, लेकिन फिर भी वो नीतीश जी के साथ है तो 71 सीट आया नीतीश जी को, और हमारे पार्टी को 80 सीट आया, उनसे बेसी आएगा।
थैंक यू वेरी मच तेजस्वी यादव जी। आपके रथ पर सवार होकर तमाम मुद्दों पर बातचीत हुई और मेरी आपकी शुभकामना है कि आप बिहार के यंगेस्ट चीफ मिनिस्टर बने 37 साल की उम्र में, क्योंकि 38 साल की उम्र में भी कोई बना था। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको, आप मेहनत कीजिए।
शुक्रिया।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's take a look at the top stories we're tracking for you this hour. TVK chief Vijay seeks CBI or SIT probe into Karur Stampede, moves the Madras High Court. Tamil Nadu top cop says they had asked TVK to change venue for the rally. TVK had flouted many rules, did not follow protocol. Injured victim moves Madras High Court, seeks a ban on TVK chief Vijay's political campaign. DMK levels big allegation, says ambulance vehicles were blocked and attacked. AIADMK blames DMK government for not providing adequate security.
आप एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं। क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पाता स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं क्या? पाता स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं?
Accused of molesting 15 female students, molester Baba Swami Chinmayanand sent to 5-day police custody. Sonam Wangchuk's wife blames the CRPF for the violence in Ladakh. A deadly stampede at TVK chief Vijay's rally in Karur has left at least 40 people dead. That includes 9 children. Families are devastated and panic swept through the crowd. There were horrific scenes coming in from the site and heart-wrenching scenes now from the hospital. Opposition, including the AIADMK, have raised sharp questions at TVK and DMK over the lack of security arrangements at the venue. Here's a report.
At least 40 innocent lives lost. Families shattered in seconds. Karur reels under the weight of deadly tragedy. 16 women, including 9 children, were among the victims. The incident unfolded at TVK rally in Karur last night, where around 30,000 people had gathered. Actor turned politician Vijay was scheduled to address the crowd at around 12 p.m. But his arrival was delayed by nearly 6 hours. The restless gathering swelled in anticipation. And around 7:45 p.m., a sudden power cut plunged the venue into darkness, triggering confusion and further panic. In the chaos, thousands surged towards the stage barricades. Several people collapsed due to suffocation. To add to the woes, the delay in medical assistance meant timely treatment could not reach several of the injured. As children and women fainted, Vijay was seen pleading with police and volunteers to rescue a missing 9-year-old girl. Hours after the stampede, Vijay was spotted leaving for the airport without visiting the victims or making any public statement. This is not the first time stampede situation occurred in a TVK rally. A month ago, the Madras High Court had warned of possible fatalities at Vijay's rallies if safety lapses continued. The court had asked the DMK-led government who would take responsibility if lives were lost and ordered uniform safety rules for political gatherings across parties. Now, the opposition parties, including BJP and AIADMK, have strongly criticized the ruling DMK government over the lack of security arrangements at the rally.
இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை.
இல்லை, இந்த 39 உயிரிழப்பிற்கு தமிழக அரசு பொறுப்பேற்க வேண்டும். இதில் முழுக்க அதில் தமிழக காவல்துறையுடைய பொறுப்பு இருக்குது. முதல்ல அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுத்துருக்கக்கூடாது. சின்ன இடம் அது, அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கக்கூடாது. அதே நேரத்தில் பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கறது இது எல்லா கூட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் ஒரு வார காலத்துக்கு முந்தி கொடுத்து அவர்கள் அதற்கான தகுந்த பாதுகாப்பு கொடுக்கணும். அந்த பாதுகாப்பே இங்கே இல்லை. அதனால தான் உயிரிழப்பு ஏற்பட்டு.
Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has appointed a commission headed by Aruna Jagdishan to probe the deadly stampede. And my colleague Sharda has filed a ground report from the Karur hospital. Take a look.
Over 39 dead and 51 injured and still in critical condition in the Karur government hospital after the TVK political campaign was held last night here in this district. TVK leader Vijay was supposed to come here at 12 noon but only reached the place at 7 p.m. causing distress among the crowd, with over 15,000 people waiting for him throughout the day, with over many fainting, over dizziness with no food and water throughout the day. Over 10 were admitted during the day yesterday, and also after Vijay arrived in Karur at 7 p.m. over 100 people were injured in the stampede-like situation that was formed after actor Vijay arrived at the location of his political campaign. Also following that, when the actor left after his campaign, the stampede continued to happen around the 1,000 square meter where the leader was, and also after he left, around the police tried to move them around and figured that over 100 people were injured in the stampede and were immediately brought to the Karur government hospital and other private hospitals around the area. Now, almost 39 people have died in this particular stampede and 51 continues to be in the hospital taking treatment.
In fact, more videos of the tragedy are surfacing even as the death toll continues to mount. In this video, a panicked father can be seen running and holding his child. Viewers, a very, very heart-wrenching video as he cries inconsolably, mourning the loss of his young one, his loved one. Meanwhile, AIADMK General Secretary E. Palaniswamy questioned the government over lack of security arrangements in the Karur rally.
EVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு இந்த கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த டிவிகே அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தால் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
Meanwhile, Sharda also spoke to BJP leader Tamil Soundararajan, who reached Karur government hospital.
We are very distressed to see the place, how it was arranged. and how the government has taken steps to protect the crowd. They would have expected such crowd. So it's very disheartening, but at present we are in grief seeing the patients, and the postmortem is also delayed. I have requested a little more officers can be deputed. People are in distress. They wanted to see the body. One mother fainted, and actually I helped her to get some IV fluid. So they should more arrangements for this. Really seeing all this, I'm really distressed.
Ma'am, also this...
Doctors, they should depute more. Even postmortem doctors, they should depute more. Officers, they all are outside, not knowing when the body will be coming. At least they should have mentioned this body will get this time. All the people outside are agitated. They are 7 hours, they are waiting. So already they are in distress. So postmortem and all, they have to quicken it. So in this era, scientific era, so many things can be done. But why they are acting like this, I don't know. Because very careless attitude.
But both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister continues to say they brought doctors around from the district, Salem, Nagakkal, Dindakal and everywhere, Namakkal, back here, and he said they've deployed more doctors, and last night they said there are sufficient medications done here.
No, that itself, because Karur is almost a big city. Even to manage these type of cases, if so many doctors to be deputed, and what is the basic infrastructure available in this headquarters? So it is very disheartening. It's almost a medical college. So it's very difficult, I am very, very disheartening. And immediately they should make, even see the people outside the mortuary. Why they have to wait so long?
And Tamil Nadu ADGP reveals that TVK flouted the rules given to them, which included doing a roadshow, meeting people in the district at multiple locations. Basically, the protocol that was set for this rally was not followed, says the top cop. Listen in.
To conduct this event at a place called Lighthouse Roundana. This was not accepted by the police because it was considered to be a high-risk place, considering a large petrol station on the left side and the river Amravati bridge on the right side. So the officers decided it's not advisable to give permission there. So they asked for one more place called the Ulavar Chandai. So that was also examined, and they told them that also the kind of capacity that you're going to bring is not going to accommodate in that place. So keeping that as an option, we suggested a place called Velayadabra, this one. Because this was conducted in the recent past by one of the political parties with about 12 to 15,000 people were gathered there, and it went off very peacefully. So that was suggested to them. So they also went and saw the place. They finally agreed. They gave it in writing, saying that we may be permitted to conduct the event in this place.
You gave permission?
Yes, some of the conditions have been violated. Yes, yeah. No, that investigation will tell you. Okay, right? Yeah.
Is there a case
registered against sir?
The case has been registered. The investigation will find out who are all involved in this. Okay, right. Thank you.
Shifting focus now, viewers, Chaitanyanand Saraswati, a self-styled godman accused of molestation by at least 15 female students, today was taken to police custody. The court has granted 5-day police custody, and he faces complaints ranging from using abusive language, sending lewd text messages to women, and also threatening them.
Chaitanyananda Saraswati, a self-styled godman accused of molesting women at an ashram in the national capital, has finally been arrested. 17 women have accused him of molestation, harassment and intimidation. On the run for 50 days, the molester Baba was nabbed from Agra in UP. Police teams fanned out across Haryana, Rajasthan, UP and even West Bengal to look for the accused. But he kept changing his location from Mathura, Vrindavan to Agra to evade arrest. A CCTV footage has emerged showing Baba entering Hotel The First in Agra. Police kept a track on his movement and found his name mentioned in the hotel register. Another CCTV visual shows Saraswati and his 2 aides leaving from the hotel with luggage.
ये जैसे हमने बताया था 3 दिन से हमारी टीम बनी हुई थी। हमने अलग अलग स्टेटों में दिल्ली के अलावा हरियाणा, राजस्थान, यूपी, उत्तराखंड, वेस्ट बंगाल भी हमने टीमें रवाना करी थी। ये जो आरोपी है पार्था सारथी उर्फ चैतन्यानंद सरस्वत की तलाश में। इसी दौरान हमें कल एक रात में सफलता मिली जिसमें कि ये आगरा के कंटेनर में मिल गया। इसको वहाँ पे आइडेंटिफाई किया गया तो पता लगा ये वही है, तो इसको वहाँ से एप्रीहेंड किया गया और अभी लाया गया है और अभी इसकी आगे केस में गिरफ्तारी डाल के इसकी पूछताछ की जाएगी। इससे अभी 3 फ़ोन मिले हैं, एक आईपैड मिला है, उन सब की अभी जांच की जाएगी और कुछ विजिटिंग कार्ड मिले हैं जो कि ये फेक विजिटिंग कार्ड इसने बना रखे थे यूएन और ब्रिक्स के, अपने आप को भारत सरकार के अधिकारी दिखाते हुए वो देंगे। ये अभी अपना अलग अलग डेली लोकेशन चेंज करा था पुलिस से बचने के लिए, वृंदावन, आगरा, मथुरा, उन एरियाज में अपना घूम रहा था।
16 लड़कियों ने आप पे एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पार्था स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं क्या? पार्था स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? 16 लड़कियों ने आप पे आरोप लगाए हैं।
Chaitanyananda Saraswati, director of Sri Sharda Institute of Indian Management in Vasant Kunj in Delhi, targeted students from economically weaker sections. He is also under the scanner for using fake United Nations number plate, possessing 2 passports with 2 different names. And meanwhile, not just him but 3 wardens are also under the scanner for their involvement in the case.
This very accused Swami Partha is a repeat offender. This is what we have got to learn from the Delhi police sources, because the first case was filed against him back then in 2009, and then a second case of molestation was filed at Vasant Kunj police station was back then in 2016 as well. And in 2025 what we have seen that 3 more cases have been filed. So far there are 5 different cases in which what we have seen which is going on against this very accused. And Delhi police has arrested this early morning around 3:30 a.m. from Agra, and what we have also got to learn that the accused kept on changing his location in order to avoid the arrest. So in a successful bid, because if you see earlier for the last 50 days Delhi police have been trying to arrest this very accused, and he was still on the run, and he visited Meerut as well, Vrindavan as well. Apart from that, he also visited some other places. So Delhi police has formed several units, several teams to nab the very accused, and in a successful attempt today early morning the accused Swami Partha has been arrested by the Delhi police team.
The man who called himself a saint and molested women will now face trial as a criminal. Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Border Security Force initiated a massive search operation in Ramgarh sector of Samba district in Jammu Kashmir after a Pakistani drone was sighted hovering over the Karalian village this morning. With Bihar elections coming closer, the BJP unit of state has announced election campaign committee for the election process, which will comprise of 45 members in total. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that the government of India is working to get the Chhath Mahaparv or the Chhath festival added to UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage list during the 126th edition of his monthly radio program Mann Ki Baat. Prime Minister added that it will help people all over the world to learn about the festival's importance and beauty. Now, 2 days after violence in Uttar Pradesh's Bareilly over religious posters, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath issued a stern warning once again against those attempting to disrupt peace, particularly during the festive season, asserting that any act of anarchy would be met with consequences that the future generations of the rioters would remember.
After riots broke out in Bareilly after Friday prayers, police conducted overnight house-to-house searches to apprehend culprits and arrested local cleric Maulana Taqir Raza. While the situation is coming back to normal, a large number of police personnel continue to be deployed at intersections. UP Chief Minister, meanwhile, has once again issued a warning to those disrupting law and order in the state. Addressing a public meeting in Balrampur, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath warned that any act of anarchy would be met with consequences that future generations of the rioters would remember. Chief Minister Yogi also took a jibe at the Samajwadi Party and Congress. He said that days when crime was at its peak and no one was held accountable are gone.
वह समय गया जब समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार हुआ करती थी, कांग्रेस की सरकारें हुआ करती थी। ये लोग दंगा करवाते थे, आगजनी करवाते थे, बेटी की सुरक्षा में सेंध लगाते थे, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठानों पर आग लगाते थे और सरकार इनका आवभगत करती थी। वह समय अब चला गया है। अब ये डबल इंजन की सरकार है। अगर बेटी की सुरक्षा पे हाथ डालने का प्रयास किया, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठान में आग लगाने का प्रयास किया, तो मान करके चलिए ये रास्ता उनका सीधे नरक में जाने का होगा, सीधे नरक में।
Chief Minister Yogi also sent out a terse message to those eyeing to create unrest as part of their ulterior motive of Ghazwa-e-Hind.
कुछ लोग रहते भारत में हैं, लेकिन गजवा-ए-हिंद का नारा लेकर के भारत के अंदर राष्ट्र विरोधी गतिविधियों को बढ़ावा देने का कुत्सित कार्य कर रहे हैं। गजवा-ए-हिंद हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर नहीं होगा। भारत की धरती, ये भारत के देवीय महापुरुषों, अवतारी महापुरुषों, देश के लिए अपना बलिदान देने वाले महापुरुषों के आदर्शों से संचालित होगा। गजवा-ए-हिंद की कल्पना करना भी और उसका सपना देखना भी जहन्नुम में जाने का टिकट का रास्ता पैदा कर देगा।
So far, 10 FIRs have been registered in the case with Maulana Taqi Raza behind the bars. Officers are constantly on patrol and internet services are suspended in Bareilly till Monday.
शुक्रवार को जुमे की नमाज के बाद जो बवाल हुआ बरेली में, उसके बाद अब आज रविवार का दिन है। आज भी बरेली का माहौल शांतिपूर्ण है, सभी गाड़ियां चल रही है, बाजार खुले हुए हैं और पुलिस अभी भी तैनात है। पुलिस बड़ी संख्या में तैनात है। अलग अलग चौक चौराहों पर बड़ी संख्या में सुरक्षा बल की मौजूदगी है। कहीं से कोई अनहोनी ना हो, कहीं से कोई अप्रिय घटना ना हो, इसका ख्याल रखा जा रहा है। तो पुलिस अपनी तरफ से मोर्चे पर तैनात है। बाज़ार जो हैं, देखिए दुकानें सारी खुली हुई हैं और सब लोग अपना काम कर रहे हैं। जैसा कि सीएम योगी ने कहा था कि ना कर्फ्यू लगेगा, ना बंद होगा, ना सिस्टम जाम होगा, सब कुछ चलेगा। कार्रवाई होगी, बंद होंगे तो वो उपद्रवी और गुंडे और दंगाई जो कि अब बंद हैं। करीब अब 8 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी की बात कही जा रही थी। 20 से 25 और लोग हैं, उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया है, ये खबर है। मौलाना तौकी रज़ा को भी अरेस्ट करके जेल भेज दिया जा गया है। जेल बदल भी दी गई है। इंटरनेट बंद है ताकि कहीं से भी कोई अफवाह फैलाई नहीं जा सके।
The situation still remains sensitive and authorities continue to be vigilant to prevent further unrest. Now, at the 80th session of the UNGA, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar called out Pakistan for being an epicenter of global terrorism. Jaishankar said that India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Listen in.
While asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. For decades now, major international terrorist attacks are traced back to that one country. UN's designated lists of terrorists are replete with its nationals. The most recent example of cross-border barbarism was the murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April this year. India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Because terrorism is a shared threat, Madam President, it is essential that there is much deeper international cooperation. When nations openly declare terrorism a state policy, when terror hubs operate on an industrial scale, when terrorists are publicly glorified, then such actions must be unequivocally condemned. The financing of terrorism must be choked, even as prominent terrorists are sanctioned. Relentless pressure must be applied on the entire terrorism ecosystem. Those who condone nations that sponsor terror will find that it comes back to bite them.
Curfew in Leh has entered its fifth day after violent protests over statehood and 6 scheduled demands. The additional deployment of riot control force in the roads has been done with no relaxation being given in the curfew for a 5th straight day now. Here's more.
5 days after the protest, Ladakh is still on the edge. Electricity snapped, internet suspended.
We are reporting from the Namgyal Chowk, which is one of the famous areas of the Leh town, and here this entire area has been converted into a cantonment. These visuals that we are showing you from the ground zero, that the massive deployment of the Leh police along with the paramilitary forces has been done to ensure that there is no law and order situation that erupts. Yesterday we have seen for the first time in the last 5 days there was a relaxation in the curfew that was given by the authorities, and it has been all peaceful.
The city of Leh remains under a heavy security blanket. ITBP and riot control forces carrying out flag marches, with vehicles being checked thoroughly. Earlier today, Lieutenant Governor Kavinder Gupta chaired a high-level meeting on security, discussing the prevailing situation and measures on ground. 2 Congress councillors, Smanla Dorje Nurbu and Punsok Stanzin Tepak, have been arrested by Leh police along with village Nambardar Rigzin Dorje. All 3 have been sent to police custody and their questioning is underway. All eyes are now on tomorrow's meeting in New Delhi. Ladakh leaders will sit across the table with the Home Ministry officials to decide the next course of action.
And time for a short break, viewers, but we get you the latest on the Delhi ashram horror case. Accused of molesting 15 female students, the molester Baba Chinmayanand Saraswati has been sent to 5-day police custody. And Sonam Wangchuk's wife now blames the CRPF for stoking violence in Leh.
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Border Security Force initiated a massive search operation in Ramgarh sector of Samba district after a Pakistani drone was sighted hovering over the Karalian village on the morning of 28 September. With Bihar elections coming closer, the BJP unit of state has announced election campaign committee for the election process, which will comprise of 45 members. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that the government of India is working to get the Chhath Mahaparv added to UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List during the 126th edition of his monthly radio program, Mann Ki Baat, adding that it will help people all over the world to learn about festivals' importance and beauty. A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's take a look at the top stories we're tracking for you this hour. TVK chief Vijay seeks CBI or SIT probe into Karur Stampede, moves the Madras High Court. Tamil Nadu top cop says they had asked TVK to change venue for the rally. TVK had flouted many rules, did not follow protocol. Injured victim moves Madras High Court, seeks a ban on TVK chief Vijay's political campaign. DMK levels big allegation, says ambulance vehicles were blocked and attacked. AIADMK blames DMK government for not providing adequate security.
आप एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं। क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पाता स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं क्या? पाता स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं?
Accused of molesting 15 female students, molester Baba Swami Chinmayanand sent to 5-day police custody. Sonam Wangchuk's wife blames the CRPF for the violence in Ladakh. A deadly stampede at TVK chief Vijay's rally in Karur has left at least 40 people dead. That includes 9 children. Families are devastated and panic swept through the crowd. There were horrific scenes coming in from the site and heart-wrenching scenes now from the hospital. Opposition, including the AIADMK, have raised sharp questions at TVK and DMK over the lack of security arrangements at the venue. Here's a report.
At least 40 innocent lives lost. Families shattered in seconds. Karur reels under the weight of deadly tragedy. 16 women, including 9 children, were among the victims. The incident unfolded at TVK rally in Karur last night, where around 30,000 people had gathered. Actor turned politician Vijay was scheduled to address the crowd at around 12 p.m. But his arrival was delayed by nearly 6 hours. The restless gathering swelled in anticipation. And around 7:45 p.m., a sudden power cut plunged the venue into darkness, triggering confusion and further panic. In the chaos, thousands surged towards the stage barricades. Several people collapsed due to suffocation. To add to the woes, the delay in medical assistance meant timely treatment could not reach several of the injured. As children and women fainted, Vijay was seen pleading with police and volunteers to rescue a missing 9-year-old girl. Hours after the stampede, Vijay was spotted leaving for the airport without visiting the victims or making any public statement. This is not the first time stampede situation occurred in a TVK rally. A month ago, the Madras High Court had warned of possible fatalities at Vijay's rallies if safety lapses continued. The court had asked the DMK-led government who would take responsibility if lives were lost and ordered uniform safety rules for political gatherings across parties. Now the opposition parties, including BJP and AIADMK, have strongly criticized the ruling DMK government over the lack of security arrangements at the rally.
இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை.
இல்லை, இந்த 39 உயிரிழப்பிற்கு தமிழக அரசு பொறுப்பேற்க வேண்டும். இதில் வந்து முழுக்க இதில் வந்து தமிழக காவல்துறையுடைய பொறுப்பு இருக்குது. முதல்ல அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுத்துருக்கக்கூடாது. சின்ன இடம் அது, அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கக்கூடாது. அதே நேரத்தில் வந்து பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கறது இது எல்லா கூட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் ஒரு வார காலத்துக்கு முந்தி கொடுத்து அவர்கள் அதற்கான தகுந்த பாதுகாப்பு கொடுக்கணும். அந்த பாதுகாப்பே இங்கே இல்லை. அதனால தான் உயிரிழப்பு ஏற்பட்டு.
Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has appointed a commission headed by Aruna Jagdishan to probe the deadly stampede. And my colleague Sharda has filed a ground report from the Karur hospital. Take a look.
Over 39 dead and 51 injured and still in critical condition in the Karur government hospital after the TVK political campaign was held last night here in this district. TVK leader Vijay was supposed to come here at 12 noon but only reached the place at 7 p.m. causing distress among the crowd, with over 15,000 people waiting for him throughout the day. With over many fainting, over dizziness with no food and water throughout the day. Over 10 were admitted during the day yesterday, and also after Vijay arrived in Karur at 7 p.m. over 100 people were injured in the stampede-like situation that was formed after actor Vijay arrived at the location of his political campaign. Also following that, when the actor left after his campaign, the stampede continued to happen around the 1,000 square meter where the leader was, and also after he left, around the police tried to move them around and figured that over 100 people were injured in the stampede and were immediately brought to the Karur government hospital and other private hospitals around the area. Now almost 39 people have died in this particular stampede and 51 continues to be in the hospital taking treatment.
In fact, more videos of the tragedy are surfacing even as the death toll continues to mount. In this video, a panicked father can be seen running and holding his child. Viewers, a very heart-wrenching video as he cries inconsolably, mourning the loss of his young one, his loved one. Meanwhile, AIADMK General Secretary E. Palaniswamy questioned the government over lack of security arrangements in the Karur rally.
EVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு இந்த கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த டிவிகே அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தால் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
Meanwhile, Sharda also spoke to BJP leader Tamil Soundarajan, who reached Karur Government Hospital.
We are very distressed to see the place, how it was arranged, and how the government has taken steps to protect the crowd. They would have expected such crowd. So it's very disheartening, but at present we are in grief, seeing the patients, and the postmortem is also delayed. I have requested a little more officers can be deputed. People are in distress. They wanted to see the body. One mother fainted, and actually I helped her to get some IV fluid. So they should more arrangements for this. Really seeing all this, I am really distressed.
Ma'am, also this...
They should depute more. Even postmortem doctors, they should depute more. Officers, all are outside, not knowing when the body will be coming. At least they should have mentioned this body will get this time. All the people outside are agitated. They are 7 hours they are waiting. So already they are in distress. So postmortem and all, they have to quicken it. So in this era, scientific era, so many things can be done. But why they are acting like this, I don't know. Because very careless attitude.
But both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister continues to say they brought doctors around from the district, Salem, Nagakkal, Dindakal and everywhere, Namakkal, back here, and he said they've deployed more doctors, and last night they said there are sufficient medications done here.
Oh, that itself, because Karur is almost a big city. Even to manage these type of cases, if so many doctors to be deputed, and what is the basic infrastructure available in this headquarters? So it is very disheartening. It's almost a medical college. So it's very difficult, I am very, very disheartening. And immediately they should make, even see the people outside the mortuary. Why they have to wait so long?
And Tamil Nadu ADGP reveals that TVK flouted the rules given to them, which included doing a roadshow, meeting people in the district at multiple locations. Basically, the protocol that was set for this rally was not followed, says the top cop. Listen in.
To conduct this event at a place called Lighthouse Roundana. This was not accepted by the police because it was considered to be a high-risk place, considering a large petrol station on the left side and the river Amravati bridge on the right side. So the officers decided it's not advisable to give permission there. So they asked for one more place called the Ulavar Chandai. So that was also examined, and they told them that also the kind of capacity that you're going to bring is not going to accommodate in that place. So keeping that as an option, we suggested a place called Velayadabra, this one. Because this was conducted in the recent past by one of the political parties with about 12 to 15,000 people who were gathered there, and it went off very peacefully. So that was suggested to them. So they also went and saw the place. They finally agreed. They gave it in writing, saying that we may be permitted to conduct the event in this place.
You gave permission?
Yes, some of the conditions have been violated. Yes, yeah. No, that investigation will tell you. Okay, right? Yeah.
Is there a case registered against sir?
The case has been registered. The investigation will find out who are all involved in this. Okay, right. Thank you.
Shifting focus now, viewers, Chaitanyanand Saraswati, a self-styled godman accused of molestation by at least 15 female students, today was taken to police custody. The court has granted 5-day police custody, and he faces complaints ranging from using abusive language, sending lewd text messages to women, and also threatening them.
Chaitanyananda Saraswati, a self-styled godman accused of molesting women at an ashram in the national capital, has finally been arrested. 17 women have accused him of molestation, harassment and intimidation. On the run for 50 days, the molester Baba was nabbed from Agra in UP. Police teams fanned out across Haryana, Rajasthan, UP and even West Bengal to look for the accused. But he kept changing his location from Mathura, Vrindavan to Agra to evade arrest. A CCTV footage has emerged showing Baba entering Hotel The First in Agra. Police kept a track on his movement and found his name mentioned in the hotel register. Another CCTV visual shows Saraswati and his 2 aides leaving from the hotel with luggage.
ये जैसे हमने बताया था 3 दिन से हमारी टीम बनी हुई थी। हमने अलग अलग स्टेटों में दिल्ली के अलावा हरियाणा, राजस्थान, यूपी, उत्तराखंड, वेस्ट बंगाल भी हमने टीमें रवाना करी थी। ये जो आरोपी है पार्था सारथी उर्फ चैतन्यानंद सरस्वती की तलाश में। इसी दौरान हमें कल एक रात में सफलता मिली जिसमें कि ये आगरा के हमें मिल गया। इसको वहाँ पे आइडेंटिफाई किया गया तो पता लगा ये वही है, तो इसको वहाँ से एप्रीहेंड किया गया और अभी लाया गया है और अभी इसकी आगे केस में गिरफ्तारी डाल के इसकी पूछताछ की जाएगी। इससे अभी 3 फ़ोन मिले हैं, एक आईपैड मिला है, उन सब की अभी जांच की जाएगी और कुछ विजिटिंग कार्ड मिले हैं जो कि ये फेक विजिटिंग कार्ड इसने बना रखे थे यूएन और ब्रिक्स के, अपने आप को भारत सरकार के अधिकारी दिखाते हुए वो देंगे। ये अभी अपना अलग अलग डेली लोकेशन चेंज करा था पुलिस से बचने के लिए। वृंदावन, आगरा, मथुरा उन एरियाज में अपना घूम रहा था।
16 लड़कियों ने आप पे एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं। क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पाता स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं क्या? पाता स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? 16 लड़कियों ने आप पे आरोप लगाए हैं।
Chaitanyananda Saraswati, director of Sri Sharda Institute of Indian Management in Vasant Kunj in Delhi, targeted students from economically weaker sections. He is also under the scanner for using fake United Nations number plate, possessing 2 passports with 2 different names. And meanwhile, not just him but 3 wardens are also under the scanner for their involvement in the case.
This very accused Swami Partha is a repeat offender. This is what we have got to learn from the Delhi police sources, because the first case was filed against him back then in 2009, and then a second case of molestation was filed at Vasant Kunj police station was back then in 2016 as well. And in 2025 what we have seen that 3 more cases have been filed. So far there are 5 different cases in which what we have seen which is going on against this very accused. And Delhi police has arrested this early morning around 3:30 a.m. from Agra, and what we have also got to learn that the accused kept on changing his location in order to avoid the arrest. So in a successful bid, because if you see earlier for the last 50 days Delhi police have been trying to arrest this very accused, and he was still on the run, and he visited Meerut as well, Vrindavan as well. Apart from that, he also visited some other places. So Delhi police has formed several units, several teams to nab the very accused, and in a successful attempt today early morning the accused Swami Partha has been arrested by the Delhi police team.
The man who called himself a saint and molested women will now face trial as a criminal. Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Border Security Force initiated a massive search operation in Ramgarh sector of Samba district in Jammu Kashmir after a Pakistani drone was sighted hovering over the Karalian village this morning. With Bihar elections coming closer, the BJP unit of state has announced election campaign committee for the election process, which will comprise of 45 members in total. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that the government of India is working to get the Chhath Mahaparv or the Chhath festival added to UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage list during the 126th edition of his monthly radio program Mann Ki Baat. Prime Minister added that it will help people all over the world to learn about the festival's importance and beauty. Now, 2 days after violence in Uttar Pradesh's Bareilly over religious posters, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath issued a stern warning once again against those attempting to disrupt peace, particularly during the festive season, asserting that any act of anarchy would be met with consequences that the future generations of the rioters would remember.
After riots broke out in Bareilly after Friday prayers, police conducted overnight house-to-house searches to apprehend culprits and arrested local cleric Maulana Taqir Raza. While the situation is coming back to normal, a large number of police personnel continue to be deployed at intersections. UP Chief Minister, meanwhile, has once again issued a warning to those disrupting law and order in the state. Addressing a public meeting in Balrampur, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath warned that any act of anarchy would be met with consequences that future generations of the rioters would remember. Chief Minister Yogi also took a jibe at the Samajwadi Party and Congress. He said that days when crime was at its peak and no one was held accountable are gone.
वह समय गया जब समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार हुआ करती थी, कांग्रेस की सरकारें हुआ करती थी। ये लोग दंगा करवाते थे, आगजनी करवाते थे, बेटी की सुरक्षा में सेंध लगाते थे, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठानों पर आग लगाते थे और सरकार इनका अवभगत करती थी। वह समय अब चला गया है। अब ये डबल इंजन की सरकार है। अगर बेटी की सुरक्षा पे हाथ डालने का प्रयास किया, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठान में आग लगाने का प्रयास किया, तो मान करके चलिए ये रास्ता उनका सीधे नरक में जाने का होगा, सीधे नरक में।
Chief Minister Yogi also sent out a terse message to those eyeing to create unrest as part of their ulterior motive of Ghazwa-e-Hind.
कुछ लोग रहते भारत में हैं, लेकिन गजवा-ए-हिंद का नारा लेकर के भारत के अंदर राष्ट्र विरोधी गतिविधियों को बढ़ावा देने का कुत्सित कार्य कर रहे हैं। गजवा-ए-हिंद हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर नहीं होगा। भारत की धरती, ये भारत के देवीय महापुरुषों, अवतारी महापुरुषों, देश के लिए अपना बलिदान देने वाले महापुरुषों के आदर्शों से संचालित होगा। गजवा-ए-हिंद की कल्पना करना भी और उसका सपना देखना भी जहन्नुम में जाने का टिकट का रास्ता पैदा कर देगा।
So far, 10 FIRs have been registered in the case with Maulana Taqir Raza behind the bars. Officers are constantly on patrol and internet services are suspended in Bareilly till Monday.
तो शुक्रवार को जुमे की नमाज के बाद जो बवाल हुआ बरेली में, उसके बाद अब आज रविवार का दिन है। आज भी बरेली का माहौल शांतिपूर्ण है, सभी गाड़ियां चल रही है, बाजार खुले हुए हैं और पुलिस अभी भी तैनात है। पुलिस बड़ी संख्या में तैनात है। अलग अलग चौक चौराहों पर बड़ी संख्या में सुरक्षा बल की मौजूदगी है। कहीं से कोई अनहोनी ना हो, कहीं से कोई अप्रिय घटना ना हो, इसका ख्याल रखा जा रहा है। तो पुलिस अपनी तरफ से मोर्चे पर तैनात है। बाज़ार जो हैं, देखिए दुकानें सारी खुली हुई हैं और सब लोग अपना काम कर रहे हैं। जैसा कि सीएम योगी ने कहा था कि ना कर्फ्यू लगेगा, ना बंद होगा, ना सिस्टम जाम होगा, सब कुछ चलेगा। कार्रवाई होगी, बंद होंगे तो वो उपद्रवी और गुंडे और दंगाई जो कि अब बंद हैं। करीब अब 8 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी की बात कही जा रही थी। 20 से 25 और लोग हैं, उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया है, ये खबर है। मौलाना तौकीर रज़ा को भी अरेस्ट करके जेल भेज दिया जा गया है। जेल बदल भी दी गई है। इंटरनेट बंद है ताकि कहीं से भी कोई अफवाह फैलाई नहीं जा सके।
The situation still remains sensitive and authorities continue to be vigilant to prevent further unrest.
Now, at the 80th session of the UNGA, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar called out Pakistan for being an epicenter of global terrorism. Jaishankar said that India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Listen in.
While asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. For decades now, major international terrorist attacks are traced back to that one country. UN's designated lists of terrorists are replete with its nationals. The most recent example of cross-border barbarism was the murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April this year. India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Because terrorism is a shared threat, Madam President, it is essential that there is much deeper international cooperation. When nations openly declare terrorism a state policy, when terror hubs operate on an industrial scale, when terrorists are publicly glorified, then such actions must be unequivocally condemned. The financing of terrorism must be choked, even as prominent terrorists are sanctioned. Relentless pressure must be applied on the entire terrorism ecosystem. Those who condone nations that sponsor terror will find that it comes back to bite them.
Curfew in Leh has entered its fifth day after violent protests over statehood and 6 scheduled demands. Now, additional deployment of riot control force in the roads has been done with no relaxation being given in the curfew for a 5th straight day now. Here's more.
5 days after the protest, Ladakh is still on the edge. Electricity snapped, internet suspended.
We are reporting from the Namgyal Chowk, which is one of the famous areas of the Leh town, and here this entire area has been converted into a cantonment. These visuals that we are showing you from the ground zero, that the massive deployment of the Leh police along with the paramilitary forces has been done to ensure that there is no law and order situation that erupts. Yesterday we have seen for the first time in the last 5 days there was a relaxation in the curfew that was given by the authorities, and it has been all peaceful.
The city of Leh remains under a heavy security blanket. ITBP and riot control forces carrying out flag marches, with vehicles being checked thoroughly. Earlier today, Lieutenant Governor Kavinder Gupta chaired a high-level meeting on security, discussing the prevailing situation and measures on ground. 2 Congress councillors, Smanla Dorje Nurbu and Punsog Stanzin Tepak, have been arrested by Leh police along with village Nambardar Rigzin Dorje. All 3 have been sent to police custody and their questioning is underway. All eyes are now on tomorrow's meeting in New Delhi. Ladakh leaders will sit across the table with the Home Ministry officials to decide the next course of action.
And time for a short break, viewers, but we get you the latest on the Delhi ashram horror case. Accused of molesting 15 female students, the molester Baba Chinmayanand Saraswati has been sent to 5-day police custody. And Sonam Wangchuk's wife now blames the CRPF for stoking violence in Leh.
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए
We have brought you the stories of those who wrote history.
Boxing is passion for myself.
The story of Tajamul Islam, a little girl whose punches shook the world. The story of Jugraj Singh, a hockey player who mended a broken dream. Today, Made for Gold takes you to a world where true gold is not found, but forged in the heart of a raging fire. This is the journey of those who refuse to let the world see them as anything less than strong. What the world perceived as a limitation, they molded into their most powerful weapon. They didn't stop, they simply adapted. They didn't break, they built a path to glory. This is their story. Their lives were never ordinary. At every step, they were met with a new challenge. people often looked at them with different eyes filled with pity or doubt.
मैं पानीपत से बिलोंग करता हूँ और मैं शुरुआत रेसलिंग से की थी, फिर उसके बाद मैंने रनिंग शुरू करी थी, फिर वहाँ मेरा नेशनल में मेडल आया और फिर 2017 में मैंने जेवलिन शुरू कर दिया था पहली बार। तो वहाँ से मेरा जेवलिन का करियर शुरू होता है, बट खेल की जर्नी मेरी बचपन से है, तकरीबन 10 साल की उम्र से। और फिर उसके बाद 2017 में पहली बार मैं यूथ एशियन गेम्स खेलने गया, वहाँ मैं फर्स्ट था। फिर उसके बाद मैंने जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप खेला 2019 में, वहाँ मैं गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट था। फिर टोक्यो पार्टिसिपेट किया, 2019 सीनियर वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप पार्टिसिपेट किया और फिर कॉम्पिटिशन्स होते रहे और वहाँ से फिर मेरा खेल निखरता गया, जैसे जैसे समय रहा मिलता गया और वो चीज़ें बेहतर होती गई।
But they took that doubt, that pity, and they poured it into the fire of their ambition. When people said they couldn't run, they began to run.
मेरी शादी के बाद मेरे से मेरे हस्बैंड ने पूछा था कि तुम क्या करना चाहती हो अपनी लाइफ में, कि उसका मानना ये था कि अगर इंसान का कोई गोल नहीं है तो वो मरा हुआ है, वो इस दुनिया में गलत आया है। तो उसने मेरे से पूछा था कि तुम्हारा सपना क्या है, तो उस टाइम पे मैंने बोला था कि मुझे अपनी टी शर्ट के पीछे इंडिया लिखवाना है। तो मुझे नहीं पता था कि वो इतना सीरियस है। तो उसने बोला कि इसके लिए तुम्हें बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। तो मैंने बोला हाँ ठीक है करूँगी। शुरुआत में बहुत मेहनत लगती थी, वॉमिटिंग होती थी, गिरती थी ट्रैक पे, सब लोग देख के बोलते थे कि ये फौजी पागल है, मारेगा इसको। पर जिस दिन मेडल नहीं आया, टोक्यो 2020 में मैं गई थी, मैं पहली लड़की थी जिसने क्वालिफाई किया था पैरालंपिक्स। तो उस टाइम पे हार महसूस हुई थी कि शायद मेरी तरफ से कुछ कमी रह गई थी। फिर उसके बाद से मैंने ठान लिया कि अब मुझे रुकना नहीं है। बहुत सारी चीज़ें आई, इंजरी हुई, मसल टूट गई, सर्जरी बताई डॉक्टर ने, पर हम दोनों का फैसला ये था कि नहीं सर्जरी नहीं करवानी है। और मुझे लगता है माइंडसेट इतनी बड़ी चीज़ होती है कि हमने सर्जरी नहीं करवाई और मेरी मसल बिना सर्जरी के जुड़ी वो, और मैं भागी और मेरे एशियन गेम में 2 गोल्ड मेडल आए।
When people said they couldn't throw, they channeled all their power into the javelin. Every fall, every bruise, every moment of isolation only fueled them to rise stronger.
मैं स्पोर्ट्स बैकग्राउंड से हूँ। स्पोर्ट्स बैकग्राउंड इन द सेंस कि मैंने फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर के लिए बीपीएड एमपीएड की पढ़ाई की हुई है। ड्यूरिंग दिस पीरियड मेरा एक ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट में आर्म लॉस हो गया। मैं अपने एक फ्रेंड को हेल्प कर रहा था, वो मूविंग ट्रेन में चढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहा था। तो फ्रेंड तो ऐसे आ गया, लेकिन मैं उसमें अंदर चला गया, तो मेरा वहाँ से आर्म अलग हो गया और ये डिफ़िकल्ट फेज़ था लाइफ का। जब ये सारी चीज़ें हुई, फिर मुझे हमारे एक प्रोफेसर हैं डॉक्टर बीके डवास, वो हमें वहाँ कॉलेज में पढ़ाते थे, रिटायर हो गए थे उस टाइम पे। तो वो पैरालंपिक कमेटी ऑफ इंडिया से भी एसोसिएटेड थे, तो उन्होंने फिर हमें बाकी गाइडेंस दी कैसे क्या ये सारी चीज़ें करें। बट पैरालंपिक्स को मैंने पढ़ा इन द सेंस कि हमारे स्टडी का पार्ट था, जानता था बाहर से कि क्या होता है, कैसी क्या चीज़ है, बट इतना डीपली नॉलेज नहीं थी। फिर काफ़ी मैं जैसे रिसर्च बैकग्राउंड से मैंने काफ़ी खोजबीन करी, कौन सा इवेंट करना चाहिए, कहाँ मेडल आने के चांसेस हैं। तब ये जुनून आया कि जेवलिन करना चाहिए।
They fought for their dreams, and in doing so, they gave their nation a new identity, a new definition of strength. Because they knew their identity was defined by their courage, not by their circumstance.
जिस दिन मेडल आया तो बहुत इमोशनल हुई मैं उस दिन, और मेरे हस्बैंड बहुत रोए थे उस दिन जिस दिन मेरा मेडल आया था। तो सर मैं मतलब बहुत अपने आप को लकी मानती हूँ कि मुझे ऐसी सपोर्ट मिली, और सब लोग की बहुत सपोर्ट है, चाहे उसे आप फेडरेशन की सपोर्ट कह लो, या हम जब मोदी जी से मिलते हैं तो वो एक हमारे मोदी जी दोस्त की तरह हैं हमारे, तो वो हमसे इतना फ्रेंडली बात करते हैं। हमारी मिनिस्ट्री हमें बहुत सपोर्ट करती है, या हमारी स्टेट फेडरेशन पीसीआई। तो सर मुझे लगता है कि एक सपोर्ट ही है जिससे इतने मेडल बढ़ रहे हैं, और खिलाड़ी ऐसे ही नहीं बनाए जाते, बहुत प्यार से खिलाड़ियों को बनाया जाता है, बहुत मेहनत से बनते हैं।
They are living proof to the greatest victories are won not on the field, but within oneself. Today they stand on the world's biggest stage, not just as athletes, but as symbols of hope and inspiration.
जब तक आप कुछ अपने आप को प्रूव नहीं करके दिखाओगे, समाज आपको एक्सेप्ट भी नहीं करेगा। और आपको जब एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहा, इट मीन्स वो आपको कमज़ोर समझ रहा है। आप उनको अपनी काबिलियत और अपनी ताकत दिखाओगे तो सब हैरान हो जाएंगे। आई थिंक मेरे साथ भी ऐसा ही हुआ है। सब वीक समझते थे, कमज़ोर समझते थे, बट मेरे को पता था मेरे अंदर क्या है।
Every stride they take, every throw they make, every single medal they win serves as a powerful message.
कितनी मेहनत मैं करके आया हूँ, कितना समय मेरे को यहाँ तक के लिए लगा है, और इस सफ़र में मैं कितना मैंने सहा है, सारी चीज़ रहती है। परंतु जब वो जीत की मिठास मिलती है तो इन सब के सामने वो सब फीकी हो जाती है। तो अपने आप पे विश्वास रखें, अपनी मेहनत पे विश्वास रखें, और इवन अपने ऊपर भरोसा रखें कि आपको पता है आपकी काबिलियत क्या, आप क्या कर सकते हो। तो आपको कोई आपको कमज़ोर नहीं समझेगा, और अगर वो समझेगा पर आपको पता है आप ताकतवर हो तो आपको फ़र्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
They are not just winning medals, they are winning hearts and changing the world's perception of possibility.
लाइफ में उतार चढ़ाव आते रहते हैं। आप किसी भी फील्ड में हो, आप अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीज़ें आपके साथ हो सकती हैं, और आप कभी कभी ऐसी स्टेज में चले जाते हो कि वहाँ से कम बैक कर पाना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। और मैं इस चीज़ को अच्छे से रिलेट कर सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे लिए भी यही ऐसी सिचुएशन थी। मैं एक आम आदमी था, चीज़ें बिल्कुल ज़िंदगी और मौत की आ गई थी, सब कुछ बदल गया था लाइफ में। बट अपने आप पे मैंने भरोसा रखा, चीज़ें करता गया, प्रयास करता गया, और भगवान ने कुछ अलग तरीके से चीज़ें लिखी थी। आज इस मुकाम पर हूँ। तो यही है कि आम आदमी को अपनी उम्मीद नहीं छोड़नी चाहिए, काम करते रहना चाहिए। कभी नुकसान फ़ायदा होता रहेगा, लेकिन डटे रहो।
Their victories are not just their own. They belong to every person who has ever faced a challenge and dared to dream.
स्पोर्ट्समैन के लिए ये है कि देखो, स्पोर्ट्स कोई एक दिन का, एक साल का, 4 साल का काम नहीं है। अगर आप ओलंपिक या कोई भी इवेंट की प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि मैं बाहर ट्रेनिंग करता हूँ, देखा है मैंने उनका वातावरण, तो एक ओलंपिक मेडल के लिए 8 से 10 साल की एक लगातार प्रिपरेशन चाहिए। आपने आज लगा कि आज जेवलिन कर लें, कल लग रहा है कि वो क्रिकेट में अच्छा है, क्रिकेट खेल लें, परसों फुटबॉल खेल लें। हाँ, इनिशियल स्टेज में आप खेलो जब आप अंडर 14, अंडर 15 हो, बट इतनी फ्रिक्वेंटली गेम चेंज करना कि गेम छोड़ के अब मैं बिजनेसमैन बनूंगा, बिजनेस छोड़ के आज मैं ये बनूंगा, इमीडिएटली स्विच मत करो अपने प्लान्स।
They are the pride of our nation and they will continue to bring glory to our country.
पहले तो आप एक ही दिन में सारी सक्सेस अचीव करने के लिए मत जाओ। आप अगर 40 मीटर कर रहे हो तो अगले 1-2 मीटर, 4 मीटर बढ़ाने का टारगेट रखो। 40 से अगली साल या 6 महीने, 2 महीने में अनवांटेड चीज़ें यूज़ करके, कुछ इस तरीके से ट्रेनिंग करके, अपने आप को इंजर्ड करके आप 50 मीटर कर दे रहे हो, तो उससे आपका कैरियर ख़त्म हो रहा है। कहीं भी ऐसे किसी भी उसमें नहीं लिखा है कि आप फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड में आपको सक्सेस मिल जाएगी। सक्सेस में हार्ड वर्क और डिसिप्लिन सारी चीज़ें चाहिए होती हैं, वो लगातार करते रहिए, आपको ज़रूर सक्सेस मिलेगी।
जैसे मैंने अपना बुरा टाइम भी देखा था, एक जब एशियन गेम में मेरा मेडल नहीं आया था, फर्स्ट इंटरनेशनल कंपटीशन था वो मेरा, लेकिन उसमें एक अच्छी चीज़ भी थी कि मेरी कैटेगरी बन गई थी, और फिर मैं वहाँ पे बहुत मिनी माइक्रो सेकंड से मेरा मेडल रह गया था, 100 में भी और 200 में भी वहाँ से। लेकिन मेरे को मोटिवेशन मिली थी, सब लोगों ने बोला था कि अभी तो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप भी आ रही है, पैरालंपिक भी आ रहा है और आप उसमें अच्छा कर सकते हो। मैं वहाँ पे हंस रही, मैंने कि एशियन गेम में तो मेडल आया नहीं, मेरा कैसे आ जाएगा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप और पैरालंपिक में। उन्होंने बोला मेरे को कि आप अपने आप पे भरोसा रखो, जब हम अपने आप पे भरोसा रखते हैं और मेंटली अगर हम सोच लेंगे तो हमारी बॉडी भी वैसे ही रिएक्ट करती है। इसलिए हमेशा अपने बॉडी को ना वैसे ही उसी चीज़ में ढालो जो आप करना चाहते हो। बस मैं ये बोलूँगी कि हमेशा हमें पॉजिटिव ही सोचना चाहिए, तो हमारी बॉडी भी पॉजिटिव ही रिप्रेजेंट करेगी।
Their victories are not just a moment of glory. They are a legacy being built, a powerful beacon for all who follow in their footsteps. Their journey, their passion, and their spirit prove one fundamental truth. The true gold is not what shines the brightest, but what remains unbreakable after being tested by fire.
ऐसे तो मतलब बताना मैं जैसे बताऊंगा वो आप कहाँ तक महसूस कर पाओगे मैं नहीं जानता, पर जब हम वो चीज़ कर रहे होते हैं, मेडल मिल रहा होता है, नेशनल एंथम हो रहा होता है, तो तकरीबन आप ये समझ लो कि जितना हम पीछे स्ट्रगल, जो 2 घंटा बस में आना, ढाबे की रोटी खाना और इधर अंदर स्टेडियम में ही सो जाना, वेट करना, शाम को फिर दोबारा ट्रेनिंग करना, वो सारी चीज़ों का ऐसा लगता है कि भाई फल हमें मिल गया। तो एक वो मतलब वो स्ट्रगलिंग जो पीरियड रहता है हमारा, तो उसका एक मतलब ऐसा लगता है, एहसास होता है कि हमें फल मिल गया और काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है सर। देश का भी नाम रोशन होता है और ऐसा लगता है कि मेहनत सफल होगी, तो काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है।
They are not just playing the game, they are setting a new standard for what it means to be a champion.
जब क्रिकेट का भी देखो या फुटबॉल में देखो, जब इंडिया और किसी कंट्री के मैचेस रहते हैं तो आपको अपने सिटीजन्स कैसे सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो वो सारी फीलिंग्स बाहर निकल के आती है। फ्लैग के साथ, एंथम के साथ, या फिर कोई ऐसे स्लोगन के साथ, इंडियन अपने जो नारे लगते हैं उनके साथ जो भावनाएं और जो एथलीट एक प्रैक्टिस करता है उसके रिजल्ट दिखते हैं, वो एक बहुत ही इमोशनल मोमेंट रहता है किसी भी एथलीट के लिए, कितना भी कैसे भी क्यों ना हो। और एथलीट उसी की ट्रेनिंग करता है, उसका काम यही है कि इस तरीके से ये खेलना है, ये ट्रेनिंग करना है, उसके लाइफ का वही पार्ट होता है। तो जब आप अगर आम आदमी से पूछो, अगर वो कोई शिद्दत से किसी काम में इन्वॉल्व हो, जब उसको उसमें सक्सेस मिलती है तो काफ़ी भावुक हो जाता है उस चीज़ के लिए। और इसमें तो अपने अलावा पूरा देश इन्वॉल्व होता है, तो वो भावनाएं अलग लेवल पे होती हैं।
They are a monument to the human spirit's boundless potential. This is more than just an episode.
मुझे लगता है सर कि एक खिलाड़ी उस मूवमेंट के लिए मेहनत करता है। अगर उसने एक प्रोफेशनल गेम स्टार्ट किया है तो वो एक सपना लेके शुरू करता है उसको कि वो पोडियम पे खड़ा है बीच में फर्स्ट नंबर पे और राष्ट्रगान बज रहा है, क्योंकि वो मोमेंट सबसे अलग होता है। अगर एक शब्द में पूछा जाए तो वो ज़िंदगी का सबसे बड़ा सुकून है। उस टाइम हमें कुछ याद नहीं रहता, सिर्फ हम इमोशनल रहते हैं और ऐसा लगता है कि हमने अपने देश के लिए एक फ़ौजी वाला काम किया है। उस टाइम पे एक फ़ौजी जैसा महसूस होता है कि हमने अपने देश के लिए मेडल लाया है और हमारे ऊपर बहुत प्राउड कर रहे होंगे इंडिया वाले। कहीं ना कहीं मुझे देख के अपनी बेटियों को वो सपोर्ट करेंगे कि उनका जो सपना रहेगा उन्हें सपोर्ट किया जाएगा। कहीं ना कहीं लड़कियों को दबाया जाता है आज भी, तो अगर मुझे देख के एक भी लड़की कामयाब हो रही है तो मेरे लिए वो चीज़ वसूल है और वो तो सर सपना है और मैं चाहूँगी कि इस बार भी पूरा हो।
This is more than just an episode. This special edition of R for Sports is a tribute to Navdeep Singh, Ajit Singh Yadav, Simran Sharma and Preeti Pal. Because they were not just born to win. They were truly made for gold.
While asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. For decades now, major international terrorist attacks are traced back to that one country. UN's designated lists of terrorists are replete with its nationals. The most recent example of cross-border barbarism was the murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April this year. India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Because terrorism is a shared threat, Madam President, it is essential that there is much deeper international cooperation. When nations openly declare terrorism a state policy, when terror hubs operate on an industrial scale, when terrorists are publicly glorified, then such actions must be unequivocally condemned. The financing of terrorism must be choked, even as prominent terrorists are sanctioned. Relentless pressure must be applied on the entire terrorism ecosystem. Those who condone nations that sponsor terror will find that it comes back to bite them.
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए।
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's take a look at the top stories we're tracking for you this hour. TVK chief Vijay seeks CBI or SIT probe into Karur Stampede, moves the Madras High Court. Tamil Nadu top cop says they had asked TVK to change venue for the rally. TVK had flouted many rules, did not follow protocol. Injured victim moves Madras High Court, seeks a ban on TVK chief Vijay's political campaign. DMK levels big allegation, says ambulance vehicles were blocked and attacked. AIADMK blames DMK government for not providing adequate security.
आप एक गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं? पाता स्वामी, लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए आप तैयार हैं? पाता स्वामी, क्या आप लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट के लिए तैयार हैं?
Accused of molesting 15 female students, molester Baba Swami Chinmayanand sent to 5-day police custody. Sonam Wangchuk's wife blames the CRPF for the violence in Ladakh. A deadly stampede at TVK chief Vijay's rally in Karur has left at least 40 people dead. That includes 9 children. Families are devastated and panic swept through the crowd. There were horrific scenes coming in from the site and heart-wrenching scenes now from the hospital. Opposition, including the AIADMK, have raised sharp questions at TVK and DMK over the lack of security arrangements at the venue. Here's a report.
At least 40 innocent lives lost. Families shattered in seconds. Karur reels under the weight of deadly tragedy. 16 women, including 9 children, were among the victims. The incident unfolded at TVK rally in Karur last night, where around 30,000 people had gathered. Actor turned politician Vijay was scheduled to address the crowd at around 12 p.m. but his arrival was delayed by nearly 6 hours. The restless gathering swelled in anticipation. And around 7:45 p.m., a sudden power cut plunged the venue into darkness, triggering confusion and further panic. In the chaos, thousands surged towards the stage barricades. Several people collapsed due to suffocation. To add to the woes, the delay in medical assistance meant timely treatment could not reach several of the injured. As children and women fainted, Vijay was seen pleading with police and volunteers to rescue a missing 9-year-old girl. Hours after the stampede, Vijay was spotted leaving for the airport without visiting the victims or making any public statement. This is not the first time stampede situation occurred in a TVK rally. A month ago, the Madras High Court had warned of possible fatalities at Vijay's rallies if safety lapses continued. The court had asked the DMK-led government who would take responsibility if lives were lost and ordered uniform safety rules for political gatherings across parties. Now, the opposition parties, including BJP and AIADMK, have strongly criticized the ruling DMK government over the lack of security arrangements at the rally.
இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை.
இல்லை, இந்த 39 உயிரிழப்பிற்கு தமிழக அரசு பொறுப்பேற்க வேண்டும். இதில் முழுக்க இதில் தமிழக காவல்துறையுடைய பொறுப்பு இருக்குது. முதல்ல அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுத்துருக்கக்கூடாது. சின்ன இடம் அது, அந்த இடத்துல பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கக்கூடாது. அதே நேரத்தில் பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கறது இது எல்லா கூட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் ஒரு வார காலத்துக்கு முந்தி கொடுத்து அவர்கள் அதற்கான தகுந்த பாதுகாப்பு கொடுக்கணும். அந்த பாதுகாப்பே இங்கே இல்லை. அதனால தான் உயிரிழப்பு ஏற்பட்டு.
Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has appointed a commission headed by Aruna Jagdishan to probe the deadly stampede.
And my colleague Sharda has filed a ground report from the Karur hospital. Take a look.
Over 39 dead and 51 injured and still in critical condition in the Karur government hospital after the TVK political campaign was held last night here in this district. TVK leader Vijay was supposed to come here at 12 noon but only reached the place at 7 p.m. causing distress among the crowd, with over 15,000 people waiting for him throughout the day, with over many fainting, over dizziness with no food and water throughout the day. Over 10 were admitted during the day yesterday, and also after Vijay arrived in Karur at 7 p.m. over 100 people were injured in the stampede-like situation that was formed after actor Vijay arrived at the location of his political campaign. Also following that, when the actor left after his campaign, the stampede continued to happen around the 1,000 square meter where the leader was, and also after he left, around the police tried to move them around and figured that over 100 people were injured in the stampede and were immediately brought to the Karur government hospital and other private hospitals around the area. Now almost 39 people have died in this particular stampede and 51 continues to be in the hospital taking treatment.
In fact, more videos of the tragedy are surfacing even as the death toll continues to mount. In this video, a panicked father can be seen running and holding his child. Viewers, a very, very heart-wrenching video as he cries inconsolably, mourning the loss of his young one, his loved one. Meanwhile, AIADMK General Secretary E. Palaniswamy questioned the government over lack of security arrangements in the Karur rally.
EVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு இந்த கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி TVK கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த TVK அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தால் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
Meanwhile, Sharda also spoke to BJP leader Tamil Soundarajan, who reached Karur Government Hospital.
We are very distressed to see the place, how it was arranged, and how the government has taken steps to protect the crowd. They would have expected such crowd. So it's very disheartening, but at present we are in grief, seeing the patients, and the post-mortem is also delayed. I have requested a little more officers can be deputed. People are in distress. They wanted to see the body. One mother fainted, and actually I helped her to get some IV fluid. So they should more arrangements for this. Really seeing all this, I am really distressed.
Ma'am, also this
they should depute more. Even post-mortem doctors, they should depute more. Officers, all are outside, not knowing when the body will be coming. At least they should have mentioned this body will get this time. All the people outside are agitated. They are 7 hours they are waiting. So already they are in distress. So post-mortem and all, they have to quicken it. So in this era, scientific era, so many things can be done. But why they are acting like this, I don't know. Because very careless attitude.
But both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister continues to say they brought doctors around from the district, Salem, Nagakkal, Dindakal and everywhere, Namakkal, back here, and he said they've deployed more doctors, and last night they said there are sufficient medications done here.
Oh, that itself, because Karur is almost a big city. Even to manage these type of cases, if so many doctors to be deputed, and what is the basic infrastructure available in this headquarters? So it is very disheartening. It's almost a medical college. So it's very difficult, I am very, very disheartening. And immediately they should make even see the people outside the mortuary. Why they have to wait so long?